Okay. All right. What's up, guys? Uh, yeah, welcome to another Any Given Sunday. This is Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Yeah, let's give a couple minutes for everybody to get up in this bitch. Yeah, time to go again. All right, shout out. Ken seeing red, sheed we here. I'm listening. Sir Anthony, salute. Let's get into it. Here's tonight's subject matter. Um, and tonight's subject matter is: are the majority of the brothers scared of the black wahmans? And Yeah, salute Rael. Yeah, and the Cash App is posted. It's scrolling across the bottom of the screen, and also hit the like button on your way in. We're about to get into this. It's going to be a great show tonight. Oh yeah, it's hammer time. I don't know. I just think about like how many broadcasts that I watch, and I frequent in this space, and it's not that I come on here full of rage and full of anger and angst and spite for people, but there's some things that I feel like that have to be addressed, and this one right here is going to be addressed, and I'm going to address the fuck out of it, and if I have to, for the entirety of 2021. And the reason why I give brothers this question right here: are the majority of you scared of women? Period. That's just how we're going to ask it, in a straight spoken, the English form. Are you scared of women? Period. Because I do see a lot of brothers. They have this little self improvement thing going. Some of these guys out here calling themselves dating coaches. Some of these guys out here calling themselves motivational speakers and such. But it's like there's always this thing when they address the brothers. It's always in this very extremely condescending tone. Yes, yeah. Tonight, mod wrenches will be active because I have a feeling about this conversation right here. Yeah, just sit back and enjoy yourselves. But I don't know. You ever notice how we have these conversations continuously? Shout out to War Child. Long live the habitual line steppers. If I haven't said it yet, uh, yeah, is I listen to these conversations, and it's like day in and day out. It's this sentiment that brothers are like, I want to help the brothers. They want to help the brothers make money, increase their financial literacy, teach them how to deal. But it always boils down to when it's brothers on this platform is always policing what we say. I'm sure y'all seen these broadcasts where there's been a lot of shaming going on, especially in the black manosphere, toward the black manosphere. And, it's the Sir Anthony, and hopefully they're here to learn. He says that you and Roger are drawing in a lot of blue and purple pill brothers. I wonder why that is. Is it are they coming to learn, or are they coming to challenge our ideas? Because here's what any of those blue and purple pill brothers should do. Um, they should learn. They should learn because they come from a place that supposedly is, unsuspecting. Rather, they don't seem to have this scope, realistic scope on the world, and that's not to criticize their views because what they may be doing in their own personal lives might actually be working. Seeing that what their daily activity and how they carry themselves is conducive to that. So they may have this and when they go out into this world, they may ignore a lot of things, and they ignore a lot of things. That's why we're in these spaces talking about it. We're not making this shit up. Like, we're not making this shit up at all. And really, this help is for the people who want the help. So if blue and purple pill brothers want to come to this space, they're more than welcome. We're not going to always call them simps, unless they say some simp shit. Of course, you know, I mean, but all of that, number one is subjective, and number two is up for discussion. So it's not out of disrespect. We just give, those guys, those blue and purple pill guys, so to speak, the same energy that they give us. I mean, that's just how it is. If you're going to say that, brothers need to do this and brothers need to do that, then hey, you know what? We're going to trade ideas as brothers. That's what we're going to do. But one thing I do not understand about blue and purple pill brothers is that, you know, you will, like, for the blue and purple pill brothers, they'll start insulting other brothers, thinking that that's some kind of heroic gesture for, like, not they'll say they're doing it for black women in general, but really they're just doing it for the bitters, like the worst of us. Because here's the thing: if you defend the worst of us, yeah, you have this little jaded nonsense, like you're pulling those people up, and it's cool if you think you're pulling somebody up by helping them dodge accountability, but really all you're doing is you're pacifying the feelings, and you're leaving room for it to happen again and again and again. And we one thing we have to think about when we approach these matters and approach how these conversations are viewed is that there are one group of people that we cannot ignore in all of this, and that group of people are the children. You cannot ignore the children's role in all of our back and forth and all of our bickering. So if a brother tries to come to you and say, hey, you know what, we need to kind of, improve this thing, especially for our children, the last thing that someone wants to hear from anybody who is blue or purple or orange or green or yellow or whatever color pill is that, no, you really don't care about the kids. You're just saying that because you want to pick on women. I mean, and really, honestly, I've heard it all. I've literally heard it all. Being an outspoken black man, you will hear it all. You will hear it all. You will hear every deflection, every shaming tactics tool, everything, and from the brothers, especially from a lot of, like, guys who are dads to daughters. And just for the record, that daddy daughter, I can't express what I want because I have a daughter. Shit, that does not work with me because I have a daughter. And one of my key motivating factors for coming here every weekend to give you my perspective is that I do want a better world for her. It's not about picking on people or shaming people, period. But see, the thing is, though, a lot of what I'm saying right now is not going to even count to the average person in our quote unquote community. And yes, we say this time and time again, it does. And black men that are listening to this broadcast right here, it does have a lot to do with you being a black man, whether you like it or not, or whether you want to deny it or not, period. Is not something that you're going to be able to avoid, even if you are a blue pill or a purple pill. Unless you're just a pushover that loves to take abuse and punishment. That's not me. I'm just like my boy on this one. God didn't put me here to be treated like shit and ran over. I'm sorry. That is not the way that things are going to be as long as I am in this space, at least for me. At least for me. Other brothers can come on this platform as they always can do and speak for themselves, and I do give them that respect. But when you're somebody that's on a broadcast, you're targeting the black manosphere, knowing that there are black men within this space that have good and maybe even better ideas, because I accept that. As a person that comes to this space, there are a lot of brothers that's in this space that have a lot of great, awesome ideas. That if you just take your time and open your ears and listen, you can get a lot of those ideas. This space is very valuable. I don't care who the so-called quote unquote top players are. Some people, they're mad at this space, and they're big players, but they don't know what a value they are to this space. You may be a little angry, but you're appreciated. Period. You know, black men, dude, you have to give yourselves a hand for allowing this space to get to the point where it has gotten. You know, this to this point, and we got so much further to go. I think I have every feeling that 2021 is going to be a big year for us. But you know what? We got to eliminate some of the BS. It seems, you know, like people buzzing, like people on the outside buzzing in your ears like gnats. You know, say trying to make sure that you know it's like a mosquito with a megaphone. It's like you can't quite pinpoint where the little fucker is, but it's like you wanted to get the fuck out of your fucking ear. You know, this is my view on some of the bullshit that I see said about black men in general for speaking out on anything. If you're in this community and you're fucking up, yeah, you count. You count, period. I don't care. You don't get absolved. I mean, even if it's me and I know if I do anything messed up, there'll be a big fucking spotlight on it anyway. So, you know, I got to be careful. I got to move a certain way as a black man because I know what can happen. I know what can happen. You know, especially being a parent, you know, you don't want to come on this platform making a fool of yourself as a black man. Shit, that shit might go viral. But if you say some righteous shit and you stand on the side of truth, you can go viral too. And we saw that with a really huge example for these past few weeks. And people are still talking about it. And you know, I see here's one of the first points I want to get to. And yes, you know, uh, okay, if it were any of you and you went viral and people were saying your name, you will eat that shit up. Period. Any of you on this platform, on this space right now. So hey, you know what? I'm going to say his name again, Kevin Samuels. It's like, oh. But I mean, that brother told one person the truth, and it changed the landscape. And people are mad at him about it. People are so upset with him about it. But see, the positive side to that is there are so many more people who are happy that he said that. He said that shit. But it puts black men in particular, the outspoken ones, not the cowards who hide behind stuff, climb Moist Mountain, and then act like they're looking down on people just because they reached a little whipped cream summit up top on their climb up to Moist Mountain. You know, they feel like that looking down on things actually counts. But no, you just let the world put the spotlight on one of the biggest POSs on the planet. I wanted to say something else, but you know, YouTube's been tripping. Yeah, I could tell the broadcast that got taken down earlier. It was the wording they used, and it was the thumbnail. I was quite sure about that. So, cause I was driving and I was listening to them. I came back out. My phone was on another broadcast. I was like, "What happened?" They removed it. So yeah, like Roger was saying on his program, YouTube is tripping. So you know, and when y'all come up to this panel, which I know is gonna we're only 15 minutes into it, just please try to be as respectful as possible, because obviously YouTube think that we're adults that need, you know, micromanaging. And I mean, for some of the fuckery that's going on, shoot, that puts a negative spotlight on us too. But it's like this. If you're saying that you are a person of stature, or you know, or if you are a person that wants to do good for the community, what good is it? What good is it causing conflict with other brothers based on an opinion that is positive and forward thinking, even if it brings a certain group of people under scrutiny? Why would you be against that? Scrutiny has been a part of your everyday life. I mean, it's what do you know? I don't know of one single adult that has an occupation that has not been scrutinized for something. But it ain't like these women getting scrutinized for any and every little bullshit. Well, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like that. You're getting scrutinized for walking a certain way. No, you're getting scrutinized because there's a high failure rate within our children. And I grew up in a time where if one child failed, it was too many. But hey, you know what? That depends on what standard you want to uphold for your community, at least your section of the United States. Now think about this: if there was a productive person in every part of every part of our so-called community, if there was a really productive person, then that means that there's a chance for us to, do better. But we have to encourage that shit. Yeah, we have to allow for this kind of growth to happen, because one day you're gonna have to face it anyway. You're gonna have to, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna put it to you like this: you can either face the words of a black man or face an even bigger consequence, down the road. I mean, I don't think that you should approach it like, these dudes just don't care and these dudes hurt and they bitches and all that stuff. Cause like I said, I see all the bullshit. I see it. And it's like, it's sad. It's a reality though. It's a reality. And you know what? You know what? I think that it gets to the point where, black men should not be scared to express or say anything, especially when it's clearly wrong. I mean, think about it. Think about it. You're part of an organization, and you're part of an organization or a collective, and then all of a sudden you see a bunch of outsiders saying that this collection of men ain't nothing but a bunch of bitches. They might be suspect, blah, blah, blah. Me personally, when I'm involved with something, I'm going to somewhat defend it. I don't know, because I feel like that if I'm a participant, I want it to look as good as possible. And I mean it, but it's also perception. Sometimes, depending on what kind of soul you got, you can't look at anything that's good or bad. Some, bitter people can't do that. And bitter is, I know, is a trigger word used for people you don't agree with. I understand that, but bitter does have an actual meaning, and if you take the literal meaning behind it, then you can start to follow what I'm talking about. But anyway, I hope everyone is doing good. Please like the video on the way in. If you haven't and you're watching, go below the screen, hit the subscribe button. I'm Kev. I'm your weekend warrior. I broadcast every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on this channel. Uh, and it's been an honor and a privilege to be able to have the health and the wherewithal to be able to come to you with this. And chat, does it seem, shout out to Absalom Payanki and Ariel's 402. So what do y'all think? What are you observing these social media streets? Are men just afraid of women? Are they showing aggression toward other brothers, saying all this stuff just because they're afraid to face the reality that one day they're going to have to talk to these females about these things? I mean, I know that us as black people, I know that we get into this little mode where if someone starts to talk about something, we like to get behind something and act like that it's not us. It's kind of like, I don't know. I know that y'all don't believe in, a lot of my audience doesn't believe in, spirituality in the Bible, but it's like Peter, the story of Peter when Jesus was taken away to be crucified. Um, Jesus told him beforehand, like, you know what, you're gonna deny me 3 times before the cock crows. You're all about it right now, but it's like when the shit hits the fan, then you're gonna deny that you were a part of this. This is how I feel about a lot of guys in this space. Y'all a bunch of Peters. The second the shit hits the fan, all of a sudden I don't know them niggas. I don't know what you're talking about. But see, if the thing is though, when it does gain prominence, and it will, you're gonna be raising your hands higher than any pick me on this planet. because that's how we usually are. We wait for the problem to get solved, then we want to join in, and then we want to celebrate. But on the way to the top, is a fight. It's one heck of a fight. See, people like that are cowards. You wait for to see who the winner is to join up. Absalom Payanki, he answers the questions. Brothers out here scared. I mean, and honestly, they do it. They do it because like they do hear like, oh shoot, that screen had to have a crack in my touch screen. So sometimes my computer does little funny things. Um, yeah, they scared. Sometimes I think they go on these tirades and on these broadcasts and talk, really shitting on the brothers because they do feel like that the very females that they do fear um, are watching. Imagine like for some of these guys, for some of these blue pillars, for some of these simps, like every time they go on social media, they're posting their actions are being monitored by their female counterparts. And now picture the other way around. You would be viewed as a controlling asshole. Now, if we're getting any kind of picture being painted, you as a black man, you are always going to face the challenge of having to, promote a BS free environment. Because once you do that and once you start pointing fingers, you are going to be seen as the bad guy. And what I'm here to tell you, and this is me speaking for myself, I ain't scared of none of you motherfuckers. I'm not going to let, me personally, I'm not going to let anybody shame me into silence. I've heard every insult 1,000 times, which means that you're going to have to come up with something new. And I feel like the brothers that's in this space who might be a little shaken by the negative press that it gets, that you don't have to be scared. Like Absalom Payanki said, you don't have to be scared. So what up, disavowed dad? What's going on with you?
Not much, brother. Salute. I got a little bit of time because, like I said, I'm trying to hit these 60 hours a week. So figured I'd hop in and chat with you, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Just hoping his paycheck looks good and Uncle Sam keeps his hands out of it.
Oh yeah. And speaking of paychecks, one sentiment I heard by the brothers is like, you should be out here making this money instead of being on YouTube talking about women. Hey, you know how many hours in the day it is for someone to say something like that? I mean, like, I'm not saying that you should spend all your time just sitting up here talking about shit and trashing women, but it seems to me anytime a black man does point out something negative, it's seen as trashing anyway. So that's probably something that we can't get away from. But but when they say, what for whatever reason these brothers are coming to this space, they do try to narrow down the manosphere as a bunch of hurt dudes. And you know, it's just that it's just that yes, it does need to stop. It does, but it does need to be pointed out first. You know.
Well, they're always going to look at it as like a bunch of hurt dudes because, like it's been pointed out on so many other different channels in the manosphere, the feelings of men are not taken into account. So anytime they are added to the equation, they always come up as negative or they come up as zero. There's nothing that is valuable from a man's emotions to the controlled society. So anytime we've got a group together, which at this point the color doesn't matter because it's different stories, but the same outcome amongst different areas of the manosphere. Me personally, I'm speaking from the black manosphere because being a black man and going through my mess, that sounds similar to everybody else's story. I can share the same sentiment. But do my experiences and emotions count in the modern society? No, because society has taught everybody that we do not matter, including other men. And it's funny because we're so busy tearing ourselves down in the manosphere. Not everybody, but like you were saying, some other channels are busy to the point where it's real simple to call somebody a simp just because you don't agree with something, or just because they're coming from a different angle that hasn't been explored that they don't understand. There's no unity in that. And if there's no unity, we're not going to be able to fight back against the pack of hyenas that's out there. Because it doesn't matter if it's for the most part, a woman that is actually understanding and actually does have some you know rarity and emotion towards the man going through his stuff. When the pack gets together, that man is going to get torn up, and he's going to get torn up in front of his fellow brothers, who at the end of the day are going to look at him and start making fun of him, which is crazy. It's like that experiment where they had a woman start fighting a man out in the public park, and everybody was laughing at a dude getting beat up. But as soon as the dude started, quote unquote, fighting a woman, everybody came to her rescue. So that's the society we're dealing with.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They'll do that. You know, she'll be cussing him out all in his face, like dude getting spit in his face just from her loud talking. She put his finger in his head. You know, starts pushing him, probably start popping him. Brothers, you know what brothers are gonna do? Ooh, she got you, man. Ooh, they laughing, they clapping and shit. I mean, but the second the brother bat his eye, you know, he'll probably move his finger. Hey, bitch, stop. You know, even like if before he gets out there, hey, brothers will be all in his face. Hey man, come on now, calm down, man. Blah 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 blah. Okay,
It,
and Clue, you're new here. You ask what is BMBBH? I'm new. BMBBH stands for Black Men Being Brutally Honest. That does not mean that this is a quote unquote safe haven for black men, because black men being brutally honest is not viewed as safe at all. So that's, and plus on that screen you're watching, if you go below, you go below and see the name of the channel, you'll see it. So hey, all right, welcome. Thanks for tuning in.
and you know, Kev, on that note, it's also funny to me that when you got a bunch of brothers that are actually doing wrong, that are perpetrating the negative stereotype of what a man is, because you know, we being black males are quote unquote the poster child for uh, fuck boys and spousal abuse and all this other stuff. Anytime you got the minority doing that, it makes the majority look bad at the end of the day. And yeah, I thought it was pretty stupid that the whatever was it, a Dow soap commercial or whatever group was talking about destroy toxic masculinity. I mean, I understand the message they're putting out, but they made it seem like all men do that. So, all honesty, I mean, this might sound kind of crazy. I do see a need for accountability on both sides, because
Absolutely.
maybe we shouldn't be parading and celebrating a dude that's beating a chick's ass just for the sake of beating a chick's ass. That's not what I was talking about a minute ago. What I'm talking about is like the brothers that are actually strong and involved in this space and want to see a better change for better black positivity. We all got to come together instead of just letting society continue to run us to the ground, especially since it's gotten to the point now where the guy who was spearheading the manosphere, like you said, Kevin Samuels, he is now under attack by two different lawsuits. But my thing is this: two from the average at best girl, and there's, I don't know, some chick sounded like a Russian bride. It was on the O'Shea's channel, but basically for every black woman that's screaming out for protection from the black man, now is the time to earn that protection, because he did a poll recently where he asked if black women were happy, and it was a man's poll and a women's poll, and the answer, I think it was like 70K worth of sample space people, the answer was an astounding no on both sides. So now is a good time for those women that are saying he's valuable to stand up and protect him, because we're going to realize this. We already realize this. We're going to see this in the manosphere and say, okay, so you're continuing to say that we're not worth anything. You won't take our advice. You think what we have to say in order to help you understand that you're just as bad off as we are is irrelevant. So if you want the protection, you also have to realize that we are going to need to be lifted up as well. You can't yell out protection and then continue to bash and try and hold your foot on the neck of the person that's in your same space.
But if that is allowed to go through like that, then it's going to send a message that is if there if by talking about brothers you seek a positive result, it's never going to come if that's allowed to fly.
Exactly. And they're going to put themselves in that situation because it's already the start of a new year anyway, and they're still on that same narrative. And honestly, I think I'm kind of on the same mindset as Roger. It's like my girl now. I look at it like anything bad that happens to her, I'm going to protect her because and it sounds kind of dorky, but my mindset is like if I'm the one that's protecting and hunting and all the other stuff, the quote unquote basic male trope, then she's the one that is actually trying to make sure that I'm fed, that I'm able to heal if something happens to me whenever I get hurt, and so on and so forth. It's the yin and yang in the situation that I got. So would I protect her? You bet your ass. But as far as some random person on the street that got themselves in a situation, which is something that most media channels seem to forget, no, I'm not going out my way to protect them. If they're my friends, family, whatever, maybe. Actually, there's a good chance I would, but some random person on the street that just started some shit and then they couldn't get out of it, best I can do for you is call the police. That's about it. Because you do the same for me, except it would be me going to jail in this instance because you didn't agree with what I said. So you get what you give.
Hey, that's true, man. And peace to everybody on the panel, chat. The crazy part is this, man. This whole simping thing where guys are calling out guys for being simps. You know, on Roger's channel, I've pretty much just got my wrench and I've been throwing it out there, letting them know. You know, it comes a time when you speaking in general, just talking about, guys who are simps versus guys on the panel that are talking and things because if you have an issue with someone talking, the link is always in there. Ask for the link. The link will be given to you. But for you to sit here and chat in the chat and just type all day, doing all these names, I'm striking you out. Because point blank, that's what the link is for. If you have a problem, there's many of guys who had a problem with someone said they jumped on there, they expressed what they was going, and majority of the time, it's okay. I misunderstood, or I didn't understand what you were talking about. I get what you're talking about now. Versus, you a simp because you talking about the side of women. Okay, most men have daughters, and I want to come at it from both angles. So if we're talking about this way, what about the men? Oh no, you can't bash. No one's bashing the men. We're just asking the question. If we're going to look at the women like this, let's look at the men. I would say 75% of the guys that are in this space right now, I mean, we're coming on here trying to express like a tutorial on telling these young guys what we've been through to let them know not to go down this route. A lot of these young guys are listening, they're understanding that, okay, well, this is what this guy did, so I learned I have to move different compared to even though this guy went through this, he's a simp for going through it. No, you got to understand, as point blank, most guys are not taught certain things. We already know there's not a lot of men in the household. A lot of the women try to keep their kids away from men. I mean, unfortunately, when they get into school, they have male role models that they can kind of attach themselves to, and it's pretty much the women try to take them even with sports. There's a lot of kids don't even do sports due to the fact that learning things in sports. If you don't think your child's gonna be no actual glorified football player, not even just that, just the point of control, you keep them away from men. That's how you treat the boys. If you want to control your most women know if you want to control your son from the day he in your house all the way until you turn 18 and you want him staying until he's 42. You keep him away from much men as possible, keep him on a tight leash, and you do him like the water boy. Mama said this. Mama said this. That's the perfect way to do it. But the point of it is, when it comes down to these guys on the panels, I kind of explain this to them. If a guy come in with his point of view on how he's looking at things, maybe he doesn't see it as if we call it the manosphere, how he's supposed to be thinking. Let him get it out, because majority of the time we cut so many guys off, we don't get an understanding of where they're coming from. Ultimately, that's why I tell them the same way we do the females. If a guy comes on the panel arguing, talking about stuff, just let him talk. Majority of the time, he gonna put his foot in his mouth all the way, and when you break it down to him, he's gonna have an understanding. Well, I was taught wrong.
Hello. Thank you for letting me come up on the platform. As always, I love all these shows, man. That's and these are number one too. The Roger Report and Kev's show. Black men being brutally honest. I was cracking the fuck up when Kevin said the mosquito joke. So that's what I like too. Kevin is funny. Kevin is more like a teacher, that give you chances. So even with guys that come up, they're here for a reason. They're here because it's a learning experience. If they weren't here, that means that they're not trying to learn. But you do have some trolls too. I get that, but I'm quite sure most people who run shows know who their trolls are versus the people who are up on the panel trying to get a clear understanding. I think that the mediation comes in when you have two different types. You may have you may have half and half panel. I don't get into the blue pill, red pill, none of that shit, because I have always been my own man and my own boss. No woman has ever paid for me. I mean, I've never paid for a woman, but she's paid for me. I told Roger this in his show. So, I got that control, period. So there's no announcement needed there. I think where the jabs come in at is where first, the misunderstanding is that you may have a few guys on the panel that's married, a few guys that's not, a few guys that may have a steady girlfriend, and you may have some that don't have no woman at all. And they're taking their tones as being simps or either being hurt. And I don't look at it like that. It's a learning experience. I've heard words where people said, "Oh man, that dude must be unattractive. He must be fat on the other end, hurt, or he can't get no pussy." I don't even look at it that way. But I've read most of the comments. I've even screenshot some of them just to really assess this. I'm nowhere near a simp because I don't agree with a brother. You know what I'm saying? Because all y'all my brothers, regardless.
Listen up. Listen up, though. There's a difference between being a simp and being afraid of women. Okay, it's like if you're afraid of women, that might be a little simpish, but I mean, it depends on where you stand as far as your view. I'm not with calling women bitches and hoes every second. I'm not with cursing women out or feeling like if they come to this platform, I have to establish some kind of fake dominance. But there is a level of respect that goes with all of this. Another thing is I see some comments about people on the panel engage in the chat. One thing I would say about that is the host has every right to engage the chat first of all. But if the important thing, I would just say this. I would just say follow the host of the channel. I would say that. Me personally, if only if you say something crazy. Otherwise, I let the mods handle it. But if people are allowed to talk. People are allowed to talk on this channel, so it's whatever. But I know that there's a certain etiquette that goes with each one of these panels because the chat is definitely in a lot of these channels are made to respect. I mean, the chat is made to respect the panels themselves, or you can get timed out. So let's kind of have something mutual going on this channel at least.
Yeah, and you have different, just different people. You had some different people that kept coming to your channel last night. They was just on a different type of, you know what I'm saying? They agreed, but they was just on something different. They were here to try to understand. So it's like gaining a customer. You gain a customer every day.
I mean, I like chat engagement personally. I like panel engagement. I think they make the shows better as long as they don't get out of control or stagnant and talking about the same shit every day. Like, let me shift it to this way. How can a dude tell anyone? And you can interpret it this way if you want to, any way you want. How can a dude tell anyone about, oh, y'all need to be talking about this, you need to be talking about getting that money and all this other stuff, but we'll spend 3 hours on a panel with any of these little bitter, nonsensical females trashing black men. So, is it productive to trash black men as opposed to saying things about the behaviors of black women?
I was actually about to get into that because sometimes we as men can be aggressive to ourselves amongst. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. This alcohol kicking in. Let me try this again. Uh, my bad. Sometimes we as men tend to tear ourselves apart to the point where it doesn't matter if you're the quote unquote alpha or you're the quote unquote beta. You got stronger men that will always try and be around stronger men, which in turn pushes out the quote unquote beta males. And when the beta males have to find a place to go to, guess who they're going to be with? So in all actuality, whether you like them or not, you just got to realize that whatever skills they got, they're still men too. And without them in this sphere, it's just going to end up pushing them towards a different area to the point where we are creating our own enemy.
Yeah, yeah. Let me shout out to you, War Child, for the cash app. Appreciate that, and also to Sir Anthony in the chat. Thank you for the cash app as well. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, but Roger, you haven't spoken yet. You over there? No, you just had you.
Yes, I am. Yes,
Uh,
I am. Yes, I am.
yeah, notice you just had another great show. Um, so go ahead. What,
Appreciate that.
what do you think about the subject matter? I mean, I know you've discussed this on your platform at certain times. So shout out to Jim Rat. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Well,
And
I think that
Cam also.
there's
And
definitely a
Steve
psych.
Burke, thank you.
Oh, my bad, my bad. Uh, I think there's definitely a psychological component to this. Well, I think from a psychological aspect, a lot of black men are afraid of black women. We don't think about it that way because we think about ourselves as physically imposing when it comes to them, but we let them have their way even when they shouldn't have their way, and we'll make excuses for them to have their way. And I know people throw the term simp around very loosely, but my thing is a simp, and this is because it's always been discussed since I was a kid. Growing up in Chicago, simp is an old term. I know it's kind of seems like it's new to the internet, but it's a very old term. And a simp is pretty much a guy that's going to protect a woman from accountability that he has no vested interest in. And so if people call me a simp, I don't mind. I don't care. You know. And on my channel, they can call me whatever they want. They over there giving me views. I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? They can call me
Yeah,
whatever
we
they
do
want.
hate
You
bunch.
know, yeah. Respect my panel, but if you want to call somebody something, sure, call me that, because I'm behind it at the end of the day. But I think that from a psychological standpoint, a lot of us we have this thing where we are kind of afraid of women because we won't check them when they need to be checked. We won't tell them that their behavior is wrong when it needs to be told. Because if you think about it, and from my understanding, the black manosphere dates back about 10 years. Why does it date back about 10 years if it was already in our culture for men to take the lead role? And if we were already taking the lead role, what would be the point of the black manosphere in the first place? It would be a little bit different if we were used to taking the lead and if we were used to being able to confront women. I think we have been trained not to be confrontational with women. And see, confrontational don't mean violence. It just means you're gonna address a problem. And black men don't seem to, or at least enough of us, seem like we don't want to address women. We will get all in another dude's face because people say that term about if you're scared of a woman, You'll do that to a woman, but you won't do it to a man. I'm not gonna say none of that exists, because there is a small percentage of the population where they will attack a woman because they feel she ain't gonna do nothing, but they ain't gonna attack a man. But most of us will attack a man, but we will not attack a woman. Well, not I wasn't. I shouldn't even say attack. We'll address a man or we'll confront a man, but we will not confront a woman. So, from an overall standpoint, are we really afraid? And unfortunately, I'm starting to think that it might be way too many of us that really are afraid. It's something psychological going on with us because we're afraid to really address these women on these problems. And when you see another man that's saying something that you know is right and true, if he says it to another man, you're okay with it. But if he says it to a woman, you got a problem. Why is that?
I feel it. I think that what we need to do is when we feel that we have someone that's like that, ask them questions and then give them an opportunity to answer to see what the deal is, because uh, I don't want to feel like because I agree with some things that I'm a simp, or because or even to say, I don't even want to judge anybody else who have a lot of problems with women. You know what I'm saying? I just don't have, I'm neutral. You know what I'm saying? I've had a pretty decent, situation with mine.
I mean,
No,
if
I
you,
get what you're saying, but I personally, I don't really think the problem is men are having problems with women because I just don't see a lot of evidence of men being socially awkward, as people say. What I do see is evidence of men being unsatisfied with women. Cause when you look at the divorce rate, now I know women are more than likely going to end their relationship, including divorces. But when a woman asks for a divorce, the man has already checked out 9 times out of 10. Every once in a while, sure, you'll have a divorce where the man still love her to death and he'll beg to have her back and all that type of stuff. But why do men behave in a way that they know their woman's gonna like and she gonna end up asking for a divorce? He checked out already. So I don't even think it's that. We got too many divorced men around here. We had too many men who've been in long term relationships. We got too many men who've had children with women, but they not with those particular women.
And
So
half of
my
them
thing is,
don't
I
have
don't.
they don't have nothing to offer them. They get caught up on that pussy. You know what I'm saying? And she fine, she look good. Fuck that.
No. I get what you're saying, but my thing is, these men have had real relationships with these women. So my perspective is, the women haven't been good enough. That's what it seems to me. Men, yeah, I get that men don't break up with women, and I think that has something to do psychologically with our fear of women as a whole. But we've had the women, and we don't have them now. We want them, but we want a better version of them. So I just see it as the women just ain't good enough,
I can agree
and
with that.
we don't want to address that.
Yeah, it's like you get stuck on a certain type, and then, like, say for example, you like a woman that is quote unquote strong, shoots from the hip or whatever. But when that gun is turned against you and you continue to take the bullets, you continue to take the rounds, whatever you want to call them, you're taking the hits basically. And it gets stuck in your mind. You become psychologically tortured to the point where, like you said, Roger, you want to find a better version of what you like. But at the end of the day, that better version isn't going to come. So when you are actually around something that actually is better for you and benefits you, you are in a state of shell shock to the point where you overcompensate for stuff. Just like whenever you're out in public and you're dealing with women, if you've dealt with so many women that have destroyed your psyche, you're going to treat them the same way as the woman that you're used to being around. So there's no benefit for it. I think psychologically, we got to deal with the torment we've been through and become better, especially those of us who have been through divorces for no good reason, and we were told we were horrible fathers, or we were told that we didn't offer anything, we weren't worth anything. It it only increases what society is saying. It only keeps us down even further. So yeah, we definitely got to get past that.
all right,
Yeah, I think
fellas.
we
All
got
right,
a huge. Oh,
Well,
go ahead, Ken. Go ahead.
all right, fellas. I just wanted to put an example on the screen. I hear this in murmurs ever so often. And honestly, I don't really pay attention like that. But I notice things like when you hear a consistent, every time you do hear about this couple that has been consistent, then it has to be mentioned, especially if it's great for the subject matter. Now, look at the screen. That's John Legend and his wife Chrissy Teigen. Now, does anybody know about how she speaks of her husband regularly in public?
Don't you mean his handler?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I've heard how how she talk. He never speaks. She's the one that's speaking. She's very aggressive.
Hmm.
He gets spoken to.
Yes. She's even publicly called him a little bitch.
Yeah, and you notice his hairstyle ain't the same as it used to be because he used to have that little jacked up part. Now
Hmm.
she got that sucker straight with like a ruler.
Okay.
Well, I can say I've never actually heard her speaking to him, but every time I hear somebody mentions how she speaks to him, it's never been good.
Never.
Nobody has a good report.
You ain't got to listen to her, man. You can listen to the eyes. Look at them in the picture. They saying a whole lot right now.
Yeah, the body language is kind of off.
Especially the one in the left, man. It's like
Yeah, he off to the side, and she don't really want him, man. She just want him because his music and his money.
I'm not gonna lie, dude looks like he's been photoshopped into that picture.
I feel it.
Let me ask y'all a question. Do you think he's terrified of her? Or do you think that it's because he doesn't want a negative image because of what can happen if you put a woman in her place, especially at the celebrity status?
I do. I think that he got her for one because people kept saying shit about him about sexuality at once. So it's easy to go get him a little white girl or whatever, and he played that off. Think he kind of fell in love, and now he's stuck with her because of the kids. If he didn't have kids with her, that man probably wouldn't be with her.
Yeah, she got one. And also it's like I don't know. I'm just Chrissy Teigen doesn't do it for me. Without getting too far into that. I mean, I like being treated like that. I mean, even if you look 10 times better, I still wouldn't let you do it. But it's like to me, she has nothing to work with for the attitude that she has. Like it just, and maybe that's why she's like that because I mean, if I mean, I'm not gonna go into the shaming thing, but like, just like, do y'all know what I'm talking about?
Man, she flirted.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's for sure.
Yeah. She is.
She flirted with other men in front of this man's face. She did it with LL Cool J.
Yeah,
She's
but
an
Yeah,
attention junkie. That's it.
yep.
She does stuff for attention. Even with her Twitters and Instagram, I heard some ladies having a discussion one time. I was listening to a radio station, and they were talking about how she was talking about her I guess the baby dying or something, and putting it all out there in the public. And they was like, why? They was like, everybody knew you had the baby die. Then she ended up putting the pictures of the baby and all that in the hospital. They was like, that's nothing but attention right there. She attention junkie.
She is a subject of bad math, and by that I mean the whole reason she even got to the point where she's at. I said this on the Roger Report a long time ago, man. Let's just say she ranked a 3, right? Just hypothetically speaking, she ranked a 3, and over the years she ended up getting with a few 7s. So in her mind, once you do the math, she thinks she's a 10. So she thinks she can continue to have the attitude of a 10 while she's still a 3. And you can be a supermodel, but your personality will make you a 3. And that's how I think she is, man. That's why she's even acting the way she is. Like, look, you can even see in this picture, she's pushing the man into the couch to suffocate him and sink him into the sunken place in order to make sure her image is out there. All she needs is a teacup.
Is she Asian?
I don't know what she is.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right.
I know mostly of it is biatch, but
Shih Tzu.
yeah, yeah, it looks like she's getting away with this one cleanly though. This tweet.
Great day. Yeah, that's the face. That's the face.
Like, yeah.
It's like you can.
That's a hard ass smile right there, boy.
Damn. She don't
Well, I
respect you,
think
man.
that I think that you know, for him, if he's already psychologically afraid of women because he comes out of the black community, to me that explains why she can do all this stuff people saying she doing, especially in front of him. You know, uh, just out of respect. You know, if you like a guy, and even if the guy's a famous guy, you don't flirt with him in front of me. I mean, if you're gonna do it, at least do it when I'm not there. You know, saying that she flirting with LL Cool J dead in front of me, nah, that ain't cool at all. That ain't cool at all. You know, you got to
Hey,
at least wait till I walk out the room.
hey, you
She go
see,
up there. She got the arm out, ready to monkey branch, man.
hey, you
But
seen
you
what
know,
happened to the Salt God when he did his thing and some girl was twerking for him
Salt
and
Bay, yeah.
her boy, yeah, the Sorbet and her boyfriend and whoever came around the corner, she seen his face, she bailed out. She did her little thing with shaking and all that, but she knew she had a real man because when she seen his face, he was like, "What the?" All she said, "Pew! See no more, boy."
And see, that's the stuff that gets me, because as brothers, we got to be on code. Because if I know that if I see my boy with his girl, and his girl start flirting with me, it needs to be to the point where, number one, I'm turning to dude and saying, "Hey, your girl's suspect, man. You need to figure it out. This is what she was doing." And then in turn, dude need to say, "Okay, cool," and let that girl pick an Uber up and go home. I don't care if I got money or not. If somebody's supposed to be with me and they trying to monkey branch to the next area, they taking the Uber back and they gonna get that little 99-cent hamburger patty from McDonald's.
Hey,
I want to correct something. John Legend come from a mainly white background. You know, like he raised around just white. You know, ain't nothing wrong with that. You know, but so he wasn't really fully engaged in the black community, and he's one of those type guys that um, he was raised in the church and he has a very soft demeanor.
And
you know,
That's
that
interesting. I'm not gonna
but
blame the church on it though, because
Yeah, I
anybody
just
who,
about to say that too. I mean, come on now.
yeah, anybody who goes to church. Well, I mean, I know people say that like the black churches are off in a lot of ways nowadays, and I could admit there's plenty of black churches that are off nowadays. But if you actually grow up in church, there's a strong patriarchal image that will be painted to you as a child. And I know I got it when I was in church. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can tell me men are not supposed to be the leader. That's one of the main things I figured out as a small child in church. The other thing I figured out was that most men, no matter what your position is, if they go down because they allow a woman to do something that they shouldn't have allowed her to do, or they will do something for a woman that they shouldn't be doing. You know, so a lot of people's problems from a biblical context came from you not being the leader and you allowing the woman to lead.
You
we
notice
I
most.
don't think that's just a coincidence.
You notice on most of these pictures, he is like apart from her. It's kind of like they never
Photoshop.
supposed to be together. They're not in together, man. I mean, you're supposed to be all over your woman.
This Photoshop, man, I'm telling you. But Raj, I will say this much, man. It depends on the church, because back then you probably had churches that were more oriented on the mindset of the man being the leader. With all this new prosperity church and all this feel good stuff, it it throws people off to the point where it's like, yeah, this is supposed to happen. I'm supposed to get married. We're supposed to have the white picket fence, the little dog running around the yard. This is what I want. And that's to the men who aren't really realizing what's going on. That's how you become blue pilled. It's your environment. It's whether it's the church, whether it's the people you hang around, whether it's what you see on TV. And I think in John Legend's case, this man was probably like the darkest shade of blue ever. And when she came along, that just completed the equation.
Yeah,
So, whatever he had going on in his life, no matter who he was raised by, that only added to it.
yeah. But take a look at the screen. What happens when a blue pillar starts to go kind of purplish and then red? Like I guess he had lyrics about other women in his song and how I guess he said something to the effect of "There's women to replace you." So this is a tweeting tirade that she went on about it.
No, that means basically that album is hitting and it's time, it's his season for women to be all over him. You know, he got plenty of songs like that.
Well, my thing is, if that's not a released album, if that album's already released, that's one thing. But if that's some unreleased material, she's super bogus. Because this is your husband, number one. This is craft, number two. Why are you putting his lyrics out there? Period. I don't care what point you're trying to make.
Dude,
That's a no go.
if it was if concerts used to be like when you had like Teddy Pendergrass and Gerald Levert and everybody else out there, and the women would throw the panties up on stage, something tells me Chrissy Teigen would just take one glance and all the panties would turn to fire before they even hit the floor.
Well, I think.
I'm gonna leave on that note, man. I got work to do.
But listen, brother, let me say this. I think that his concert is not made on the level of Teddy Pendergrass and Marvin Gaye and all those. Not even Luther. I think that John Legend speaks to a certain audience, and it would be women like models. The average angry black woman wouldn't be coming to his concert.
You're right about that.
Like Nene Leakes say, she said, "Ooh, John Legend, ooh," she's an angry black woman.
Mm-hmm. And I think she don't want no smoke with the angry black woman he already with. So, all right, y'all, have a good one, Kev. Long later, habitual line steppers. Roger, same to you, man. Sheed, we here. I'm gonna catch you later. Nino, you have a good night, brother. Peace to the chat as well.
All right,
More child.
long live, brother.
All right.
Long live. Okay. Yeah, but yeah. Maybe I spoke too soon. Like his response to the first tweet. Instead of him saying like, well, you know what, goddamn, that's foul. I mean, you, what the fuck? You foul. He's instead turned around and said, "You didn't tell them the punchline, but I'm focused. I'm focused on you." Now, what, like, how, like, if it were your album and it was leaked before it was, just because she threw a hissy fit, what would your reaction be, fellas?
Where was it leaked?
What?
She leaked it because she didn't like the lyrics.
And I'd have been like, so fucking what? Hey, I meant that shit. Everything I wrote.
I mean, like,
Yeah, that's not a good enough thing for me. That there's no excuse for that, especially if it's unreleased.
I think she fucking with his money, cause that right there, that's totally foul. Record company, everybody could fuck him up on that. She could fuck him up on that.
But like I say, she attention junkie. And then you gotta look at it like this. When we was talking about all the pictures with them being together, that's a business deal. What you do with your business partner? You stand side by side and you take pictures for photo ops. Relationship, you kind of be more closer, more kind of snug.
You know what
This
we
ain't
saying?
nothing but a business deal.
We saying the same thing, see.
all right, Manos Furious in the chat. Thank you for joining. He said he should have checked her. So yeah, me, my personality, I definitely would have checked her ass.
I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, maybe he did behind closed doors. Maybe they're having conversations we don't know about. But if she's extremely flippant in public, let's just go ahead and face the reality that, maybe it's a certain way behind closed doors as well. But, that's their relationship at the end of the day. They just get to be used as an example.
She is crazy, man. That's the whole point. She is one of those chicks that if you don't text her back, she'll text you all night long. And I can tell she's that type. I don't think he want her, man. Just honestly, I don't think.
But see, it's good for business to have some type of relationship and marriage. Look at Jay Z. Jay Z couldn't be single all his life, so he had to get somebody that looked the fit, of his money status to, kind of promote him. He could have easily got some little ratchet girl up in New York, but how would that look for his, his status? I mean, look at let's take Nicki Minaj for instance. Look at her husband. Dude did his thing, in the streets or whatever. But when it come down to it, you got all this money and fame, and you gonna go back to the hood and get you a dude.
And
Got a lot of
it seemed like he the only one that she ever been submissive to. You notice that?
exactly, exactly. Look at her when she was kicking it with Nas. Her and Nas was cool. What happened with that relationship? But then she got this dude loyal than a mug. Even with that girl, was it what that damn girl my wife be talking about? Atlanta, no, oh whatever. Damn Yandy, whatever. Her little dude. This dude been to prison so many times, but done had like 2 kids, about just straight loyal to this dude. Like she's like, I'm getting the bread. I'm like, these women love that tight, but then when they get categorized and dudes start cheating the wrong, they look at like, why they do. No, that's what you like. No, don't get mad with what you like, because that's what you pick. That's what I tell dudes. Same
Like
thing in society.
Jules Santana, and
Yeah.
what's his wife? What's his wife name?
I don't
What's
forgot her name.
Well,
I don't be knowing.
I,
All I know, I
yeah,
seen she
but
look good though.
oh,
That's all.
Kimbella.
is it
Kimbella.
really important?
Yeah, Kimbella.
Yeah. Well, my thing is when you see a woman like a Nicki Minaj, you say that's the only man she's ever been submissive to. A lot of women want a man they don't have to be submissive to. So we looking at it like she's submissive. No, she got him because she doesn't have to submit to him. Could think about it. When she was with Nas, how you gonna run over Nas? If he don't let you, there's nothing you can do. I got fame, I got status, I got bread. How you gonna run him over? He has to let you run him over. So obviously Nas didn't let her run him over. So therefore she had to go to somebody who's going to let her run over him.
Well, I don't think she running over this
So I'm
dude.
gonna go get the criminal.
Yeah, not this dude here.
No, bro.
Not,
No. My thing is, women don't run over men in general. It's about their perception of what they can do. Because think about it, when even the dudes that they treat poorly in the street, when they treat their men like children in the street. At the end of the day, if anytime dude want to go upside her head, he get to go upside her head. She ain't gonna really do too much. Yeah, she'll call the cops, but when it's time to go to court and to press those charges, she gonna drop everything.
You know, I
So they
think
never really have control.
I
They
think
just want perceived control in their own mind.
I think that they had problems. I think that they had problems um, when she came out with that song called Barbie Dreams. Like the one like what Biggie did with all the rap stars and R&B singers.
yeah,
Uh,
it was all a dream.
yeah, and when she did it, when it came to Nas, she ain't say Nas in it, but this was the time she was dating him, and she kind of like was winging her way off from what's his dude name? You know who I'm talking about, the
So,
Meek
so,
Mills.
Safari. Oh yeah, me.
No,
Yeah.
Meek Mills. Yeah, they had an issue. They had an issue with her doing that song. Now if you married, I think if I'm married to her, I would have a problem with her doing that song.
Hey, for one, that's the money game right there. You gotta respect the money game, and when it boils down, no matter what they doing in that limelight, that's promoting that chaos and stuff like that. And even with what Roger was talking about, most women, even though that dude run that relationship to a certain degree, she could have easily stayed with Nas and did her thing and made their money, did their little power couple so-called shit, but she couldn't accept the fact. Now dealing with this other guy, even though he's old thuggish, ruggish, and he supposed to be like this manly man, he still got no control because she can put him out on the street with nothing, and she can tell him what to do. Ultimately, even though she in the light, she letting him lead and do certain things. Ultimately, she got the money and the power. Hey man, get out there and handle my lightweight. Go out here and fight somebody. That's what he got to do.
Well, all right, guys. Let me see here how many likes we got in the building. Yeah, we got 41 live viewers at the moment. We got 43 likes, which, yeah, that's a pretty good ratio. But if you haven't, go ahead and press that like button, especially you're on the way in. The subject matter for tonight is: are the majority of the brothers afraid of the black wahmans? I would take it from this. I think a lot of brothers are afraid of consequence. I mean, it's a lot of that fear does come from consequence. The consequence of if you actually said something or did something, that there would be an immense amount of consequence that are coming your way, even if it boils down to your reputation. You know, and also the fact that women can lie as well. I mean, they can lie about the most egregious things and completely get away with it. Brothers have that to worry about too. Their own personal security when it comes to this society as a whole. And it's hard enough on us, being under the constant scrutiny of a law. But we do, is like, what if you're in the midst of a controlling woman that does the things that, that these women express quite frequently on social media? Um, when and what I'm saying is, whenever brothers get caught up in bullshit situations, then there's the immediate gaslighting and the immediate blame on a person that might have just been caught slipping, because players fuck up too. I mean, but do you think any fear comes from that? The fear of consequence, the fear of losing something, that kind of thing, even if it
Yeah,
boils down to your very reputation.
yeah, most definitely. You got to look at it like this. You know, a lot of guys they get sucked. My thing when I talk about Kevin Samuels, I tell a lot of people, women go there for the blueprint. They go on there on how to get these six-figure guys and all that, and ultimately a lot of the other women go there because majority of them know they ain't finna get no six-figure man. They living that fantasy life. But the whole thing is when they're in this space right here as well, they're getting a blueprint on how to act like a woman that we want. And you only can keep that act up for so long to where when a guy sees them portraying themselves in a different light, it's up to them to leave. And majority of the time, like I said, if they kind of win them over a little bit and start breaking it out with this whole Respucia moment, where they, start coming at them all foul, a lot of men just kind of take it. I tell them, hey, leave. You ain't got to deal with it. Just leave.
Mm.
Yeah, and I think that he's grooming them too. Hey, look, this is how you get the six figure man, high value man. But he also need to be that man to lead as well, because he could throw you away at any time.
Leading is so subjective in this space. Like, people say lead, 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 lead. They tell brothers to lead all day, lead this, lead that. Lead what? It's like, how do you lead by a definition that you don't give to anyone? So Kevin Samuels in a way is kind of leading, if you want to be say that per se. I'm gonna like Marco Leonard's. I know he's kind of trolling, but he said, why is that a man? And watch the all caps, because I don't want chat bots here. Why is that a man can get thousands of viewers and super chats? Because obviously he's doing something right. Period. I'm not jealous of that shit. I think a lot of the problem with Kevin Samuels is that he does make the money like that when he throws a show. Now, would any of us want to do that same thing, have a show and then just get super chats? Yeah. You would be lying if you said you didn't.
But the
I
problem
mean,
with
it's a gracious move, but go ahead, Chief.
I was gonna say the problem with a lot of people don't understand. Kevin demand those super chats. Kevin demand those likes. You got to understand. A lot of guys, we're kind of just here for the conversation, letting things move on. You might have a situation where you put people in certain kind of, to the point where, hey man, just get the likes up. No, he demands it. Even with bringing these type of women that are coming up here, trolling or whatever not may be, he's sitting there showing men and women, this is how you act. This is how you behave. You got, take for instance, Roger's channel. You know, a lot of people been coming up to Roger channel for what reason? The topics, the discussion, and everybody's coming over because they like that. Now, if Roger was to do the same thing as Kevin, like, hey man, I ain't saying nothing till y'all get this thing put. Majority of the people who are really entertained, and they would just start popping those suits. How you think? How you think he does it? It's all advertisement. The whole thing is a gimmick. But the thing about it is, he has done it on a high plane for so long that majority of the time he just kind of nudge it a little bit and it rolls downhill.
Well, the
You
thing
know,
is, what I think he does is that he it's a certain type of woman that he gonna let come through anyway. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna get on his show and think you're gonna say anything. So it's an image thing. But what I was saying, I wasn't saying as in he teaching like we're teaching over here how men should lead. He's teaching that, hey, look, you talking about you want this high value man, but guess what? You got to be able to show what's so unique about you to where he can keep you, to where he should keep you. What do you have to offer? Because he's not looking for you. You're looking for him.
Okay. We have a new person up here. I think I saw you earlier. I didn't get a chance to listen to what you were saying too much, but we have Misogynoir. Okay, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Good. It's you. Okay. What's
Yeah,
going
it's
on?
yeah. Yeah. So I guess in terms of people like Kevin and things like that, the brother's right. Kevin demands the super chats, but the difference is Kevin is filling in a missing link, right? He's not so niche. His stuff is like he's saying what people need to hear because it's true, but at the same time he's saying it to the audience that actually, basically, the people who are still kind of stuck within that mind frame who want to hear that. So he's basically found himself a very good opening situation. What I'm still thinking is, how is he so successful even though he's still focusing on Black love? It's weird, but you'd have thought that the channel would have kind of capsized into like a 100K and then that's it. But he's growing and he's making more money than people with millions of subs, and he's focused on Black love. I mean, I don't know how he's doing it, man.
but who spends the most money?
Black women, I guess. So
Okay,
right, okay.
that's
Okay.
your own question.
Right. Yeah, so I guess we gotta stop making Black men based shows. Make it to the women or something, because we can make you guys more money.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a formula for success. And, my thing is that I stress over here is every time a Black man does find a formula for success, we shouldn't discourage it. I mean, and plus, like and then going back to the whole suing thing, he's getting sued. I mean, like, how many, if that's allowed to fly, how many BWs could we have sued?
What is he getting sued for?
He's getting sued by Miss Average at Best and some other chick or something like that. I don't
For being average. Like she should sue God, not Kevin. What?
But I mean, like I said, if that's allowed to fly, that's going to change the precedence of a lot of things. I think that is going to make things even worse.
I don't think they're going to win that case.
I don't think you're going to win that case either.
Yeah.
I mean, you were on his terms and his conditions as soon as you stepped up on that platform.
Exactly. That's fair use. She joined it. It's not like Kevin went out there finding her. It's like, yo, average. I look for average 4 or 5, but thinks it's a 6. Oh, there, found you. Nah.
Yeah. For one, she, like everybody said, she came to his panel. And then you gotta look at it for 2. If we're gonna start doing suing that and stuff like that, you got people like Howard Stern. Look at this guy was a tyrant on TV on radio for years. And the way he kind of handled the people that came on his show, and even all the lawsuits pretty much got dropped. A handful of them that kind of passed through because of certain little technicalities, but nah, man, that's not gonna fly. Because everybody, it's president. She the one that put herself out there. She the one that kept forcing the issue of him rating her. So that's an open and shut case. To be honest, I think she's just doing it for more status.
Yeah, of course. 100%. I mean, that's it. She's going to try to build her model.
Yeah, better grooming company is like booming right now.
100%.
be that as it may, we talking all this about her. I mean, but she's relevant right now.
And
So,
a lot of women are supporting her. That's the thing. So she's winning.
yep.
Who y'all talking about?
The 5 out of 10 girl.
Oh, the
Girl,
average at best girl. Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
average at best on Kevin's show.
Hey,
I'll give.
but the subject matter ain't welcome, Mr. Miracle. It's your first time here. Is basically, are men afraid of women? I see this. I see this really like this anti-black manosphere sentiment out
Mhm.
here, and it's not just about the it's not wholly about the black manosphere. It's about black men in general.
Are you talking about like as far as like on the manosphere versus the pink pill group, or are you talking about in
No, no,
real
no.
life?
No, I'm talking about in general. Like the black manosphere gets a lot of bad press because of the fact that it is a collective of black men saying a bunch of strong things, saying a bunch of things that people don't necessarily agree with. But I mean, if the truth is the truth, is
Well, I don't think that black men are afraid or scared of black women. I think that black men, and you can see it in at least I can see it in my family. The black men are conditioned to basically be up under the black woman. I mean, black men are conditioned to essentially be, you know, pack mules essentially for the black woman. So the black woman is going to tell you what to do. She's going to tell you what to think, and anything outside of that is considered, blasphemy. Is considered, it's a shock to the system. And so what Kevin Samuels is doing, just to pick up on you all's conversation that you all were having about Kevin Samuels, what he's doing is basically rejecting that and is sending a shockwave through the system. And but I don't think black men in general are afraid of black women. It's just that it's just like, is a trained, tiger or lion, is it afraid of the trainer? Not really. It's just been conditioned to follow commands,
Shit.
and that's what black men have been conditioned to do. Basically
Hey,
follow the commands of the black female.
Mr. Mayor, I know a guy I used to work with, and we both were moving furniture.
Hmm.
This guy was like, "Man, you pretty cool dude." He said, let me get your number so when I come back to Atlanta, we can kick it." Now, this guy from Houston. Well, not I don't even from Houston. I think it's from San Antonio.
Hmm.
But the fact that I gave him my number, you know what the first thing he told me?
What's that?
If my old lady call you, just let her know that I met you down here doing this because she be tripping.
Well, again, that's not fear. That is automatically this brother is dropping down under his woman and saying that she has to basically approve what he's doing. That's not necessarily fear. Again, it's not fear because let me explain why it's not fear. Because you can look at the message that Kevin Samuels has put out. He's basically put a spark underneath a lot of men, and a lot of men are like, well, wait a minute, why am I being a pack mule for this black female? Why am I following this woman's commands that's basically driven the black community into the ground? Why am I following behind somebody that is basically failed at being a wife and a mother and a woman? Why should and so it's not, again, it's as brothers start to snap out of this trance, I think we're going to start to see more and more pushback against this conditioning. I think it's more conditioning more than fear. Because I'm, I've battled with the same thing at times, and then sometimes I'm like, well, man, I got to talk to my wife and see what she. Then I think that's my blue pill side of the brain thinking. Then my red pill side and kicks in like, well, wait a minute, I'm the man. I do what I want to do when she gets in line. So it's just, I think that's kind of the battle line that's been drawn across basically the at least the online black community. I've yet to hear a lot of people talk about Kevin Samuels out, or the black manosphere out in the public, but I bet you a lot of people know about the black manosphere, that they're just not saying anything. So that's my suspicion. But I don't think brothers are afraid of black women.
I mean, have you guys read the book Willie Lynch?
I've skimmed through it.
Yeah,
I know what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this, what we're experiencing now, is literally stated in the book. You basically remove the image of the man as the head of the relationship. The government takes over the man's position, so the woman no longer respects the man, and then over across time, that subservient role gets put onto the man, and then he just got, like you said, gets conditioned to think this is a normal way of things, and he's got no reason to want to change things because he can't see. He's never seen it a different way before.
Mm-hmm. But see, here's the thing. My thing is, like people rail against, the matriarchy, and they talk about how the matriarchy is this and that. But the truth is that I don't think a lot of black men would really mind the matriarchy if it was successful, if it was actually producing, successful outcomes. The problem is that what we're doing isn't working. So we have to try something different. And the direct opposite of what we've been doing is patriarchy. And so that's going to bring you into confrontation with these black women.
See,
when
the
you
problem
shift
is
gears.
The problem is if other communities are practicing patriarchy, and patriarchy is more successful when you're competing for resources, and we're practicing a defunct version of matriarchy, we're never going to compete in the same level. That's the problem.
Say that again. Can you explain that?
Right. So, okay, let's use the white community as an example, right? They have all these feminist movements and all these matriarchal kind of sentiments coming into their community. However, when it comes to actual leadership, it's still men who do it. 54% of women still voted Trump, despite him being a so-called misogynist, right? So the point is, the women in white communities are still voting for men for the important positions because they still respect masculinity in the sense of making decisions, being logical, and those aspects of masculinity. The problem with the black community is we are taking on matriarchal form in the sense that women are leaders, but not even in a matriarchal way that used to work in Africa, where you'd have strong mothers and grandmothers building leaders and also leading in more kind of practical sense. Being faithful in relationships and being people you can trust, etc. So we've adopted a false version of matriarchy, and then we're trying to compete with patriarchy still in the white community, and that's the problem. If one community is practicing a more kind of a system that is able to kind of win better, let's be honest, patriarchy will win against other systems. If you're competing for resources in the world, we're going to be kind of falling behind.
But it's not really a true matriarch. This is what we have is a gynocracy. So you have basically which is even worse because you have essentially a female class is being propped up by the government. So that's not even that they don't even have legitimate true power. It's just basically been given to them by we'll just say the controlling group, I guess you could say. So that's so because in Africa there have been groups that have had matriarchal systems that have worked. So it's not like the system itself is bad. It's just that if blacks were competing and being competitive with other groups using the matriarchal system, then I don't think it would even be a problem. But what we've been doing up until this point has failed so miserably that we have to try something different, and that's what Kevin Samuels is actually pushing back on.
But you know why it fails so bad, right?
Why is that?
Because we always have outside sources coming in here trying to control things. You got to understand, back in the 70s or whatever, I say after Reconstruction, we built families, we pushed everything. Cut it now. We built families and pushed everything actually towards our communities. We made banks, had a lot of business, and as time went on, to make it better for other people, they start doing things a certain way to where to benefit them. Ultimately, we got the short end of the stick. A lot of men didn't bounce back. A lot of men then kind of work back as being the leaders of the household. And then you would have a time where we come in with welfare and all this other stuff to where they were giving these women a leg up in society. So every time we try to actually, bring the men back to the forefront, there's always some type of system or program that kind of pushes us back. So we're always fighting against that no matter what.
Yeah, but we're not but they're not forcing us to choose that. They basically dangled a carrot in front of you know, the black woman's in front of the black woman, and she's choosing that. So we have to be careful. At least, you know, in my opinion is we have to be careful in that we frame this in a way that we actually that we don't take away their agency. They're making a choice. They're making a choice to choose an unproductive man and to have a child with that man. They're choosing that. They're not being forced to do that. So I would have to disagree, you know, with that point. But I do see that there are outside influences that are trying to, you know, keep us you know, wayward and off the path. But at the same time, just because somebody presents a choice a bad choice doesn't mean you have to accept that choice or take that choice, you know. So we have to understand that we have agency over our own actions, and we can't use racism as an excuse for making poor decisions. I mean, I would say the way I look at it is this: uh if every we're talking about black women, if every black woman was making the best possible decision that she could make in the black community, whatever after she's made that decision, anything that negative happens that's an outside influence, I would be sympathetic to. But from where the black female, the decision making process, the decision making from now up until they actually are making the best possible decision, I'm not going to consider the outside influence as much because there's still so much room there's still so much improvement that we can make without even including the outside factors. Does that make sense?
Oh, so you want to look inward rather than outward? That's what you're saying.
Right. It was
Take care of us internally. That's what you're talking about.
right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if it's kind of like, if just imagine if every single, put it this way, if you put a gun, okay, if you put a gun to every woman's head in the black community, and this is hypothetical. I'm not trying to. I'm not. I don't wish anything bad on the sisters. I just want to be clear about that. But if you put a gun to their head, and there was somebody that walked behind each sister every day and said, "If you make a bad decision, you know something. You know, I'm gonna do something to you." Now, the way that they will behave under that type of scrutiny the way that they're behaving now up until between now and how they would behave if they were under that kind of threat, that's how much improvement is still there that we can make without even including uh other groups. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but
I, I understand where you're going, but you kind of got it twisted what I was saying. That
okay.
every time that we would try to do something like what you're talking about, a
Mhm.
so-called this gun experiment, you'll have outside sources coming in and moving that goalpost saying that this guy can put that gun on your head all day, but we'll protect you. That's what
Again,
I'm saying.
but I feel you. I totally understand that, but again, and you're taking away agency from adults. I mean, you know, every adult has a right to make their own decision. You have to look at what they're choosing. Is they're choosing, you know, immediate satisfaction or immediate some type of short-term reward in exchange for long-term destruction of their people. That's what they're choosing. So you know, so either, you know, so that's how you have to look at that. You can't say, well, oh well, you know, because if you look at it that way, then we'll never be able to do anything because there's always going to be other groups that are going to be work against what our agenda is. I mean, that's how everything works at a high level. There's always someone that's trying to take something from you so they can have it. That's just human nature. So you can't function, you can't be thinking and live your life saying, well, oh, I can't accomplish anything because there's always going to be somebody that's trying to, you know, defeat me or put me at a disadvantage. Because, you know, that's anything else. I mean, when you're in politics or whatever, even at your job, you're trying to outcompete the guy that's sitting next to you in some form or fashion. You're trying to, take his promotion or whatever to where so you and your family can have more money coming in. I mean, that's competition. So, you know, we're as a group of people, we're always going to be targeted. Look, there's other groups that target each other. I mean, we're not the only group that's being targeted. So you can't say, well, we're being targeted. So we're okay. We just have to throw in the towel and say, well, we can't really do anything because we're being targeted. You have to expect that. We're in a white country. We're in a minority in a white country. We will always be targeted up until the day that they completely defeat us and break us, and we're no longer existent. We no longer exist in this country as a group. So that's the goal. That's always the goal of other groups is to win. So you can't never escape that. You can't never escape that pressure from other groups. So we can't use that as an excuse.
Yeah, more or less not even using it as an excuse, but just saying that the adversary is always going to be against us, so we just have to move a little different. That's the same thing what we're talking about now with these whole men being scared of women, and I've heard on a lot of panels that you have majority of the system going against you. You have welfare, not welfare, but you got this alimony dealing with divorce, you got the child support dealing with guys, and a lot of guys just in fear for women just from that alone, let alone just being a man that can, I guess, that's not physically capable of defending themselves from women, or just in general, women that just run over guys, because majority of the women, they're not going out here getting these alpha male, they're going out here getting the men that they can control. It suits them better to go and get a man that you can control versus getting an alpha, which you always have to, stand behind and kind of let this guy lead. Because ultimately, if you get an alpha who's going to lead the house and lead everything else, you're going to have a productive life. But you got to take a couple of chips. You can't do what you want to do at all times. But if you're dealing with a guy that's, I guess, so called it, a lot of people say simps or whatever, then he just gonna roll over and let her run everything till he can't take it no more.
So you saying the beta is afraid of the woman, and the alpha is not afraid, or what?
Majority of alphas are not afraid of women. They just move different. You gotta understand, alpha male who's dealing with a female on his level or to the point, he's pretty much picking a woman that's kind of working with him, in the sense of marriage. You're going to pick a woman that you can deal with, you're comfortable with, and you're not dealing with no woman that's kind of going off the hinges every hour, every 15 minutes. No, alphas, majority of them, just, I say majority, they're not dealing with nobody that's not working with them. That's in general. I'm not, just like me, I'm married, been married 14 years. If my wife ever went up and tried to, go off on me and just like every single day to the extent of, we always have to fight, I'm out of there. Why I got to take that? That's even with the kids and all. My wife knows that we've already had this conversation. If we ever get a divorce, I'm taking my boys. And even if I don't get my boys, hell, she get her child support. But the whole point of it is, when things need to be done, she has to handle it. Because my whole position is taking care of them kids only. You'll get that child support. You're not getting no extra. We'll get split custody to the point where I'm gonna eventually get full custody of my boys.
Yeah, I dated the sisters all my whole life, and I just, I continue to date them. I stopped looking for a wife and just started basically dating. And I just said, okay, fine. I can't find one that's worth a damn, so I'm just gonna date. And I eventually found my wife. She's an African immigrant, and decided that I wanted to marry her. But at no point was I afraid of black women. I just didn't want to deal with them. I just didn't feel like dealing with it. It's too much drama. I don't like that. At a certain age, you just don't want to deal with it. And uh, I just think a lot of brothers are starting to wake up to the fact that, you don't have to, you don't, maybe some men are afraid, I'm not, but, maybe some brothers are afraid, and maybe men should be afraid considering the legal system and all, and that's that piece. But, just interacting with them, I'm not afraid of them. I can't speak for y'all brothers, but
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of them.
I mean, that's like with me to a certain extent. So the way you got married, I got married to a Jamaican woman. This whole SYSB, it's all new to me. And
SYSBM.
yeah, SYSBM. I mean, it's new to me, and so I got married to a Jamaican woman.
Mm,
Like I said, I wanted black kids, and that's what I dealt with. Because otherwise, I would end up going with a Mexican woman, or to that extent, or some type of nationality, but closer more or less to my skin complexion, because
mhm,
that's what I wanted. I wanted kids that look like me, you know, and that's what I dealt with.
mhm,
Otherwise, I gave a lot of women, a those women a try, but I always came up with that same scenario. You have issues, then you want to come into the relationship with your issues, or baggage or something like that. And if they wasn't willing to work that out before we got married or before we took everything to the next level, I wasn't dealing with them. And a lot of guys, they gotta expect that. If you're dealing with a broken woman that has issues in the past of family and stuff, and if you're not willing to accept that, you gotta just go ahead and cut it off.
mhm. Were you
Otherwise,
still
you're
dating?
gonna be dealing.
Were you still dating sisters, or you had just was you MGTOW, or what were you doing?
No, I kind of still with dating sisters, but it was a certain few that, like I said, when I started getting that pattern, I started cutting them all off. When it got to a certain point, I would date like different other women, but like either African or something like that. But majority, it was a black woman. I kind of see what your plight was, see what you was about, and then after that, I was done with it. Because I dated several women from different cities, different areas, because I actually went in and out of town, so I had that ability to kind of deal with different women versus what's just in my city. A
Hmm.
lot of guys didn't have that type of, to the point where you only had to deal with those women in that area. And then I started just looking at different girls with their professions, and I started dealing with women, that kind of more professional and everything, to where I knew you had to look a certain way, be a certain way. And you act more respectable at your job, you can be more respectable with me. So that's
Hmm.
why I kind of looked at that as well. Ultimately, like I always say to a lot of, this whole thing of not dealing with women until they start coming to the playing field, that's never going to happen. So the best thing you could do is only deal with women that are top tier,
Hmm.
because my thing of it, when I was messing with women, it's hard for most guys, but I wasn't fucking nobody that I was gonna put my dick in and possibly have a kid from, that was ugly as hell.
And see
No, I
that
wasn't. I wasn't dealing with no women like that.
that's the thing. I've never been. Well, I ain't gonna lie and say I ain't messing around with some women that I didn't want to have kids with. I don't go that far, but
Nah.
I mean, but at the same time, I mean, I always had higher standards than most of my boys, and it was just so much, subpar sisters out there that I was just like, damn, all of them are just something going on with all of them, and it's just, I honestly don't see how brothers can go out there, you know what I'm saying, and put all the money into all the clothes and getting your hair trimmed and all this stuff and only thing you got out there for you is basically a bunch of subpar women. I don't understand that side of it, really.
I'm gonna say this. I think there is some type of psychological fear. I know you wasn't here earlier when I said that, but I think black men have some type of psychological fear because we won't call stuff out the way it is. Like with any woman that's not with her husband and she has a child, and I get it if the man cheated on you, he made a vow, he broke the vow. I give you a total pass on that. Not even tripping. Okay. But anything else, why are you not with the person you had a baby by? Except for the fact that you are in rebellion to the man. There's no other reason to not be with the guy. When women say, well, but the guy's abusive. Well, he was abusive before you got with him anyway. You know what I'm saying? Before y'all really was in that relationship, you already knew he was abusive. People see signs of person being abusive. A person is not a whole other character before you get with them versus after you get with them. So when women say stuff like that, I don't believe none of them anyway. I don't believe none of them. There is no way you're gonna tell me that you're just so dumb as a woman that you cannot tell a guy is abusive until he actually starts beating on you. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
believe
I like to go under the women aren't dumb policy.
it.
I mean, I believe you're. I mean, if you got all that female intuition and you got all this smart and all this brain and all this education, you can figure it out. You want me to treat you like you are absolutely stupid and clueless, and everything that I do with you when you participate is my fault conveniently, and it's never going to be that way. I'm sorry. I mean, the law and WS says it's that way, and you are very accepting of WS, but I just don't think so. If, and like I said on that screen, if you procreate without establishing a home, you want her to be a single mother. I mean, y'all sitting up there talking that stuff about, oh, marriage doesn't save you from single motherhood. Well, if you don't try to make the marriage good, no, it doesn't save you from being a single parent.
No, well, it
See,
I
does.
see,
mean,
Wait a minute.
y'all brothers
Yeah.
think that men are afraid of black women. That's what
No, no,
you
no,
saying?
I'm
I
saying
say there's an underlying. I say there's an underlying fear because dudes not only don't want to call shit out, they will attack other brothers in that effort, and that
Well,
happens
again,
quite often.
that's the conditioning side of it. Again, I don't think it's fear so much as it is it's a conditioning. It's basically, it's kind of like that Stockholm syndrome or something like that, where you start to fall in love with the thing that's actually abusing you. I don't
But
think it's fear.
but that's the point. What I told you earlier, like about the guy with the cell phone thing.
Hmm.
There's a level of fear there for you to tell me that your old lady's gonna call me and to tell her me and you work together. That's a level of fear, dog. Like I mean, the Stockholm, you can name it what you want to call it. That's fear. If
Mm.
point blank, you put fear in your kids' heart when you let them know that the things that they do, they can potentially get in trouble. That's fear all day. And that's what it is that most women are doing to these guys. They're putting a certain level of fear in their heart to the point where if they don't do things that they want the right way, I've heard guys, I've laughed and heard about guys getting yelled at for not letting the toilet seat down. And I'm like, damn.
All right, may I interject, she? Because
Go ahead.
I want to say it in some way that we can really get this across. My father is in his 70s. I'm in my 40s. I'm in pretty good health. There's nothing that you can tell me about our physical makeup where I'm not at the point that I can take him in the fight. You couldn't convince me to fight him though. He's already established his dominance over me in that regard. You get what I'm saying? So until he's like well, hopefully that never actually happened to him. But if he never becomes one of those old people that really can't get around, or he start walking on a cane, or need a walker or something like that, in my mind, I would never challenge him. He already established dominance with me, and I don't have no problem admitting that. You see what I'm saying? There was two people that I would never take on when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I wasn't afraid of nobody, but I was afraid of Mike Tyson. I was afraid of my daddy. Point blank. Mike Tyson was knocking people out when I was all over the place when I was a little kid, and they talk about it at school. And I was afraid of my daddy. Them two dudes, I can't see myself challenging them. And even though my father's in his 70s, I still can't see myself challenging him. I just can't. Now, physically, I'm sure I could take him, but I ain't gonna do it. That's what I'm saying that black men have when a lot of them look at black women. If you think about it, if a man, if that bump in the night happened and a man had to go see about it, and it was another man, we fight to the death. We kill another man in our home.
Right.
But what if a woman was the bump in the night? Would you kill the woman? If you go downstairs because some woman's robbing your house, would you kill her?
She getting beat too. Hey, Roger, you gotta watch it now. You know your dad got that old man strength. If he can't beat you, he always gonna stab you now. I
Hey,
love you, baby.
I ain't got no problem. He ain't getting nothing out of me. He ain't getting no static out of me. Real talk. Yeah.
I mean, I guess, growing up, I had one of my aunties that, man, she used to do everything. Everything was difficult with this woman. From, she used to bathe us, she used to scrub the damn skin off of us, to basically overfeeding us, to whooping us extra hard. I mean, we were scared of her because she could physically do something to us. You know what I'm saying? But I've never been afraid of a woman, though. I haven't. I've never been afraid of a woman. Maybe psychologically, I guess I can kind of feel where you're coming from there, Roger, but I don't know, man. I've never been
Brother,
afraid of a
I'm
woman.
not afraid of women either. But when I look at what's going on, how can I say that there's no fear going on between black men and black women? Because what people call this red pill space and all that, this is all regular to me. I used to be walking around thinking, why everybody else crazy? Because y'all couldn't see what I could always see. You know what I'm saying? So my eyes was open to all this stuff when I was a kid, you know. But when I see how these men act toward women, it does seem to be some type of fear. Because if you tell the truth on a woman, they ready to kill you. Why they ready to kill some dude because he told the truth to a woman?
Yeah,
It's got to be
I mean,
fear.
that it's crazy, man. I mean, that's how it is. I mean, cause
I don't
I
know.
was the same. I was the same way when I seen a lot of guys, and I would hear guys talk certain ways and act a certain ways around women. I'm like, why you scared? I ain't scared, man. You know, you just gotta this what you gotta do because of this and this. I'm like, that's an excuse. Just tell her how you feel. Or, just do it this way. See, man, see you be coming, see you can do that in your household. I can't do that in mine. That's what men do. Hey, tell the damn truth.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like a it's like a secret code or something to do that.
we are sympathetic to single mothers right now, knowing they did wrong, knowing ain't no excuse for them to be a single mother, and we still sympathetic to them. From
But
you know what I'm saying, from black men as a whole.
but that's changing though, man. That's really that's changing fast, I would say.
But the bad part is I'm married to a single mother, and I told her the fault that she did when she had her kids. I was like, you let the guy play, even though he was kind of, did his thing, he was kind of debonair with it to a certain degree. But, ultimately he kind of tried to play me. And I'm like, dude, fuck. Like, I'm a man. I see through the bullshit that he's trying to come at me a certain way to, like, this and that and this how things go. I'm like,
Hey,
man,
hey,
just
hey,
shut the hell up.
How was he
hey,
trying
hey,
to
let me
play?
let me let me point this out real quick. Because I just want to just expose a bit of logic here. You see on the screen, I say stepdads are running short. Uh, Person in the chat responds, "What stepdads? I thought black men don't date single mothers." Thus, reinforcing the point that stepdads must be running short. The logic.
Some people.
Okay, some folks, I swear.
Yeah, when you just don't want to see something, you just don't want to see it. That's what that come down to. There's some people who just don't want to see it, even if it's plainly in their face. You know. So
Come on,
I mean I get, you know what I'm
you're making
saying.
it easy.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, women don't really have an excuse for being a single mother. I get a widow. I get a person getting a divorce over infidelity. You can at least say the guy broke the contract. But why are people single mothers for the majority point for a majority standpoint in the black community? It ain't got nothing to do with infidelity, and ain't got nothing to do with being a widow. You know, these people
Oh,
get divorces
oh,
for all kinds of reasons. These, you know what I'm saying? These women are having babies on purpose with men that they do not want to be under the leadership of. You know what I'm saying? And in today's world, with all the information we know, why would a woman do that to a child?
She don't give a damn about the child in most cases, man. I think she don't care. They don't care about these kids are basically just they're basically they gave the woman access to the system. That's why I say if you were to cut welfare off, probably the out of wedlock birth rate would probably go down by like half.
And
Half
then
or ninety
shit,
percent at
all of
least.
them. Because you
Well,
gotta
you had to.
understand.
Well, maybe wouldn't go down. Well, the reason I say half is some women are just reckless with with they womb. So you still gonna have that part, but it's a lot of women that simply get pregnant just because they want the benefits.
But you gotta understand, if all that stuff go away, a lot of women are not having kids. Even with they
No, we
reckless with their
agree.
wound, they'll sit there and go get an abortion, and they'll keep on
Yeah.
being reckless.
Well,
And
I mean that maybe.
I'm gonna say this to what Sunshine Girl has on screen that Kev has highlighted. He said that is dark and inhumane to kill your own child instead of raise it. So obviously she's talking about abortion. But see,
Mhm.
what's dark and inhumane is to have your kid without a father in the first place. That's really dark and inhumane. But all the information we have about this in today's world, you could have that argument 40, 50 years ago. Nobody really knew how bad things would get, but we know how bad it gets now. So
But
why
see,
would anybody have a kid without their husband now, or at least with the stay with the guy that they have a baby by now? It's too
and
much information.
well, and then that same argument that Sunshine Girl or whatever she just said about abortion, they'll see what they'll do is they'll deal with a man that they know is going to make a horrible father or he's not father material, and then turn around and get pregnant by the guy. So they've already, what I'm saying, if they're doing it on moral reasons or religious reasons, they've already pretty much forfeited their right to use that because they're already messing around with somebody that they shouldn't be messing around with to begin with. Even if you're not Christian, you know that what you do, you shouldn't be messing around with a man that's not father material because you could get pregnant. So then they circle back around, and then once they get pregnant by this deadbeat, then they want to sit up here and take the moral high ground and say, well, they don't want to have an abortion.
Hold on, Mr. Miracle. The simp coming out of me, because women and men do the same thing now. Women lie, men lie. I'm just my little simp comment.
Okay. I mean, but
I
check
mean,
this out though. Check this out though. Women have sex to make sure they have a baby. It's not like now it's possible that you can get pregnant the first time you have sex, but as adults, we all know that more than likely you're not going to get pregnant the first time you have sex with a person, which means the woman has sex enough times to guarantee a pregnancy. She doing it on purpose at the end of the day.
Yeah,
There's no getting around. She doing it on purpose.
yeah.
yeah,
And the
she doing
crazy,
it on
that's
purpose.
that's what I told you, dog. Like, I ain't gonna. I probably say it was one girl I kind of messed with. She was decent. She wasn't no bucket though. She was kind of on the heavy side, but she wasn't no bucket. Now, a lot of the other dudes I be seeing messing with chicks, and I'm like, dude, I understand you want some ass, but why her? Why her? Like, she's the type I would not go out and hold hands and none of that stuff. And these dudes they were just knocking this girl down back to back, back to back. And then one of them had a baby by. Everybody was like, oh, it ain't mine, ain't mine. Like, 80 y'all better go down there to that clinic. And I'm like, that's why I don't contribute to the gang rape. I mean, not gang rape, but the gang bang, whatever junk. I don't do all that, and I don't mess with ugly women to that extent when I was younger. Because my whole thing was, if I potentially have a baby by you, I'm not that dude that when you say what your baby mom look like, you gonna say, dog, it was one of them drunk nights.
But see, what I don't understand is like even if a sister want to be reckless with her, with her vagina, whatever she want to do, most other women that I've dealt with, what I'm saying, I've dealt with, women from different groups, they know better than to get pregnant. Like they'll mess with you, they'll do everything up to that getting pregnant part, and they like, nah, we ain't going that far, So why do women understand that, but in our community they don't get it? They always cross that line.
But shit
They
happens.
don't want to get it because their whole thing is running that victim narrative. At the end of the day, they want to be able to say that I was doing everything right. Because think about even the language they use. He got me pregnant. They don't say I went and got pregnant.
They say he got me pregnant. You had to have sex with enough men to even come up pregnant in the first place. Everybody got some parents. Do they have a child for every time they had sex?
No, hell no.
Exactly. And there's people with big families out there. You know what I'm saying? But so every time she wasn't already pregnant, do you have a child for every time couples have had sex? Absolutely not. It's not even close. From a technical sense, they say pregnancy is easy, but when you think about it, pregnancy is somewhat hard because people don't have people don't have kids just from having sex on a regular basis. Because you have people who've been having sex with each other for decades and they only get 2-3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of unprotected sex though.
Yeah. So you think y'all think that the dudes are afraid of the women, so that you saying that the woman basically punked them into getting them pregnant? You basically checked that nigga, told you gonna bust up in me, you gonna shoot up the club tonight, nigga.
Let me tell you something. I think a lot of people, I think a lot of guys shape their rhetoric based on the fact that they're afraid of being called names and afraid of being painted a certain way. Like the whole, if I say something on behalf of the bros or I say something to these women gonna say I'm gay or some shit like that. I mean, instead of standing up for what's right, they join the crowd. You don't think that there's a little fear that you say it's conditioning though. Let's talk about the conditioning though. Like, where does the conditioning come from?
Yeah, the guys who are afraid is the guys who like they'll say something to me because like if I be like, okay, but we all know if hoes usually have kids out of wedlock, right? That's just something hoes have been known for. You see what I'm saying? A guy would say something to me because I said, if a woman have kids out of wedlock, there's a good chance she's a hoe. Man, you shouldn't talk like that. Why shouldn't I talk like that? Ain't that the truth? You know what I'm saying? So why would you address me unless you have some type of fear of women?
Well,
So
they
it's a
probably
perfectly normal
dealing.
statement.
They probably either dealing with a woman that's got kids out of wedlock, or they probably have a close relative that's in that same situation. I mean, I'm not gonna sit up here and say that all women that have kids out of wedlock are hoes, but I would say a lot of them are.
But
we didn't
my
say
thing is,
all women
I'm
though.
not even painting that
Okay.
picture. I'm just saying hoes usually
Yeah.
have
Okay.
kids
I
out of
agree with
wedlock.
that.
The
I agree
label,
with
that's
that.
the label.
Yeah, I agree
Majority,
with that.
you'll label majority of the women that do that are hoes. Majority of them.
Listen at
You
this
know,
same
Well,
shit in
I'm not even saying majority. I'm just saying
I'm,
hoes usually have kids out of wedlock. That's
they
just
do.
something common amongst hoes.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
true. Yeah.
you know, you have the ones that kind of slip up and everything, but the majority of them, they out there buck wilding and doing their thing, and they get caught up.
Yeah, and my thing is, I'm not even talking about women as a whole. I'm just simply talking about the hoes. If I just simply say, well, hoes usually have kids out of wedlock. Why are you saying that? Why are you talking like? See, that's some type of fear. They're
They blue
reacting to
pill.
some type of fear, like at that point.
Yeah, they those are blue pill brothers, man. They still in the matrix. They still plugged in. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I'm just saying though, that reaction is out of fear because I'm not even talking about women in general. I'm simply talking about what the common result for hoes.
Yeah. I can't argue with that point. That's true. Uh, I
Yeah,
still don't agree with y'all brothers saying that brothers are afraid of women. Like I don't buy that shit,
I'm gonna
man.
make a real quick point. It's like when is it that I've been saying this for years and I've never gotten a clear answer from a female. I mean, this whole notion that it takes two. Since when have females not checked penises for condoms? Like, why wouldn't you require a man to have a condom present?
They don't want you to wear a rubber. They like how I feel without you wearing one.
No, I'm just saying. But if you could get pregnant or catch an STD,
They don't
I
care
mean,
about that. They don't care about their future kids either. They don't give a damn about that. That's my point. They don't care.
yep, they don't. And I mean, and I think that it's a scary precedent it is a scary precedence to enable females to not do these things, like enable females to do these things continuously without accountability. It's like, how dare you want to make me believe that you're not smart? I believe that when people are smart enough, at least not to hurt themselves. So if you just let a dude stick a dick in you and you don't care about whether a condom is there or not, you want it to be a single mother. Period. Point blank. I mean, and then even without the baby part, you still got STDs. You're trusting that every man got a clean penis? I mean, that's on you. I mean, STDs don't care. STDs ain't asking, hey, STDs ain't saying it take two. I'm telling you just like this. You got that STD all by yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
All right. And here we go. What's that? Sunshine Girl, welcome to the panel.
Is that Sunshine Girl out of the chat?
She said somebody invited me. I mean, I don't remember inviting you, but obviously you have something to say.
Yeah, let's. I'm glad she came up. But please tell us.
I mean,
please explain what you've been talking about in the chat.
Once that link is in the chat, hey, anybody can step up.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You got the floor.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, this is my first time on this show, and I came here just because of the name of the channel, Black Men Being Brutally Honest. And so I'm one to be objective about things, where I know that I'm a Black woman and I have my own experience, but that's my experience. That's not going to be everyone else's experience. So does that make sense to you guys, that what we have as our experience isn't going to match what everyone else experiences?
So you starting off calling us dumb?
I didn't say that.
Oh no! I mean,
well, you said that.
We don't understand your experience is different than ours.
Please,
that we're kind of stupid.
Please inform us. Please tell us about your experience, please.
She got the floor. She got the floor.
And I just want you to know, I'm gonna be nice to you, but I'm just saying that's something Black women do generally. You say certain things that really imply that you're talking to stupid people.
I didn't mean to offend you.
I know you didn't even mean to.
I'm not sorry.
I'm not even trying to suggest you did it maliciously.
No, I didn't mean to call you. I was not trying to call you dumb. If I meant that, I would have said it.
I think that was more of a jab than at what we actually thought. I mean, I think that was born out of sarcasm.
Okay.
Talk to us. Tell us about your experiences.
Well, I am a single Black woman in my early 20s, 97. I don't have any kids. I'm a product of a single Black mom. Well, I'm really not just her. I'm a product of a ADOS Black woman and a Haitian American man who I love and I respect. I love both sides of my family. I'm very connected to both sides of my family. But I just did not grow up with my father in the home for various reasons. And one of those reasons being, he was a religious fanatic. He would, beat my mom and, would try to get abusive with me, but she didn't let it get that far in time. And they were he wasn't always like that from what he's told me. I've heard stories about how they spent time together in college and knew each other in college for years before they had me. I was a planned pregnancy. Mm-hmm. And yet at the same time, in all of those perfect circumstances, you have the result of the man is not in the home. So I have other Black female friends whose, backgrounds are not just Black females, Black boys, Black men who also came from single parent households where the single parent is a single mom. And even though their experiences aren't exactly the same as mine, it was always because, some disagreement between the mother and the father justifies both not being in the parent and the kid's life. So then when I look at my white friends or my Asian friends, their parents may be divorced or separated and have two separate households, but you see that whatever disagreement is there, they're still, you know, being present in the kid's life. So that's something that has always like confused me, you know, because I'm seeing within my community, my Black community, Black women always showing up for their children, but I'm not seeing that. And I'm seeing that in other communities where I see
Do you
women and men
let me
showing up for their children, but I don't see Black men doing that.
let me ask you a quick question, and you can continue. Do you think maybe these outcomes that you're seeing, that you've experienced, do you think it has anything to do with the way that perhaps your mother and other Black women are selecting their mates, selecting the men that they reproduce with? Do you think that has anything to do with the outcomes?
You know, I actually do, but there's
Well,
only
tell us
so
about
many.
it.
Yeah. So before I go on, I would just want to say, like, there's only so many. I know guys like date a lot of women just in general, you know, because it's a man's world. Like, you can have sex with as many women as you like, and the risk for you is not the same as it is for a woman, you know, and the scrutiny is not the same for you as it is for a woman. So there's only so many like chances that we have in like dating and selecting mates to make sure that it's the right decision. So I think that one of the things that my mom maybe could have done better with was not being so because at the time she was, I won't say a religious fanatic, but that was what she bowed down to. She submitted to him and, you know, and Adventism and everything. And I don't think that I think that she should have seen that that was a red flag, that, hey, this may turn into something else in the future, you know, and he began to isolate her from her other groups. And, you know, she was a singer in the choir, you know, and it was
So
a
you,
really big deal. And, but that was demonic or devilish. And I speak, read, and write Japanese. And my own father even told me that just because I do that, I'm studying Japanese, that's demonic, you see. And instead of immediately rejecting that, I think she followed that because no one ever loved her as far as, you know, a man loved her the way that he loved her. And it was very obvious. It was very, very obvious. He was very protective of her, you know. And to this day, like, if I take away the religious fanaticism and the abuse, you know, characteristics from my father, he's a great man. He's a great guy. But I feel like women, our nature is to love and to trust. So we're not looking for, you know, the bad in a guy. We're looking for the good in a guy. And
like that.
we're quick to submit to a man if we feel that he truly loves us and can provide for us.
Can I just say real quickly? Y'all know Hitler had a lot of great things about him too, right?
Who?
Hitler,
Who is that?
Adolf Hitler. Never heard of him?
Oh, Adolf. I didn't hear you quite correctly.
No,
I
yeah,
haven't
Hitler.
studied much of
Hitler.
European history.
Okay, well, Hitler had great things about him. Stalin had great things about him. Every man has some good things about him. There's no man on planet Earth that don't have something good about him.
Okay.
Well,
So I mean, you kind of brushed off like, well, this man had some good in him, therefore he was worthy of my mother to
No,
accept. That's kind of how you presented
I
it.
will clarify what I meant by that. I will clarify that. What I will say is that she prioritized love and security over safety and over her own preferences, over what's realistic.
did her father help her choose this man? How did what male uh had a hand in her choosing this guy? Your father, I mean.
I don't understand your question. Do women help you choose a woman?
A man
Sounds like
approaches
she understood the question with
a
that
man
little snapback.
a man is gonna basically pitch his offer to a woman. It's up to that woman to decide to take me up on my offer or not.
Yeah.
Right. So there's no way that there's no way that a woman could help me choose a woman unless it's arranged marriage, because I'm going to talk to whatever woman that I think I want to be with. That could be
Right.
dozens of women.
That's why
A
I
woman,
don't really
a, wo-
understand your
that's what I'm saying.
question. Are you saying
Okay.
that women need help to make smart decisions in
Yes.
choosing men?
Yes, I
Oh,
think that
that's what you believe.
yeah, I believe that black women do not know how to select a mate for long-term relationships. I really believe that. I believe that black
Yeah.
women would do much
Yeah.
better if they had their father or a responsible a responsible relative help them select their mate.
Oh, I think my
So
phone
I
is about
believe
to
that.
die. And you're breaking up really badly. I gotta get my phone charger.
Yeah, I think it's you because you kind of sound bad. So I think it's you. I
Yeah.
hear him clearly.
Hope I can get this plugged up before it dies on me. I didn't
So
even know this
basic,
was
let's
charged.
recap. So basically, her mother selected a guy, and it probably most of the decision was probably made off emotion. It blew up in her face, and it didn't work. I mean, how many times have we heard this same story? We've heard this
20 seconds.
story.
I'm still trying to put my charger into
We
the
hear this
button. And
story all the time.
okay,
They don't know how to pick
clearly.
mates. That's the
Now I can
problem.
hear you clearly.
I believe
Can you
me
hear me?
too.
Hey, real quick, real
I,
quick, real quick, real quick. Hey, Latoya, if you like to step up on the panel as well, you go right ahead and do it. Trying to. I'm inviting you up, Latoya. I'm trying to achieve a little balance here. So, if you want to, but let's welcome the newbies to the panel, and while Sunshine Girl, gets her sound issue straightened out. So, we got Donnie, we got Chief Cook, and now we got Absalom Pianke.
Yeah, you doing?
what's going on, fellas?
What's up, brother?
What's
What's
up,
up?
y'all?
And Donnie, long live the habitual line steppers. Well, he'll chime in as soon as he gets a chance. So what's up? What's going on? What y'all thinking about?
Well, I just heard what she said. You said,
Renzo, yeah, go ahead.
go ahead. Okay. Women cannot find men. Biggest problem is not just that. It's just how you raise men, and the biggest problem we have is we all know majority of men are raised by women, and the problem is a lot of people don't want to admit that, and we don't see it, everywhere. We don't talk about it. Steve Rogers is not going to talk about it. But biggest problem is how you raised that man. And most women have not been raised by their fathers as well. Yeah, so it goes both ways. Wonder why we have this problem here because we not been raised how to uh, love each other, teach each other, and find us someone special. We're still looking at TV and movies and rap videos and listen to all these people who claim they know how to relationship that they're not been married, all these so-called degrees in relationship, and they got no married, no kid, no nothing. You know, like Steve Harvey got 3 divorces, and now he's an expert all of a sudden.
Well, I'm gonna say this to that because a lot of people say that. How can media be such an influence in all the negative stuff, but they can't influence nobody on the positive stuff?
Because
So,
that's all they watching. That's
no,
all we
well, no,
watching. We
no.
see it every day.
This is what I'm saying. If there's positive images on TV, now I grant you got to search a little harder for them.
Oh,
I
you gotta
grant
do
that,
more in search.
you know. Um, and
Look
but
at all
my
the
thing
Tyler
is,
Perry movies, and look at all these soap operas, and look at all this stuff. Name me one.
no, brother. I'm not arguing that if there are bad images on TV. That I wouldn't make that argument. That would be a silly argument. Okay, I'm not arguing that at all. What I am saying,
Are we saying this because of television? That's what you're suggesting?
no,
Oh
no.
no,
What I'm saying is people get a lot of negative things off TV, but I never hear anybody say they got anything positive. The people say, well, I didn't have this person in my home. If I would have seen it in my home, maybe I would have done better. Do you literally need to have a good father in your home to recognize a person that can be a good father? Do you
Yes,
literally need one in the home?
yes. No, someone told me, what's the old story? Well, no king, there is no kingdom.
So it's basically the man's fault. That's what you're saying. The
No,
father.
no, that's man for because we've been brainwashed. No, since no, we all know that book. Uh, that book where it was about slavery. What's
So
You
let
talking about
so
the Willie Lynch letter,
so
probably.
let me ask you a question. So you know it's a lot of brothers might do time or something like that, and not all of them, but a lot of them will come out and they'll tell younger brothers, "Hey, don't do what I did. You know, stay out of trouble, stay in school, whatever." But how come you don't see sisters telling younger sisters to, don't get pregnant, don't deal with certain type of guys? Why do you think that happens?
They do tell us that.
Who?
But not now, now that damn day, not
Yes,
movies,
no,
not.
every day that I grew up with my single mom, there was always a talk about I wasn't allowed to date or do anything just because of that. And
So why
she
don't y'all
made sure
listen?
that I had the best sex education and everything about birth control, about condoms, about making sure that you test for STDs and everything.
So
And
you
that
you
and
think you
that's
think
good.
that
That's in
happens,
your
Jeff?
household. But would you say that's
That's just your
culturally?
household.
Now,
Would
I
now,
you
think
say
it's
hold
that's a
on.
cultural
I think
thing?
it's cultural too.
Well, gentlemen,
Because
That's true.
my whole point to what I was saying earlier, the information is always there. People act like they don't have access. I get that some people have grown up without a daddy in their home. I get that, and you will lose certain things because your father wasn't there. I get that. I got my, what I'm saying. I got plenty of some of my closest friends come from single mother homes. I totally get that, and I got a lot of people I'm related to, and a bunch of daddies around. So I get that there's slight differences, but my thing is this lack of information. I do not know how to pick a good man because I didn't have one in my house. Even though you got an uncle that's a good man, you have a grandfather that's a good man, you got teachers at school that's good men, you have people in the church that's good men. You got all these examples of good men. When you ask a woman did she go around in life with other men? Did she feel protected? Did she feel safe? Was she around good men? The answer is always yes. So how do
no, the answer is not
you
always yes. My
no,
experience is completely different. I've always been
okay,
generally afraid of men because
Well,
of
that's
what
just
they
okay.
have done. My mom was
But
molested
also,
by men in her own family.
well,
So
that's just
black
your
men
Hey,
and black men
hey,
in the
also,
church.
also,
hey,
mom was
one
not
second,
doing
one
that
second,
job.
one second, one second. Let me speak real quick. Is somebody willing to jump down? Because Latoya's trying to come up.
I
Uh,
think I'm in here twice. Okay. So one of them, because I had to rejoin.
I
So
I'll drop down. This she
No, she
is
said
it?
she
Is
automatically.
in here twice.
oh, she's in here twice, so she ain't got to get
Yeah.
down. Okay, so is okay. Can you still hear me?
yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, I took that one away, so I'm finna
Thank
eject it.
you.
Now you were
Rolling.
saying you
Okay,
you
okay,
were
step
you're
up.
scared of men.
Can
so.
y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Donnie.
Yes.
All right, I got my mic right. All right, cool. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the sister was saying that she's afraid of men.
And I'm going to explain that. Let me say this. It was
Yeah,
a
I'm on.
black man who, on my way to cheerleading practice, I lived in the hood, and I went to a good school. We started cheer practice at 6 a.m. Sometimes even 5 a.m. We didn't have a car. We had to take the train. So we have to walk from my house to the train. Right down the street, it was a black man who held us, all three of us, my mom, myself, and my brother, at gunpoint and raped my mother. It's only because of our obedience to my mom that all of us survived and she didn't get shot in the back of the head. But he was,
You
and
had
he
a
got
super
he got what he
traumatic
deserved. He got
experience.
triple life and everything. But that was a black man. Every tragic thing that has happened to me in my life, you guys. And I'm not saying that this means that all black men are like this, but it has always been from a black man.
So black
But
boys can say
So you
anything
hang
as long as
around
they get
black
beat to
people,
the
is what
bullets
you're
by a black
saying.
woman, though.
Yeah,
but
So
would
you
have
that's
feel
been
triggered
bad
You
if
by
it
it.
would
basically
have been
saying
from
you
a
hang around. Hold
So
on, hold on, y'all. My thing is this:
my
you
point
hang
in
around
saying
black
that
people.
my
No,
point in
ma'am.
saying that
Hold on
my
one
point
second,
in
ma'am.
saying
Hold on
that
one
was
second.
to
Ma'am, could you hold for 1 second? You hang around black people. I get that. Everything that happens to any group of people normally happens by the group of people that they're involved with. So to
Correct.
say traumatic experience happened to me by a black man, so now I'm scared of black people. I'm
I
not trying
didn't
to be
say
little
I'm
what
scared
you're
of
saying.
black people. I didn't say
No,
I'm scared of black people. I said
okay,
I'm
no.
scared of
Okay,
black
black
men
men. Okay, black
Because that's
men.
what
in
you hang
So
out with.
general,
so
That's exactly
every
generally
what you
this
speaking.
is the
And it's
point.
not
The point that
because,
I'm making is the point
no,
that I'm
sir,
making is, and I'm not trying to belittle your experience, ma'am.
I
If you
have to
let me talk,
correct
you'll
you.
hear what I'm saying. If you don't let me talk, you're not gonna hear me. Okay. What I'm saying is, women of every culture. There are women of every culture, period. Whatever group they happen to be. If it was a Mexican woman, there was a Mexican man that did something traumatic like that to them. There's a Chinese woman where some Chinese man did something traumatic like that to them. I'm not trying to belittle your experience, but
Hmm.
what I'm
Hmm.
saying to you is, if something like
And you
that,
are right. You are so right. And you
yeah,
are so right. So what I said just now was the whole point of me saying that was in response to what you said. You were saying that, well, how come women are saying that they don't know how to make good choices of men when they're surrounded by good men? Me, I wasn't surrounded by good men. So you can't just paint all us women with a broad stroke and say that, oh, we should be able to make good decisions
no,
because we're surrounded by good
I
men.
didn't say
That's
you
not
were
the
surrounded.
reality for a
I
lot
didn't
of
say
black
you were.
women. A lot
I
of black
wasn't
women
saying you
do
were
not have
surrounded
good
by
men
good
in their
men.
lives.
That no, what I was saying was not that you were surrounded, because there's a lot of people who ain't got no daddies in the first place. What I was saying was there's always some guy they say there was this good man that they had around them. Whether it be a pastor from church, whether it be one of the teachers at school, whether it be one of their uncles, whether it be their grandfather, they always say they have an example of a good man.
I don't have
I've
that
never
within
heard
my own
one
I
go.
don't have that within my own race, sadly. And I hate to say that, but my teachers, because of the schools that I went to, that my mom worked her ass off to put me in, my teachers were Asian, white, Hispanic, Indian. I
Okay.
rarely had any black teachers. I
Are
rarely
you
had
in a
any black
relationship?
classmates.
Are you in a relationship right now?
I would like to
No,
make a statement. I would
no,
like
I'm
to
Have
make
not
you
a
in a
ever
statement.
have you
relationship.
ever
I'm
dated?
dating.
Have you ever? So you're not dating.
I am dating. I'm not in a
Who?
relationship. Do you
Okay.
understand the difference?
Are you dating a black man?
I'm dating an African man, I'm
Hmm.
dating a black man, and I'm dating a Japanese Iranian man.
Hmm.
A
And what?
chap funny, man.
So you dating them all at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah, which
And
means
that's
that
her
we go
choice.
on dates. We don't do anything. We go on dates like normal people.
Jap-
Sometimes we'll go kayaking. I know one of them that Saman, he likes kayaking. The other one, we just go to college events together. So, and
Why are
that's
you
kind of our
dating a
day.
black man? If you said why are you dating a black man?
Because not all black men are the same. We're not a
Well,
monolith. So,
but
like I said,
you just tried to
you try
paint
to paint a
like,
picture.
yeah, you just
no,
tried to paint black men with a
I
brush,
didn't.
and
And
your
Yeah,
and
you
your
did.
African
the
Americans,
comments you were making in the chat, you
There's no
were
good black
very
men out
well
here.
trying to do that. So I mean,
I wasn't trying to do that. I was
yes, you
speaking from
were.
my personal. Well, let me correct you. I'm sorry. I was speaking from my personal experience.
Well, we're
But
not a
I am an
therapy
objective
class.
enough person to not let my personal experiences dictate every decision in my life.
And who's helping you? Who's helping you choose a man?
What do you
How are you doing?
my the women in my life have helped me choose a
The
man.
women in your life cannot help you choose a man. You need a man to help you choose a man, not a woman.
You interrupted me. You interrupted
I'm
me. My
sorry.
mentors, my male mentors who are not black, sadly, again, sadly, my male mentors also help me with my decisions. My therapist is male.
Hmm.
How old
So
are you? How old
I'm
are you, ma'am?
20, I'm 22, going on 23.
Oh, you young. You're a baby.
Okay,
Okay.
let me say something real quick, fellas, and I'm gonna fall back for a while because I know we got a lot of new people. But this is my thing. You've been through an experience, and I understand that's having some type of effect on you. I get that just by how you're speaking. But my question to you is, since you are afraid of black men, why would you date a black man? Can you not see
Because
that that's gonna turn out bad?
I'm not afraid of him. Do you understand what I'm
You
saying? I call
you did
this
say
is
you were
called
afraid of black men, and now you're saying you're dating a black man.
so
If you
I
have a
will
fear of
I will
black
I think she
men,
said
clarify.
she did. I
will
think
you
she's
let me
trying to say
clarify what
is
I meant by that, sir? So what I'm saying is that in general, yes, in public, I'm distrusting and afraid of Black men. It takes and they either confirm that fear for me, they either prove me wrong or they prove me right.
What,
I
what does a
This
man
understand.
Black
need to
man
do
proved me wrong.
to prove you
Wait,
wrong? How about
wait a
that?
minute, y'all. Wait a minute.
In order for
Let
him
me
to
just
get on
hold
your
on,
good
hold on.
side.
They
Where you
come from
from?
ET. I'm a
hold on.
friend.
Let me say one thing, please, to the young lady, ma'am. I ain't gonna tell you how to live your life, but if you have an underlying fear of Black men,
No,
the
it's not an
last,
underlying
uh,
fear. It's not an
however
underlying
you was,
fear. It's
okay,
a
you
fear
have a,
legitimized by past
oh,
experiences.
how,
That's
okay,
not
ma'am.
underlying.
However the fear is, if you have a fear of Black men, why don't you respect the Black man that you're dealing with enough to just simply leave him alone? You are not doing him any favors.
Who
This
are you
your
to tell me
situation.
who to date? Who are you
You're,
to
Is
tell
your
you're
me who
I'm
to
not.
date and
therapist
who
I
not
just
to
Wait,
date?
requiring
wait,
you
wait,
to
wait,
date a
wait,
black
wait.
man?
I can date
Hold
whoever
on,
I
I
want.
just said.
hold on.
Hold on. I've just said that I'm
The
not
true
going to tell
colors
you how to
come
live
out.
your life. I
The
You
true
literally
should
colors.
just
tell
said
you
that.
should tell white people not to date Black people
Man,
because of the history
ma'am,
we have with each other.
ma'am,
If you're
ma'am,
making that
ma'am,
argument.
True
Oh,
colors.
ma'am,
There's a true colors.
Whoa, whoa,
ma'am,
whoa.
Fellas,
ma'am.
Kev is talking.
Yeah,
Let him
yeah,
talk.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry,
Y'all see,
Rock.
she ain't. Well, I don't want to say nothing to make her
Please
that
don't
upset, but
insult me because I haven't
I
insulted
already,
you.
no. I'm not insulting. I already see certain issues there with you. But what I'm saying to you is, because you fear Black men are not who you should be dating because it's not going to
And
turn out
that's
well.
your
And
opinion.
can you
And that's
no,
your
pass your
no,
opinion.
no,
situation?
no, no. That's wrong. Yes, she does. Well, wait a minute. Wait, sister, where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
Okay,
Oh my
Texas.
God.
Okay, you
She's
Texas. Okay.
And
surrounded by black
I'm
men.
See,
pro-Black. But
okay.
me being
See,
pro-Black doesn't mean that I just completely just turn my eye to obvious brutality against Black women that I have seen from Black men. Just
Like
blatant.
what?
And yes, those incidents do happen within your own group of people, but to the extent and the degree of violence to which I have not seen that in any other community but the
You
Black
wouldn't.
community.
Because
You
What?
don't
I
hang
can
out in
tell
And
you
that
why. Oh, wait.
I have
I can tell
friends,
you
I
why.
have
I can
connections
tell
from
you.
China.
I can tell
I
you
have
why.
friends from Iran. I have friends who are Mexican. I have friends who are Angolan and African. So I'm very well aware, and I'm very well aware of what's happening in their communities and
you only
how
see the light
and the
side of it.
I
experiences
can
that
tell you.
they've
You
Okay.
had.
only see the
I
light
can
side
tell
of
you
it.
Hold on, hold
firsthand.
on.
I've been to a lot of these places that you just named.
Bro.
That's some bullshit. That's some
Yeah,
bullshit.
you only see
Wait,
the
wait,
light side
wait.
of it.
Wait a minute. Wait a
I'm
minute.
sorry.
Okay. I'm telling you why there's a violence. So
White
violent.
men are not dumping their women in
And
dumpsters.
let me explain to you.
Green
Okay.
River Killer.
Let me
Green
explain to you
River
something here.
Killer. Go Google
Y'all,
Okay.
Green
y'all,
River
y'all
Killer
gotta
and
let
see
it be
how
one
white
at
men.
a time. If you
Yeah.
don't let it be one at a time, she's gonna feel attacked.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me explain why there's so many violence between black women. Like I said earlier, majority of all of us, some of us, have been raised by women. We have not been raised by men.
Right.
We get and there's a lot of reason and a lot of reasons because of that. Because our mothers don't know how to raise men.
Right. I
The,
agree.
the government has brainwashed. You heard of the William Lynch book?
Yes, sir.
You need to read that book,
I've read it.
and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Again,
So
Yeah.
you should know that it's design. It's made by design. It's just
exactly,
not,
Yeah.
it's nothing
exactly.
you gonna
And
just sit
at
up
the
here in
same
front.
And
time, and
we got anger.
so
Our
And we,
first
I was actually raped by a Black
our
man
first
as well.
abusers are our black
And
moms.
I had the choice to either call it wasn't extremely violent, but I was raped by a Black man. I was date raped by a Black man. And so I had the choice of either calling the police and going through the whole thing of, taking him to court and everything, or just trying to deal with it on my own. And
And
I
this is the
chose to deal with it on my
wait.
own.
Do not do it on. Go seek help. Go seek therapy.
Yeah.
I'm glad
No.
you're
I
doing
dealt
that.
with it on my own, meaning
Yeah,
I got help. I didn't take
don't.
this man to
But
court
see, the thing is, now, see, here's the thing with
just
me.
because of that. Just
Yeah, that's
because
why I
of
say you shouldn't be out trying to navigate in the dating environment on your own. You're not
I'm
equipped
not on
for it.
my own. I'm not on my own.
Okay, well, as long as you have a man that's helping you with this
And I
process,
do.
okay, good. Well, then you're all right. You're doing the right thing then.
I didn't need you to tell me that.
I know, but
Here's
I
the
did
I
bottom
don't know
tell
line.
why that's even a
Hold
part
on,
of the
hold on,
All right,
conversation.
let
fellas.
let Donnie get it. Let Donnie get
This
it.
is
Let
what y'all
Donnie
are
get it.
missing.
You're fucking cancer.
She's
Oh,
fine. She
now,
has help. She just came on to tell you y'all was wrong. Give you her story. and she's fine. There's no need to go any further.
Can
I,
someone step down, please?
I don't even know why the conversation is continuing at this point. She's perfectly fine.
That's good. Okay. I can say is this: no, there are some good black men and some bad ones. Y'all know that. It's hard to find. Like I said, 'cause we're raised right. So I me and my sister for doing that, but still trying to have faith in us, which is good. And she got put all that blame, and you got your head on your shoulders, sister. And my prayer goes out to you.
Um, ma'am, let me ask you a question. Why didn't you pursue charges on that young man who committed a crime against you?
Because it happened right around everything that happened with George Floyd and the uptick in the riots, and I was in an area where that was really bad, and it was just way too much for me to deal at that point. And I felt like what if I call the police and they
Did you take your
go
family?
after him and kill him unjustly or something? I
Yeah,
was
tell us what
So
attracted you to this man. What
You
what
want to
did
know
you
hold
see in
on,
this
guys,
guy?
guys,
hold on.
hold on,
So
gentlemen. Let me give y'all a recommendation. Let me give y'all a recommendation because I ain't talking to her. I'm not a professional, but I already see enough stuff. There's nothing she said that has surprised me. I would not engage with this any longer. And I would advise y'all not to. This is not the right person to engage with under these circumstances. This is not the right person.
yeah,
Why is that? Because I
that's
shared
basically
my
what it is.
experiences
No,
and they
no,
don't
no, no.
match up with what you believe?
No, I just wanted to ask you some
It's not
questions.
that, ma'am.
So when you say that this black man basically sexually assaulted you, and you didn't want to call the police in a time frame, black men were getting lynched as per usual. You didn't feel like a rapist was worthy of getting shot by the police.
I didn't feel like what?
A rapist was worthy of getting shot by the police.
No, because apparently, you know, the very same people that we're marching for, they're beyond reproach. And like I said, I am pro-black. I was raised to be pro-black. So
So
even with my negative experiences with black men, before you're men, you're black. So, and that's where I connect with black men, is that we have to unite more than we're fighting against each other. But when
Okay, you and that.
unison doesn't mean that we ignore certain things, right? So in that moment, I had to make a personal choice of what I was mentally capable of handling during that time. And during that time, I was not ready to go through the whole process and I couldn't even prove that I had been raped,
You couldn't or
because I
could?
know
Yes, you
I
can.
know how
Yes,
that
you can.
Oh,
works.
Gentlemen,
Hold
gentlemen,
on,
I'm
fellas. I'm
I'm
going somewhere
advising
with
y'all to
this
leave
one.
this alone.
Hold
No,
on.
Donnie, don't, brother.
Wait a minute.
Trust me, don't.
Yeah,
Tell them.
don't. I
Wait.
wouldn't even
Next question. I got some law enforcement.
I
I
I just
got to ask a question,
take your word for it.
ma'am. Okay, I got some law enforcement question. I have to ask
And
you.
just so you know,
Wait,
you
wait,
have your followers are calling me all kinds of dumb bitches and everything. And this is exactly why I
wait,
didn't go
ma'am.
forward with taking
Okay,
that guy to court with rape, because this is how people respond. That you've got your followers in there saying she's lying and all of this stuff. That's exactly why I didn't do anything, because do I want to open myself up to
ma'am,
that
ma'am,
kind of persecution? No.
ma'am. I'm
okay. So
well,
you gave me the answer I was looking for. That's what I was trying to get around about to
Why
get
were you
to.
looking for a specific answer? Why
If
weren't
I
you looking
may,
for the truth?
if I
I'm
may, hold on.
sorry.
Excuse me. I
Excuse
got
me.
that.
I was for the truth, but I wanted you to give the answer
How could you know what the answer is?
because of the way you stated it. You stated that you didn't want to go to the police, which told me that you didn't feel like you wanted to be in that situation. So that was the truth I wanted to get at. I just wanted to see if you would tell it.
Excuse me, sir. Hold on. I got some law enforcement background. I'm thinking something right now.
Hey, fellas. Hey, fellas. First of all, I got a couple of announcements to make.
Oh boy.
That shit was gonna go south like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had to get her out of here before it did. Number two, everyone that steps on this panel, and I'm going to put it up in the description too, this is fair use. This is fair use. meaning that when you step on this panel or on this channel, you agree that everything that you say on this panel and any image that you use belongs to this broadcast. So
Got
yeah,
it.
that was going south there. She really did not, I don't think she was up here to, make this conversation
If
productive. This was going to go somewhere else.
She was
So
up here to
if
be a victim and say black men ain't
if
shit.
I may
Every
if
time
I may
y'all told
approach
her
fellas, I'm
something,
sorry.
she already had the answer for it. Y'all said go find a man. She magically had a male mentor. Uh, she was up here to spread chaos. I
Iranian
just
dude.
wanted to see what she was gonna say in the terms of
No,
her
I ain't lying.
allowing a rapist to be on the street and how she was going to defend that. I'm always
If
curious how they do that.
if I
I,
may approach
But I do
fellas,
want to say
and
something. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say something about this as well because someone who experienced law enforcement, she said a report that, and I'm glad you just said it. The last thing, why you having a rape on the street if you didn't want do that again, you should have done that. You're absolutely right. But but she but she,
I mean, but
I
what
want to
I'm
say something.
saying what I'm saying is, is sometimes it's just better to err on the side of caution.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
I'm
like,
gonna
Just
say
can I
this,
make a
y'all.
statement?
I'm gonna say this. Sometimes y'all got to, regardless of what we want to do, if you can identify somebody who's not mentally healthy, you got to
Hmm.
disengage. Period.
yep.
Yep.
And
That
I
that
was just
person,
about to say something along those lines.
yeah, that person,
Out.
in my opinion, and I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I deal with enough stuff. That was not a mentally healthy person, and she was
It,
not the right person to engage with.
I am an expert. If
but she
if I may
don't
hey,
approach the bench,
agree.
but hold on. Let's move the conversation along. It's over. It's done with. Let's keep going. I mean, when someone does show up
I can
like
tie
that,
this in. I swear to God, I can tie this in. I can tie it all in right now. I live in Texas, in North Texas, near Dallas to be exact.
and
This
introduce
type of
yourself.
woman
Who's
right
this?
here, she is a fucking diamond. But it goes to a deeper culture. And I was gonna touch on culture, but I'm sorry. I don't.
No. I just want. Who is this speaking?
It's Renzo.
Renzo, what's going on, man? Yeah, I know you're trying to get up here for a few minutes, so yeah, go ahead, spit.
Oh no, man! I was just gonna say I wish she was still on, but it's cool. It's probably best that she not even be on, man. This is exactly why women should not be allowed in certain spaces, in my view, at least. And I don't give a shit how that sounds, misogynoir. I don't see. Here's the thing, and I was gonna say about culture, and like I said, I live out here in North Texas near Dallas, and when I tell you that nobody hates black men, like regular black men. I'm not talking about thugs, athletes, players, and I'm talking about regular 9 to 5, blue collar, getting it in the mud, regular fucking black guys who don't want no fucking trouble, who probably wouldn't pick up a fucking quarter or, you know what I'm saying, outside the street, outside of popular. They hate those fucking regular type of black
He's
men
right.
out here like
He's right.
never before.
He's
I've
100%
lived in
right.
DC, I lived in Maryland, I lived in Detroit. I lived in New Orleans. I lived all over this. I've never just came from Portland 2 years back.
Can you
Never
come to
seen
Memphis,
it like I
Tennessee?
seen it out here in North Texas, especially. They hate regular black men. You
He's right.
must be an athlete, at least a thug, a super thug. You can't even be a regular thug no more. Remember how in the 90s and the early 2000s, sagging your pants, beating up a couple dudes on the yard, shit like that? Nah, that ain't gonna fly no more. Like, you need to be a super fucking thug now. You need to be like Ray fucking enforcer or something. Like, that regular shit
Baby
ain't
boy.
flying no more. And these black
You're right.
women, I'm telling you, they hate. It took me 10. I've been out here 11 years. I put in 11 years out here. Not a fucking peep. You know what I'm saying? Like, the culture out here is fucked. Don't get me wrong. Black folks, our
Well,
culture is
damn.
fucked everywhere we go. But see, that's the beauty of us. We're creative people. We create rock and roll, hip hop, every fucking
We
thing
our
you could
own enemy.
like.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? We create out of fucked up shit. But I'm telling you, Texas, period, is something in the water out here. This shit out here, woo,
You ain't been in
11
Tennessee.
fucking years.
You ain't been in
Well,
Tennessee. I'm in Memphis, Tennessee, man.
Oh,
It's
you the
seen rough
home of the
here.
clan.
Oh no, that's way West Memphis. That's West Memphis. But
Same
down
different
there,
shit. Same cracker river, same shit. All the
yeah.
same to me.
Yeah, I'm
These
in North
crackers out
Texas
here,
too,
whoa.
brother. I'm out here with you.
I know exactly what I know exactly what you're talking about. Because when I come back
Yeah.
and
And it's
visit
like, here's the thing,
Atlanta,
fellas, and it's not
they
like
give me
I
the
ain't been
same
in the
look.
field. I consider myself a decent looking dude. I've been in the field. These black women only submit to thugs, athletes, and white men. And see, here's
Yep.
the trip part, fellas. They will submit to damn near any mediocre white man.
Oh yeah.
Any damn near
You know
mediocre
you
white. Don't
you
even,
know he got
so
money.
all
Yeah.
that fucking, fuck the money.
Hey,
They don't want. They want the white skin and genetics and white baby and the status. That's all they want.
The
Everything
hair,
else, fuck
and
it.
don't get
It's
the hair now.
cadaverous after that. Fuck the
Don't get
hi,
the
money.
hair.
Kevin,
Kev,
They only talk that money shit when it comes to us.
Kevin,
Kev, you there?
Don't forget the hair.
Kev, you there,
Yo,
bro?
Kev.
yo, what's going on?
Would you mind
Good, just chilling.
expanding the panel so we can see who's talking? Because some of these people are new and I'm not sure who's talking.
Oh, okay, all right.
Is that okay?
That means I have to stop the screen share for a moment.
Are you gaming?
No, he's no. This
That's
is
me.
Donnie's screen. So Donnie, I'm gonna stop your screen for just a moment. I'm gonna put it
Hey,
back up
you
though.
ain't stopping me from gaming.
I was about to say that. Who's that gaming?
Okay, let me.
I've
There you go.
Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, that's Tan. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? How you doing, man?
All right. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Well, my only point to folks, because you got to keep in mind, in America, you got freedom of speech, but on somebody's platform, you don't have freedom of speech. We can only say and do what they allow us to, because they can
Mm.
always take something down, and they can always misconstrue stuff. People could take clips and try to paint bad pictures and all that. And if you see somebody, if we're not 100% sure that they really okay upset now, and don't get me wrong, I understand a lot of people we look at as they being a little bit off, but I'm gonna say again, I'm not an expert, but in my humble opinion, I think that person had a clinical issue that needs to be dealt with before she starts engaging in conversation with random
Bro,
guys on
I'm
the
telling
internet.
these black women, they just like that out here. Don't even talk. The more
No,
valley girl, the fucking worse.
No,
she's
no,
the
I've
chick
seen
she
that
and I've
she
seen
was more
that
than
fine ass
useful,
black
bro.
women
avoid.
literally throw themselves. Bro, my field is the video. I'm video technology. I've been on sites, literal side. Did a junior NBA event just last year. Fine ass, all kind of women in there. I was working camera 3. Fine ass black woman come over there. Dark brown skin too, like dark skin, like you know what I'm saying, like fine as hell. Number white boys all around on that white boy shit, like oh yeah, do it like this and all that. You know what I'm saying, all that extra shit, bro. When I tell you, she was literally throwing that shit was like a fucking Bang Bros set. And this is a public
No,
event.
brother,
I'm getting paid for this shit,
I
type of
guess
shit. You
I
know what
can
I'm
believe
saying?
all that. No, I'm saying that particular woman,
Valley
I
girl
think
like
she's
threw on
worth
the
it.
white accent, like oh god, touching all on them and shit. And I'm like, wow, dude.
Okay, but this is what I'm
I'm glad
saying.
I
In
ain't
her
seen that.
particular case. In her particular case, I'm thinking she's a little bit more off than what you would say when she first started talking. You know what I'm saying?
She's a
I
more
had
free on
already
this
knew.
panel, you mean?
Well, I mean, bro, when she came on this panel and she started talking, brother, I already knew that she was gonna say a
Oh,
story
you
about
already,
being
yeah, with the
raped.
Valley
The
girl
only,
and
only
my dad and this and oh
no,
yeah.
Her
no,
mother
no,
was
the
raped
thing
too,
that
right?
threw me off, I
Everybody
didn't
was
expect
raped.
her to
So
say
was they
her
black
mother was
men.
raped and the kids was there with her and all that. Like
Oh,
she put on extra to the
At
story that I
gunpoint.
didn't even expect. I knew she
right.
was
And then
raped.
she threw.
You know what I'm saying?
I love the Lifetime
Based on
saga
her
she
story.
threw in there with the oh.
No. I'm just saying that when she first started talking, I saw enough stuff about what she was
Oh
saying,
yeah,
and the way she was saying it. I was like, okay, this
yeah.
woman is gonna say she was raped at some point. Now, I will say
Mhm.
it did surprise me
No.
that she said her mother was raped too, and the kids basically had to watch. That did take me. That did
God.
catch me off guard, but I knew she was gonna say she had been raped, and you know what I'm saying. So my thing, if I start seeing stuff immediately, that's why I say to y'all, man, don't engage with her. That's just the wrong one. You
Well,
know,
Even
I
she
shit,
think
was
that
even
off
before
to
the rape
somebody who
happened, I
was.
already knew she was fucked in the head. Like I already knew, because like I said, she went to talking about these events. She started coming with the anecdotal evidence, and I'm like, baby girl, everybody on the panel could come with anecdotal evidence and use that as a generalization if they want. Come on, man, that's. And then when she said her age, I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. And then the rape, I'm like, oh yeah, it's shit is a lifetime fucking. I saw this episode so many times, like just like you and man. It's a culture,
Make a
bro. I'm
mistake.
telling you.
I really don't think the girl was crazy. I think she was just maximum liar, and you do that by being the most victim that you
Well,
can.
she's young.
It's a culture.
I
I
I
would like
think
to
And,
make an
she
opening
and
thought.
statement.
see
I think
how
she thought that she was
many
doing
times
them. I think that she thought that she was doing a favor by saying, well, it wasn't that kind of rape, but we was on a date and he date raped me, and I didn't want to put him in a position to be locked up and killed during George Floyd. That was to show her blackness, but at the same time, she just don't need to put
Nah.
herself in this situation if she know that she just really hate motherfucking black men.
if that even
Yeah.
happened, if that even
I'm
happened,
telling you, bro.
All that, everything
and
that she was saying was
They,
was
they
was
when I tell you
sideline,
they
man.
hate black men with a passion out here, like the Klan don't have a chance. Klan don't
I like
stand
to
a
Look,
make an
fucking
opening
chance.
statement.
I'm
a
just
lot of a lot
look.
of
What Roger
especially
was
younger
saying.
women,
11 years.
a lot of especially younger women, they will come on, and instead of trying to battle you with logic and go back and forth with you with common sense, what they'll do is they'll hit victim mode. You can't argue with emotional victim because that makes you the bad guy. And regardless of how logical you are, they're the victim and you're just XYZ. That's just all it was. She came on here with that mentality. She wasn't trying to have a productive conversation. She just was trying to fuck everybody over on the panel by saying she was a victim and you're probably a rape enthusiast or some shit or whatever they say.
I didn't like when she kept talking about black. She compared black men to every other race that she's dated. We don't care about that.
That's all they do out here. That's Texas. That's Texas black women all day.
But you know what that
But
says
I,
She
straight
don't
up
That's
believe
too?
what they
what
do.
you gonna
That's
say.
exactly what they do all fucking day. Like,
Yo, this tan, this
and the
tan.
more valley girl they are, the worse.
And what were you gonna say? She
no, I was just gonna say pretty much what you was saying about her, man. That was all true. A lot of that stuff she kind of made it in and just mixed it all up. You can kind of tell within the story how she kept saying certain things that everything wasn't adding up.
Hmm?
To the
Right
point
here.
where she kind of got raped and at gunpoint and watched the man. He got triple life. To the whole incident of her having an issue of being raped herself. I mean, it's and then you still
And
dealing
then
with
the
black. I
Iranian
know,
dude,
Hmm. Her
yeah,
mom was
I know
raped too.
black
the
women that
Iranian
that, that
dude
got
saved
raped
her.
like that. Yeah, it was.
Wait,
I
wait,
know black
you
women that
said the
got raped like
Iranian
that.
dude
They
saved her.
won't even deal with a black dude just in
He had a
general on the
ponytail.
fact that
If
it
y'all
just
don't get
don't
the fuck
fact.
out of here,
And there's something, and there's
He's
something
still
that
a
you guys
dog
are
I don't
man.
missing on this subject.
I don't
She
believe her.
dated she
I don't
she
believe her
dated.
story, but I do believe she was crazy. I'm that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't believe her story, but I do believe she was crazy. She was more off than just an off person. Like she was like off for real. Like
Where
she really needs somebody to handle her affairs.
where it went left with me was when when they asked, well, why did you go and date a black man knowing that you have these issues? Said, well, you can't tell me who to date. That's
And
what let me know right there.
why and plus why she
But
dating three men? If you can't serve for one. Now if we were three.
You breaking up,
because
bro.
these women that's
But see,
out here
y'all didn't
having
hear
more
what she
sex than
said though.
dudes think they is.
But y'all didn't hear what she said. She said she had a guy to
Hey,
only go to college events. I got a guy to go kayak. She got her
Exactly.
men to do certain things.
Yep.
She
Yeah.
let her
Yep.
carry
Y'all
herself.
gotta pay
That's
attention.
how they
But she
roll.
ain't. But she ain't
Give
put.
them enough
But
time to talk. They'll
but
tell on themselves.
she claimed she ain't putting out for none of them. though. That's the other lie.
Hey, that
that's
Hello.
and she wonder why if it's so called true,
She
then
she
that's why
putting
these
out,
men are trying to take advantage of
She
her
putting out,
because
bro.
she
she
leading them
she
on.
putting
Well,
out
just
everything but
No, she putting
fires.
out all three.
She
hey,
putting
nah. We
she
not
hey,
putting out
gonna
everything but
hey,
fires.
hey,
listen.
hey,
We can just
gentlemen,
drop that one,
Kev trying to talk.
fellas.
Hey,
Fellas,
Yeah.
hey, has Tan had the opportunity to say anything yet?
I'm trying to. Can y'all hear
Yeah,
me?
go ahead, Tan. Tan got the floor, y'all. Go ahead.
Uh, what you guys are missing out on this as well is when you see women that talk like that and say stuff like that, they make black guys do extra work just to be level ground. So, and within her
Exactly.
talking, and I just moved to Dallas, Texas. So the guy who's speaking about Texas, I haven't experienced it yet, but I know what you're talking about because I myself as a guy like you, I don't game bang, I don't sack my pants, and I get that attitude everywhere I go in Atlanta and
Mhm.
Seattle and Texas. So I already know what you're talking about, and that would be a good topic too. If someone want to do a topic about just a normal black guy that's just doing his everyday work,
Regular
why are we
nine to
getting treated
five.
so
Yeah.
bad? Yeah, it's really horrible. Even my brother, he's
It's
like
just
I said, he's 18 and he don't deal with black girls because of that
Mm-hmm.
attitude and how they talk to him. It's not like he's afraid of them. It's just he just don't got time for it. And he's seen me date Hawaiian, Asian, Mexican, and he sees how stress free I am. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. But I've already seen her. I read her from the jump street in the comments. That's why she said it's my truth and you
Mhm.
can't say nothing about it. That's already a lose-lose situation, like Roger was saying. Don't even talk to her.
She's still
Yeah,
posting in the chat now.
yeah.
Paying
Ah,
Yeah,
attention.
let's
But
move on. Let's move on.
What is the
hey, word
subject
of
of the show
advice.
today?
Let me speak for a second. Let me speak for a second. I know it's quite interesting and exciting when people like that show up, and we just want to continue to analyze and break down and dissect it forward and backwards. But I do believe that when people like that show up, it is just to disrupt the conversation that we were having.
especially women.
Like I did let her up here just so she could speak her piece. But when we saw what she was doing, hey, that should be a definite indication that the conversation should move on. Now, I'm with freedom of speech, and I'm not with policing what black men say, and that's the whole point of this conversation. But sometimes we got to call a spade a spade. We're still having a good conversation here. It's like what I tend to see sometimes in these spaces is once one of these females come up, she becomes the topic. And it will happen for like an hour. We'll let an hour get behind us, an hour and a half get behind us, and we still be on her. So, I mean, in actuality, it seems like if she wanted to be disruptive, she came to do what she came to do. I do understand that, we as men, we should be cautious and learn how to deal with these things when they come up. But all I'm saying is we shouldn't spend, an
We don't need
entire
to analyze. Right. We don't need to
hour and
analyze.
a half, talking about the shit. Just
Oh
the,
yeah,
the point of booting her from the panel was let's just be done with it and let's move forward with the conversation.
So, what's the
Yeah.
topic?
The
Well,
she has a. You gotta just let it flow. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I do
Our brother,
understand that as well.
the topic is our brothers afraid of black women.
At
and
this
that's
point, I am. God damn.
I wasn't
that's
before,
why
but
this.
I
Yeah.
am now.
See here. I don't think it's so much as afraid as it is apprehension and anxiety. And it's just like, damn, as a black man, we deal with society, we deal with the system, and it's like, God damn, we do all this shit while we outside the house. You would think when we come home, we got a warm foxhole to climb into to get out of the storm, the war. We could take our helmet off, we could just take our clothes, you know what I'm saying? And but it's like you fighting a damn war when you dealing with this woman. It's like, man, fuck out of here with that shit. And it's like, nah, man, I don't know. I don't know.
So it's a woman in the chat that wants to link to drop in. Joy Love.
I'll step down.
Well,
Just stand right here.
let me say this. This might be one of them barrages. So just keep your finger on the button, kid.
Right. Yeah. If they sound too off, y'all disengage.
Because I time
Yeah,
sunshine.
let's
I'm gonna go ahead and
let's
take
let
the
her
reins
talk
on
too, bros. Let's let her say because I want to hear what she got to say.
Well, in the comments, she is saying something about I have proof, but we don't know if it's
Oh
proof.
no,
No,
I
not
timed
her.
her off.
No.
Yeah,
We're
I
down
timed
with
her
that
off.
one.
She's
Yeah,
in there dropping names. That's not finna fly.
she done.
If you couldn't go to the
Yeah.
police, you damn sure ain't finna go to the YouTube. So
That was a good
yeah,
one.
that's good.
Man.
Oh man,
Damn
that would
sure
have been a big
police,
that would have been a big case to open back up too for these motherfuckers.
Hey, cold file, baby, cold file.
Do y'all need somebody to step down for her to get in?
No. Actually, let me see how many people. Oh, she's up here, so I'm about to let her in. Alrighty, there you go, Joy. How you doing? What's going on? What you got to say?
How are you? I was calling in because I kind of wanted to. I know a few minutes ago, one of the guys said something about should black women get advice from men to choose their mates? And I kind of just wanted to call in and talk about that a little bit because I totally agree with that. I'm married to a black man, of course. I'm 28 years old, and I've been with my husband since I was 19. And I think that's really important for black women to kind of, get advice from older black men or like a mentor or something like that, because there are just certain things that I've seen in me and my mate and things like that. And just even with other young black women, like that became baby mothers at early ages and just, different things like that. So I just kind of wanted to elaborate on that a little bit. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I do feel like black women should have like an older black man to look up to when it comes to like getting advice and getting help, with choosing a mate. So that was kind of the whole reason of me calling in to, kind of go on that a little bit.
Well, thank you, sister. I'm the one that mentioned that, and I've been saying that for years. That because of the culture and everything that's degraded down to where it is in media, that black women are basically being bombarded with all these bad ideas, and it's tough. It's tough for them to choose a mate because they're being brainwashed. So I've been saying for years that black women would do a lot better as a group if they had a black male, a non-sexual relationship, that they had a non-sexual relationship with, that they could get guidance from. So thank you for mentioning that.
Exactly. And then I want to say one more thing before I go to other women who are here listening. I do think because, a lot of us, we're raised to kind of just be um so bold and just like, we don't want to submit to a man and we don't really want to listen to men, and sometimes you can kind of just talk too much and yell and things. But I just want to say to other black women, it's so important for us to actually listen, because me and my father have just gotten, back. I wasn't really raised with my father, but now that, I don't know, I guess I'm just getting older and I have children now, I wanted him to meet his grandchildren. And there are just so many things that he told me, and it's like I wasn't listening before. And it's like, wow, he was actually telling me some really important things. It's just about being a black woman and, listening to my husband, and it just made me change a lot of things. So, I just really do think that that is such a good thing for every black woman, especially every young black woman, to have an older black man, a father, an uncle, a preacher, or whoever, just to just listen to and actually just shut up and just listen to what they have to say. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'll go ahead and get off so other people can get in. But that's basically just what I called in, to just kind of,
No,
say
you
that.
got priority. Women have priority, so you can stay up as long as you like.
Yes, and
Not that it's
also,
my show, it's their show.
and also, yes, my chat moderators, if you do catch anyone in the chat calling women who come here B words, go ahead, time them out, and if they get excessive with it, just block them from the channel. I mean, unless, if it's a back and forth, we'll try to use discretion, and, we'll look at the context of the conversation. But if these guys in here, outright just calling women bitches and stuff, no, that's no place for that here.
So it's my understanding that if you have the swear words in the comments, somebody reports the video, it's that much easier for the video to be popped. So let's just exclude that in general.
Yeah, and yeah,
you.
okay. Also, Toya, you haven't said anything yet. What's going on? You've been sitting up here for a second.
I've just been listening.
Okay. Oh, also, by the way, thanks for engaging the comments on my other videos, and checking out the community tab. I really do appreciate your support of this channel as well. So, she's a supporter of the channel for everyone listening.
Yeah, not a problem at all. I enjoy the content. And I have to piggyback on what Joy Love said in terms of listening, because I think a big issue with the previous conversation was there wasn't enough listening happening. And I think as women, we get in our way by not taking a step back and hearing what is being said, because many times what is being said is for our benefit.
Who was this lady?
Hey, man.
How come you had a problem with me saying
we
warm
moderate her?
foxhole?
No, I thought that was funny. I thought that was hilarious.
But give us some Give us some of your viewpoint on this situation. Do you, and the topic? Do you think that you see brothers who are more so afraid to tell women what's on their minds as far as what they see as negative, or do you think that it is conditioning? Because that was the back and forth like a while
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the Me Too movement has had a negative or adverse effect on that. Um, but in general, I think that it's a mixture of the two, the fear and the conditioning. I don't like hearing that. I don't like hearing that black men are afraid to talk to black women.
No, I don't think none of us is saying we're afraid to talk to y'all. It's a to me it's just a psychological fear of dealing with y'all to a certain degree. Like when y'all are doing stuff that's bad or wrong, we don't want to check y'all because like we don't want to be seen checking a black woman. And if another man checks a black woman, like another man will step up to him and say, "Well, why are you doing that?" Or even if it's something like on the internet right now, we say, "Okay, well, women should correct this behavior." There'll be a guy who will come and say, "Well, y'all shouldn't be saying that to her." There's always something going on where nobody wants the black woman corrected by a black man.
Yeah, and that's
It's kind of like you
unfortunate.
jumping in the
That's
middle of a
really
fight.
unfortunate. And I was actually just at a brunch on New Year's Day with some young ladies. And the topic of conversation for me was not robust enough because I have an issue, and I think I said this the last time I was speaking on the panel. I really have an issue with the fact that black women get around one another and become each other's amen corner instead of calling out behavior that is unsavory. And I feel like
Because
we
it's
really go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. I cut you off. You feel like
What kind of conversation were you all having?
The typical what's everybody doing, how's everybody's relationships going type of conversation. And one young lady in particular is going through a breakup in which this man that she's been with for the past 13 years has cheated on her so many times, and now she's getting the gumption to walk away. And people are giving her praise for walking away, but nobody's addressing the elephant in the room, which is that what were you doing? What part did you play in him being a part of your life for so long and treating you that way?
And when you gave that pushback, what were they saying back to you?
It was crickets. It was pretty much
Awesome.
crickets. And whenever I bring up conversation like that in those types of groups, I typically get that type of response. So I relent.
Do you get labeled the pick me girl?
No, because a lot of times when we get down to the nitty gritty and talking about it, they will admit to me off to the side later, I really wish I could be more like you, or, I wish I could see things that way, or I could be this way, but I just can't. And it's like, you just have to make a choice to do something different from what you're currently doing.
Why do they feel like they can't do the right thing?
It's just what I said before. We get into these amen corners. I've been a part of them. When my behavior has been shitty, and my girlfriends didn't call me out on it. But luckily I do have friends and family that check me in those places. So now I'm able to identify that behavior, and I'm doing the calling out on their behalf as well. But when you're in a situation where you have a group of friends that just give you, and I think this is a black woman thing, just give you praise and tell you all
culture.
the time that, oh, you can overcome it, or he ain't shit, or this wasn't your fault. And it's like, nah, you got to really take some responsibility and accountability for your actions and how you ended up in whatever place you're in.
No, black woman, they're talking about being responsible. Is that what I just heard?
Oh, come on, man. Don't do it like this, man.
No, I'm not saying nothing against her.
No, I
What
know.
Yeah, what she's saying is on point. At some point in time, you do got to
Hmm.
take responsibility yourself, and the fact about hearing being a part of that amen corner, because I've seen it myself. Because I got a big family. I've seen people do a lot of stuff, and when you have access to women that they never gonna give you sex, because this is such and such's little brother, this is such and such little cousin, and thing like that. They ain't finna touch me no way, because I'm just the little dude that was there at the time. So I've been hearing black women talk freely since I was a kid, and when I hear them talk freely, like I'm not in the room, oh, it's terrible. It's
And that's
absolutely terrible.
disrespectful too.
A fly on the wall.
Yeah, bro. Well, I'm saying if y'all think the disrespect we see in public, you wouldn't believe the disrespect that go on behind our back.
I bet, but see, it goes back to what we say. It's a culture, because for one, I mean, when you really think about it, men, we're not taught to stick together anyway. We're taught to hunt. Hunters, they don't always hunt in packs. Like most animals don't really always be in packs. So we're taught to be like kind of solitary anyway. So you add that into the fact with our history, like black in this country, with us being divided as we are. Like, so men, we're completely damn. We're all over the tape. Like women, the women been playing chess the whole fucking time, especially with this government. They been playing chess the whole. We still playing fucking. Goddamn, we ain't even playing checkers. Shit, you know what I'm saying? We just now getting to the board with our checker pieces, and we ain't even playing yet.
We playing
You
Connect
know what I'm
Four.
saying? We playing Connect Four type shit. And it's just like, man. And see, another thing is people think along the lines of associations. So if they associating A and B, they gonna come up with C, and they like, oh, okay, so they got you pegged already. That's like what old girl who came on earlier with that crazy shit. She was exhibiting certain type of personalities we associate with, you know what I'm saying, with certain type of person. So we can peep that psychology off the back already, because people think along the lines of associations, and once you associate it with something, it's over with in somebody's mind.
Well, I know
So,
she was
Toya,
good
do
for
you think
TV.
this programming can be broken?
That's a great question. Not sure, because there's a lot of us out here doing the same thing and having children and raising them in it.
Well, do you
Do you
think black
think? Do you
men?
think?
Uh,
I'm sorry. I got a question for. Do you think things like therapy should become like almost like a mandate, like a requirement? Certain instances, like college and shit, high school.
I think if we start from a place of love, that um, loving ourselves, that may not be necessary, but in certain cases it will be necessary. I'm an advocate of therapy for sure, but I think that if you have a really sturdy foundation, you may not need that. The problem is a lot of us don't have that foundation.
Self-love.
Right.
So
And the
the men,
thing, I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask the men in your life, have you ever intimidated a black man to where he's afraid of you, like punked a man?
Yeah.
Really? Tell us. Talk to us.
Um, More so, I think inadvertently, like it's not something that I set out to do, but I think that me being a self-assured and confident, well-spoken, nicely presented woman can be intimidating in and of itself. But then when you sit down and have a conversation with me, and it can go beyond the surface, now we're getting somewhere. And I'm not really interested in having small talk with people one-on-one.
You want them to get to the point, huh?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about like the title of the string, which is "Are Brothers Afraid of Black Women?" Black women. Have you intimidated a man in terms of basically stepping on his manhood and basically checking him? Have you actually intimidated a brother?
No.
And I got a question after that too.
No, I'm not in the business of that because I think once you identify that behavior in someone, you try not to recreate it because I witnessed that and I see what it can do. So, turnabout is fair play. I'm not trying to do that to a man because I don't want him to do that to me.
Well, what I wanted to say was, have you or any of your friends just tried complimenting a black man? And I mean complimenting, not just trying to get with him, but just say, "Hey, you look nice." Have you tried to come off sweet and kind more than "I don't know you, don't talk to me"?
Yeah, I believe in complimenting people all the time. I'm good for it. I chat up strangers all the time.
Okay.
If I see something I like in someone, I'm going to speak it. It costs me nothing to do that and keep it moving.
So how like how many sisters on a I guess like on a percentage basis, like how many sisters are actually enlightened like you and some of the other sisters that understand what's going on? What do the percentages look like out here, you think?
10%.
I would say probably like
Yeah,
25,
nice.
75.
What?
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Excuse me?
Keep in mind, women see stuff very differently than men in a lot of
Clearly.
situations.
No, I'm saying like on my side would be 25% and on the other side 75.
That seemed high to me.
Really?
25?
That's very
Yeah.
generous.
Really?
Cause you got to think about like
Yeah.
out of that
In
25,
1990,
probably
maybe.
you got to figure out of that 25%, probably 8 out of 10 of those women are already married or already in a relationship. So
Yeah,
you
I am
so
figuring that in that number.
Then the lesbians,
Yeah.
half of y'all susceptible of doing that anyway. So shit. I mean, you
Oh,
gotta.
don't even get me started. I posted a picture of myself and my best friend. She's sitting on my lap, and I got
Here we
so
go.
many DMs. I got so many DMs like, wow, is that your lady? I didn't know. And I'm like, oh my
It's over with.
gosh.
Yeah, you
We've
should
been
have
I'm
friends
moving
known.
for
You
out of this
can't
20
post
fucking
nothing like
place,
years.
that. You can't
man.
post nothing like that.
I'm going to Thailand, man. Fuck this.
It's terrible. She's like,
This
we've been
is
friends for
bullshit.
20 years, and there's nothing sexual about the picture. She's sitting on my lap. We're fully clothed. I'm not touching
Put it
her,
up.
and
Y'all
then
be thinking that shit's cool, like yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You can't be doing nothing like that. If you got a man, he's not gonna advertise that for you. He's not gonna want you to do nothing like that.
And a woman show ain't gonna accept that shit when it comes to men doing that.
Y'all think I could live off 30 G's in the Philippines plus good credit, no
hmm
kids?
yeah.
Don't
You
be
buy
no
buy
problem.
a
I'm with
bunch
it,
of
man. I'm fuck this
condoms.
shit.
Yeah, make sure you stock up on rubbers.
I don't know,
All
man.
right,
You need to make sure
Hey,
you can really
I'm fucking
afford
done with this
Philippines
shit,
because
man.
because
Fuck
Philippines,
America.
you got to make sure you can really afford Philippines because Philippines got some really bad living conditions as well over there right about now. A lot of people living in the graveyard. Look up that documentary.
Yeah,
Bro,
I'll check on
you
it.
looking to expatriate? You looking to go to another country?
Oh, I've been. See, here's the thing. I'm one of them. See, all this stuff, the black manosphere, like, all this stuff is like I'm really still new to all this, man. But I catch on really fast to this shit. So I've been tuning in to the black manosphere and all this. Like from I had to start from Cynthia G. so
You started in
to fuck.
Cynthia G?
I started
Damn.
that shit like so I was in Portland. Remember I told you I was in Portland a couple of minutes ago.
hmm
So I was in Portland, right? I don't know how I stumbled upon this video. Now, granted, I've heard about the Tariq Nasheeds and Tommy Sotomayor's, and so keep in mind, I'm still semi blue pill. I'm semi taking the red pill at this time. This is 2018, but the whole time I've really been SYSBM since 2010. I'm 33.
At least you
I've
honest
been
about
S,
it, bro.
but I didn't know what S by like. I didn't know nothing about red pill, SYSBM, MIG top, but I've been all of that shit the whole time. At least I've identified with it the whole time. So now that I'm actually coming into the information, the diagnosis of it all, in 2018 recently, I'm just like, wow, this shit is all like, even tonight, like everything from here on is just blowing my fucking mind. And that's why I come up with the hypotheses that I come up with, that black women just generally don't like black men unless they really have to. They only like black men if they can really. I mean,
Or
this is
they
just
getting
a
something
women's
from them.
nature anyway. Woman's nature is
Or they
always
getting
to
something from them.
profit, absorb, yes, to absorb, profit, and procreate. That's it. There's no fucking all this in between shit. That's just like fucking passing the time. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a woman's nature. Man created love. Women did not create. Like, I'm not even sure if women know how to truly love, like genuinely, truly love. I don't want nothing from you. I don't even like, all I want you from you is just respect. That's it. Hey, you know, I love you as a person. And like, maybe a woman can get to that humility, humble level. But I mean, by then she's already like churned out 3, 4 kids. She's 48. She's pushing it like nah.
So you came
Nah,
into
man.
the manosphere through Cynthia G and Tariq Nasheed.
Let's
Indirectly.
let-
Indirectly.
yeah, that it is indirect.
Indirectly.
It is indirectly, because let's get one thing clear. Cynthia G is not manosphere.
Oh no, not to misconstrue that at all. Not
Oh yeah,
it.
yeah. Okay,
Trust me. I'm sorry. I know that how that sounded. No, I did not. Let me revise that a little. Let me revamp that a little. I indirectly discovered all of this. I'm talking about. I'm still. I feel like at this point I'm at the bottom of the foxhole. At this point, I mean, from
oh, we
David
got it. We
Carroll.
got it. Oh, David Carroll. Ooh.
I mean, everybody, yeah,
Damn,
fucking
David
Mo
Carroll.
one, everybody, fucking, goddamn, you name them. Angry Man, fucking. I mean, I'm at the
Have you
Dr.
heard
T
Thinking Man
Hassan
I think
Templar?
Johnson,
Edward.
like everybody, man.
I think Edward
Y'all would
Anderson.
be surprised at who's really listening out here, man.
You know what though? You know what though? Edward Anderson has a point. Edward Anderson has a point in the chat. Shout out to Edward Anderson. I think you just a little like why, like excited, like your nose is wide.
Yeah,
Ooh, like
I
wow.
didn't know all this shit existed, man. It's like
Yeah.
fuck,
Listen to
like what
Thinking
the
Man
hell is going
Templar.
on out here? But it's
Tan just mentioned Thinking Man Templar. Have you heard of him?
that's the man. I kind of eased up off him a
Start with
little
him.
bit, but no, thinking trust
Start
me,
with him,
I'm
bro.
well versed in thinking man simpler. Where you think I got the foxhole reference from? And taking all the armor off. So y'all got to peep that. I'm deep off into. I'm
Chapter
telling you,
6.
I'm at the bottom of the foxhole at this point. I done touched everybody, Kevin, like all of everybody you could fucking think of that's in the. Even I really don't stray too far outside of black folks, really. So maybe it's probably MGTOW groups. I'm sure like y'all more versed in, because I really don't listen to white people at this point.
You heard of
Unless we
BTS?
talking business. I, just to show you how versed in BGS I am, I'm on the Dr. T. Hassan Johnson level at this point. I'm at the Dr. Tommy Curry. That's where I'm at. I'm heavily into those brothers right now. Like that's where I'm.
You trying to get out the matrix.
Green Gorilla. What's my man? Green Gorilla. Yeah. I'm daily with him too. Oh yeah, man. How y'all think I found y'all?
Those are
How y'all
actually.
think like, bro? Like y'all would be surprised at who's really listening. Like, and I tell you another cat, man, a young cat, King. That boy King Sigma. Now that cat is on the
Oh
sun.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
a precocious young man there. Very
And
precocious young man.
the Manosphere Network is pretty okay too. I like them.
The man is. Oh, I ain't heard of him yet.
The Roger Report is good
So,
too.
yeah, Roger reports every day at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. That
In real time,
Roger's
early.
cut.
But this is
For
my
a
thing
second.
with this topic.
Go ahead.
When we try to address the situation about black men being scared, and I was saying this when Toya, I hope I'm getting her name right, when she was talking with her friends, kind of like when you're trying to correct the black woman on on how to act or how to do things the right way or a civil way, it's kind of like you jumping in between two guys fighting. You may end up getting beat up more than the person that they're fighting. So what I mean in simple terms is when you try to correct stuff, you end up getting like the worst out of the ass whooping than just letting it just ride out and just ignoring the girls or ignoring the situation. So that's why I feel like a lot of people don't step up and say nothing as a black male, because you always get that backlash like, oh, you gay, oh, you weak, oh, who hurt you and stuff. And I just seen a lot of black men just stop speaking up.
So Toya, do you think that black women are more receptive to other sisters correcting them, or black men, or do they don't want to hear from either one of them?
I think a lot of them don't want to hear it from either one of them, to be honest. But
Yes, I see that.
I think they are more receptive in solitude to what women have to say, because as women, we hear what you have to say in the moment, whether we acknowledge it or not, and then we go back and think on it later. But I think women have a way of getting to another woman's core that men don't necessarily always have access to. Um, and again, that has to do with listening. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
They say, oh, you could have said it a better way
Yeah.
instead of listening to what you were saying. Yeah, I've heard
Yeah.
that before.
So what is your take on that whole average at best? I'm sure you've heard of the Kevin Samuels video. The whole probably the whole black community in the entire country
Yeah, even I heard
probably
about
heard
that
of
one.
that. So what's your take on that? How he handled that and his approach and everything on
I
that video?
I think that she knew exactly what she came for, and I think that women in general make a bad habit of asking questions they don't really want to know the answer to. And so, I think she got more than what she bargained for. And that what ended up happening is the internet got a hold of it and has now blown it up to be something else that it really didn't need to be.
What do you mean?
Like
Okay.
I think I think everything that he said was true. I agree with what he said. I even agree with the delivery, because I feel like, again, you can't come on someone else's platform and tell them how to dish out what they've been doing before you became a topic. So I think that if she was able to take in what he said without any interference, she may have actually gotten something and gotten somewhere. But now that it's been convoluted and people have come in and made commentary about it, and again, that Black Woman Amen corner is circling her and telling her how she should be outraged by the way he was talking to her when she solicited it.
But one of the best counterpoints that I've heard from black women about that video is the fact that they say that black women are already basically beaten down and they're already at the bottom of the dating pool, and Kevin Samuels didn't really do anything to
Hell.
help this woman, and so
Improve
he
her?
abused this woman. So how do you feel about that point that a lot of
Oh
sisters try to
wow.
make?
He
Of course,
never
it's black
said
men's
he,
fault.
he, he never said that that was his platform. He never said that that was what he was there for. She didn't ask him to do that. So why are we talking about that?
Well, I'm just telling you what the other sisters are saying that
I
he did
understand.
wrong.
I understand, but that to me is a deflection. To me, that's adding things to the pot that don't need to be in there. Like, again, I'm really about getting to the heart of the issue. Like, all this other stuff on the outside, it has nothing to do with what we really are talking about here. And the basis of it is, if your worth is measured by someone that has never met you, but you think can sum you up by looking at you in a few minutes in a 20-minute conversation, then there's more to talk about.
Are all black women tens in your opinion, Toya?
No.
That's
No.
shout out to Edward Anderson in the chat.
No.
Toya, I
Well,
got a question for you. Do you think most black women receive these kind of messages like Kevin Samuels and others
Fucked up.
better from like outside races of people like men, like the young sister was on, she was talking about she got mentors like that's Mexicans and Indian and stuff like that. So what's your thoughts on that?
Uh, I love black men. I love black men. I can't speak on other men. So I'm not going to try to go get counsel from other men on black men.
That woman didn't have no damn counselors or no mentors, man. Come on,
I
man.
I
Be
just
real,
simply
bro. Be
wanted
real.
to show her that she put away of the interaction. I wondered if I take you home, would you let me show you? Because as we do
She
tonight,
dating
I was
a Persian?
wondering.
Was she dating a
I have
Persian or
curry.
Come on, bro.
I
Come
have
on,
curry
bro.
for you. I have 3 hours past salat.
Yo, you know what's
I have
crazy?
curry for
I
you.
just heard I just heard that lady Ayana Fix My Life. Even she canceled her own show, saying that we're too toxic. So there's
That's what
something that
I'm
got to
saying,
be
man.
you
You
got to
right.
say.
You right.
Like
Speak
this,
on it, brother.
even she canceled her own show.
Didn't Rebecca Lynn Pope or whatever her name is say something like that too?
She flip flop.
Yep,
She
yep. She
flip
stopped.
flop.
She stopped
Yeah.
trying. Go ahead.
Yeah, she did a video, and maybe she did a video probably like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago saying that she had gotten out of matchmaking for black women because of their, they were so hard to work with. And she was basically went in on black women saying that their expectations were too high. They don't know what qualities are, how they choose men is messed up and everything like that. And then after the Kevin Samuels video came out, then she flip flopped, and then now she's basically going against what she said before. Matter of fact,
I
Kevin
thought that was her
did like
husband.
a montage video comparing both sides of how she had flip flopped back and forth. She looked like a complete fool.
Mm.
So that's how I guess the sisterhood is just that strong, huh?
Hey, Latoya, can I ask you something? And
Certainly.
and you are the first black woman that I've asked this directly. And this shit is like almost bringing up fucking Freddy Krueger or something like that. And they get that like this, but the name DJ Jason Roger Pope.
Mm.
I and before I'm not gonna go where people think I'm gonna go with this, but all I want to know is, Latoya, like, do you feel like that's something that just came and went, like, because the shit was just so unbelievable at a time, at a pre-COVID time, and it just I feel like if that was a black man, that shit would have been, we would have been on season 7 of that shit by now. Like if that was a black man or on Lifetime, we'd have been we'd have been in the 5th season of that shit. Like Jason Roger Pope, like just taking over another community, but just like the shit was just so unreal. And basically what I'm saying is like do you feel like have you heard any other black woman discuss this? Like when that happened, like what was the conversation like? Was anybody even talking about it in your circle? I mean, just what
No,
was that like? Are they still talking about it?
this is the first time I'm hearing of it. Can you school me?
Who?
You haven't heard of DJ Pope?
What?
No.
You haven't
Wow.
heard of DJ Pope? Wow.
Wow, fellas. That right there just shows you where we at are as a community, if what's going on. Because if that was a black man,
Mm-hmm.
oh my, I would have really left the country if that was a black man, because the amount of fucking shitstorm hell that would have fucking been. Oh my, wow. Okay, so
So DJ Pope,
wow.
You want to break that down, brother? Since you mentioned it.
No, I think you brothers will probably do it better justice, and I just assumed that was just something that every black person.
So
I don't know.
Toya, DJ Pope was basically a low level DJ. I think he was out of like Tennessee or Mississippi,
South Carolina.
South Carolina. Okay,
Yeah.
and he was
Oh.
HIV or AIDS. I think he was AIDS infected, and he had went around and slept with, I think, what was it, 300 or 400 black women.
Well, they
Didn't he say
said it
Katrina
was
too?
around. Man, you saw those pictures with Trina and
How many
It
women
was
were
Serena?
like 700 or more, man.
700?
He
And he
admitted
was
to 1,000 in
1,000.
2012.
Okay, so he was AIDS. Was he AIDS or HIV?
HIV.
HIV positive. And he
And
had
he
posts
admitted,
all over Twitter and everything with black women in his Twitter posts and everything.
dude had countless pictures of different black women, like just, and not only that, he had countless pictures of celebrities You know, and not only that, well, the one celebrity that really tripped my head out was Serena Williams. And he had multiple shots with her. And in one of those shots, she just did not look dumb. She looked like she just came out of the house with this motherfucker. She had no makeup on, like she just didn't look dolled up. She looked like they just had a fucking weekend together, and they just came from IHOP, and the paparazzi called her, oh, hey, Serena, like, oh God, don't get me like type shit. This motherfucker cleaned up. And so
I'm gonna say something to that. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off. My bad. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry I cut you
Well,
off.
I'm gonna say something to that. Well, when it gets down to a conversation when I have with a black woman, they always want to revert it back to slavery and that picture. I'm sure you guys seen of a white guy beating the black woman and the black man crying out for his girl. So I've always got it from black women that we don't protect them when they need help, and they stem it back to slavery, which they've never lived, but they've always seen that picture and heard those stories. So even when I've narrowed it down, they will always still like this monkey wrench of like, oh, you didn't protect us, and when the massa was doing this and that, I'm like, you rather I'm just put myself in that situation. You rather just die and you be a single mom and massa gonna have you anyway than me just taking on the chin and be there and know that in the long run I can help us escape. You know, have you ever had that conversation of back to slavery when massa and black woman and the black male?
Is that Toya? Is that for Toya?
No, that's for anybody. That's for anybody. Have y'all have that conversation with black women?
Yeah, I've heard of it. You know, in so many different aspects. You know, even in classes in college.
I haven't had that conversation specifically, but they do try to guilt trip you into basically stepping in and trying to bail them out of poor decisions. Personally, I've been in at least a couple fights. You know, come to find out it was some bullshit, and I've trying to defend a black girl. That's way back in the day, and then I've turned over probably hundreds of dollars for the same thing. Just crying and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, they try to guilt you into helping them. You know.
Yeah, what's up, everybody?
What's up?
I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you honestly. They know not to bring that bullshit to me, because that shit will actually make me hostile and angry. Because I know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Let's keep it real. Let every black woman tell it. They've all had their ass whooped, nose broken, teeth knocked out by some black man somewhere. Here's one thing that I understand. Women are not sexually attracted to men they don't feel protected by. They're not. So no matter what, and if you ask women, they will tell you, oh, well, I didn't like him. Well, he looks like a nice guy. Well, I just don't feel protected. So if they're fucking him, they feel protected by him. Even if he slapped the shit out of her a couple of times. And because they go back. So remember, when they talk about they don't feel, also what doesn't get entered in that conversation is the family conversation. This idea that black men are just letting their sisters, their mothers get fucked up out here, and again, that's bullshit, you know. So they know that. So when they say that protected stuff, they're using that as basically a universal. This is why I don't like black men.
Hold on,
yes.
Kevin, are you calling out super chats, man? Kevin?
Yeah.
You got a super chat.
Yeah, from the Haitian. Thank you for the super chat. He says that DJ Pope had a black girlfriend.
Yeah,
that was his wife.
Yeah, and another thing too, when it comes to DJ Pope, is every black woman is not sleeping with a white man, but a lot more have had sex with a white man than what gets brought up. Number one, black men really don't care. Well, black men really don't care to look, because we're not sexually intimidated by white men like that.
True.
And we've come in this country to it's kind of like we know that white men have access to black women. So it's not something that bothers us. Like, even white men are perplexed about why we don't get bothered about the white myth of white womanhood. At the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
we're fucking their women too, and they're a lot more bothered about that than in reverse.
And he's right
So
about that too, because we had one person
yeah,
came in here the other night and was like, "Why y'all dating all the black women?"
yeah, and the
No,
thing,
no,
They've
and
been
my
dating them for
response to that,
400 years.
yeah, and the way that I respond to that is, you need to have a conversation with your women. Because if it was really that we were going over the river, if we were really going over the river and through the woods to get white women, then they would have an easy justification to target black men for that. But they know that's not true. Um, uh, Clearly, when you look at how the laws were, they can't, like, take O.J. Simpson, take what was the boxer that they made the shit illegal for, Jack John, I think for specifically him. Like, we know what time. Same thing with the Latins. You don't hear Hispanics men bitching like that because it ain't us going after them. They're coming over here. And that's what people, that's the one thing America likes to pretend doesn't happen. They like to pretend black men are just aggressively going after other women. And they don't want to really acknowledge that they can't keep their own women in check. When it comes, now here's the thing, white women is, let's tell the whole truth. White women are not interested, a lot of white women are not interested in getting in long-term relationships with black men because white women will lose their white privilege. There was a study that said that a lot of white women will have a sexual encounter with black men as far as they would be open to it or interested in it. But if you put up that people would know about it, that number dipped. When you ask them about marriage, that number dipped because now you're asking them to trade their white privilege for that. And that's a different type of calculation. That's what that dude in that video, when he was asking that white woman about her getting social status boost from being with him, that's when his reality got woken up because he actually believed sexual access meant that all these other things come with it. That is not true. The Kardashians are fucking unique and they're white, but not really white. So that's I want to add that in there too, and I add like, you know, being with a black man is all this boost and shit. It's not.
To back up what Edward was saying last year, I remember it was some white woman. I think she was a millionaire, and I think she was even married to a billionaire at one point. And she confessed on some show that she had wished she had slept with Marvin Gaye back in the day.
It was God. I see the face.
You know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking.
She's an actress. She's like one of big time actresses. Yeah, and at the end of the day, man. Yeah, she's an old chick, but she was big back in the day. Back in the day.
But that's something.
Liz Taylor?
I don't think it was. But
no, not Liz Taylor.
The point is like that's something that is coming out now. You never would have heard that 10 or 15 years ago. Like they getting bold with that now.
Yeah, but the truth is, and I tell black women all the time, white women are not your problem because white men are really not interested in white women like that as a mass group. It's Latin women that you have to worry about if we're going to talk about sexual competition because black men really don't want to give up the black female body
Jane
type.
Fonda.
Latins can do white women can't really white women can't really provide that by and large. Latin women can. So if you're gonna, but see, if you know, and I know black women know that. But what they do is they project the white woman because that is it comes back to womb talk. Basically, their womb is not the most valued in this country. And so female nature is gonna kick in. There's just gonna be certain like angst that's gonna come with that. I understand that. And because the white woman is perceived as the top, that is what everything is always compared against. So what happens is, and this is where I'll bring it back around. It's like black women, when they say they're not protected, what they really mean is they hold us responsible for how they feel about themselves a lot of times. So that self-hatred is, and this ain't all black women. I always say it's about 20% within acceptable parameters of common sense. And even in the 80%, you've got degrees to the bullshit. But they project that angst out to black men and we're held responsible for it because it seems like we don't protect them against their own negative emotions, which is something that quite frankly black men are not capable of doing. We're not. We will never, in this country, black men will never be able to make black women feel good about them being black. That is a self thing that they're going to have to deal with. And that's really where a lot of this anger comes from.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't
And a
control
lot
the
of them don't
market.
even know it.
We don't
It's
control the network for that. As much
Well,
as
shit,
we got Oprah and all that
Africans
shit with
don't even
Tyler
do it.
Perry.
but you know, he touched on something real crucial because think about it. Remember the conch? They were still doing the conch in Malcolm's day, right? In the 30s and 40s, right? Black men stopped getting the conch. Black women never stopped getting that shit. Black women, like black
Getting
men
what?
we started getting the afros and wearing our natural hair and braids and shit. Black women, and to this day, black women are still perming their hair, putting fake fucking hair in their head, putting another race
Waste
of
from
woman's hair in their head,
But
dyeing
in
their
the
fucking hair
South,
Well,
blonde.
but in the South though,
remember.
they started to do it in the 90s. Again in the South, because black men were wearing finger waves in the 1990s when they
That shit
shaved.
died though.
I know, but
Well,
I'm talking.
That
a lot
S-curl
of
shit
that
died
stuff is
fast.
a lot of that stuff is cyclical, just like how black men didn't always wear beards. I mean, here's the thing: when you look at things, I ain't trying to bring up colorism, but when you look at things like colorism, if you go back in the 80s, where like everybody was like, well, black women wanted light skinned dudes, like it was like you saw that as reflective to your celebrities and stuff. When you look at the people that kind of came out of that, like dudes like Mike Coulter and stuff like that, and they're with white women now, they will tell you that they got rejected because they were dark skinned. And what happened was is you started to see more black athletes take over, and that became more prominent in American society. And you started to see black masculinity was projected, and that is not so much because of what Black Men as Collective did. That was more of a byproduct of the society. Black men's biological imperative, which is them being valued as men, which is a byproduct of white men actually making black men look bad. See, here's the irony. The irony is, had we been fully assimilated into this country, that black male juice, the nigga juice, might not have been perpetuated because it made all black men like bad. So what happens when something's bad is in Bad Boys or something like that? Even your square black men are seen as like a novelty because they're not white. And that is something that white men have never been able to figure out and solve that kind of a Rubik's Cube. So they just let it happen because that's kind of the price of we are being where we are and keeping us there. This is why you hear a lot of black women talk about we're overly obsessed about us fucking and big dicks and swag, because they really have an anger that they feel like we don't build because that biological imperative is still being served. So it goes deep if people want to go there. The problem is a lot of women don't really want to go there because they just want to talk about it. They don't really want to unpack it because it's not that we're afraid. They're really afraid of what that shit will reveal. So, it is what it is.
And we just don't want to deal with the bounce back of that shit. Like, so we just like, why bother, man? Because I know that's how I feel.
Some black men don't care. It's kind of like black men, when people say like, why don't I hear this in real life? It's because black men are never going to tell you anything that's going to put you in an emotional state that doesn't want to have sex. So if a dude is trying to pursue you for sex, why would he it's not so much lying. Why would he purposely have it's like, okay, you go on a date with somebody and then you ask your boy, what are you going to talk to? What are you going to talk to about? Oh, well, we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about, like, name the most boring shit you could talk about. Like, we're going to talk about some crazy shit like that in school. We're going to talk about computer programming. You would consider that dude a dumbass. Why would you talk about that? Even if she's in that shit, why would you talk about that? And so when we have these conversations, you're never going to have a conversation that a woman is going to feel a negative state, because the first thing that goes is them want to have sex with you, assuming they did in the first place. So dudes have zero. There is no incentive in this society, because the greater society always has something to sell women. There is no incentive in this society to tell women the truth. Like, none. Because if you tell them, like, there's no incentive. In fact, remember the dude with the Shea Moisture shit? Look at how he got attacked. And he was just trying to expand his business. There's no incentive to tell women the truth.
But I would have to push back on that, because there clearly is a market for what Kevin Samuels is doing, and that's what he's doing, is telling them the truth.
But there's only Kevin Samuels if he looked different?
Kevin could not have done what he did 3 years ago. It has nothing. Kevin is right place, right time. That's why I will give him credit for that. And he is executing it very, very well. But the difference now from back then is that the environment, they see this, they want to know an answer because everywhere they're going is not giving them an answer. Steve Harvey is saying how to think like a man, how to do this, and they're not getting an answer, and he's the only one that's giving them something that might make sense. But that is because the environment has changed. We're talking about even before COVID, a lot of stuff was already changing, like 2 or 3 years. Now COVID just accelerated that. Remember, Kevin's been doing what he's been doing on for about 4 months now, 4 or 5 months now. Hasn't been that long.
I think Dr. Umar Johnson sometimes have some things, that he talk about, that he try to get women attention.
He doesn't do it consistently enough. He has his moments when he wants to tell women the truth, but by and large, he's too busy wanting to be the queen. I look down to the queen. You look up to the queen, nigga. You light-skinned motherfucker.
Selling
Yeah,
dream and all this shit
Like,
to school. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, the school fucked him up. Like, I don't know what.
Well, even before that, yeah, Umar had the ability to do that, but he nobody again, at the end of the day, it's candidness and candor. You have and here's what the men need to do. People ask us, why do we do what we do? Because the more we're doing it and taking the arrows, you will start to see women feel more comfortable being candid. Like if the lady is still on here, one person that I always promote, and I'm starting to promote, is a woman by the name of Love Dorsey. She said something when she said, well, I'm gonna say it straight up. She said that women tend to not want to hear from anybody, which means they'll have their reaction and then they'll self-reflect on it on their own a lot of times. But from a woman, you're more likely to get to the core. She actually exemplifies that. She's been where these women have been. Most of these women have not gone through more than she is. She says she's a project chick. I'm not saying every chick is a hood chick, because there's different women for different people. But my point is, this is somebody that is unapologetic in saying what she says. She's got her following. She's a singer. And a lot of women, she does these little coaching things. But if you go to just type in Love Dorsey, she's on Facebook, Instagram, and just hear what she says. She keeps it 100. And a lot of women don't like it, but they can't challenge any of the stuff that she's saying. And she calls dudes out too. When dudes deal with crazy bitches, like you knew they were crazy before you dealt with them. When they was giving you their life and you thought the D was good, a woman don't usually fall for you like that. You knew what you was getting and you still did it. So she holds both people accountable, but she has a candidness that a lot of people just don't want to put out there for whatever reason.
Yeah, she's a real one, that's for sure.
Yo, Ed, I wanted to touch back to what you were saying about basically what you said without saying it is no man could talk himself into some pussy, but you could definitely talk yourself out of some pussy. And for that very reason right there, there's no such thing as game. At least as it pertains. See, here's the thing about game. Long story short, I'm not gonna drag. At least this is at least my hypothesis. Women, like you said, they judge you based on what you look like. If they feel protected with you for whatever reason, whether you could protect them physically, mentally, emotionally, wherever that's getting that pussy wet, that's where they're gonna gravitate towards too. So with that, I think you can use game from then on. You can game your situation, but there's nothing you could particularly say that could make you get that pussy. You either gonna have that shit already got before you even see that woman and she sees you first, or you ain't gonna have it at all. Now you can talk yourself out of that shit.
Well, you can. I would have to disagree because I've tested. As I got older, I've kind of tested some shit, and being like overtly sexual, and it is so anything that's kind of like, and I don't know if it's really a good idea to do it these days, shit. But I mean, I've thrown some stuff out there, and women that I don't think would have that weren't really into me like that. Once I thrown some stuff out there, just testing it really more than anything else, they responded to it. Well, not all the time, but some of the times, but just for the simple fact that I had the balls to put it out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the problem is you have game, and then you have what I call game acolytes. You have people that it's kind of like religion. You have people that actually know Christianity, they've read the books, they're experts on it, and then you have people that ain't never read the damn book, but they like to talk about Christianity on some, boy, it's better than Islam. They don't even know about Islam, they don't even really know about Christianity, but because that's what they grew up with, it's so what you call them is cultural Christians. It's kind of the same thing with game. You have people that there, and then you got to add in the fact that there's always something to sell. There's always because yeah, I do believe game. Yes, there is a thing is game, but the problem is black men tend to fall into like certain behavioral patterns, and game seems to be this kind of universal thing to justify it. Like the first thing I always tell people that goes back into what the dude first said was, if some fuck with who's fucking with you,
Hey, Edward,
and this idea that
Edward, we got another super chat, bro. Kevin, are you gonna
Yeah,
call us?
yeah, absolutely. This is from Twister Grenade Sucker. Thank you for the super chat. Says a lot of brothers right now are hiding in their closet watching black men being brutally honest with the volume low.
yeah, and like I said in the say, yeah, they are. Well, it's gonna get more because here's what's gonna happen, and this is sad. And you niggas are some bitch ass niggas for this. I'm gonna say this straight up. But a lot of these niggas, they waiting for more women to start kind of high fiving what we say. So as you start to see women, and I'm not necessarily promoting these people because I haven't fully vetted them yet, but if you start to see women like the Sixth Goddess and Chantel Simone, and I mean, people know who Dominga Marie is. You know, you start to see these women more project that stuff out, and they start doing interviews with certain black men and stuff like that. Then, and it seems like it ain't just men versus women. Then a lot more dudes will feel they'll come out of their closet and come out of the cave, you know, looking around waiting to get shot, but saying, oh, maybe this is okay. They're waiting for women, and that's sad. That's blue pill as fuck. But that's another reason why when a lot of dudes want to play the clubhouse game and keep everything restricted, it's like no. There's a purpose in and these women are coming. These women are what is it, Avery Woodley? These women are coming regardless of what you do. So it's better to loop some of them into the fold, and then at least let them know what it is, since they already went out of their way to say they agree with Kevin and agree with what he's saying. And I'm not saying to vet them. They need to be vetted, but it's better to do that than to be on some, you know, fuck these bitches just because they on YouTube. But some dudes actually do be on that shit.
Does that
let me
dilute
ask
the
you this.
message though?
Yeah,
I'm glad you said that.
yeah. But hey, Donnie, you want to get in? Donnie, yeah, Donnie was. No, I can't hear Donnie.
Yeah, because
Go
yeah,
ahead, Edward.
because there's a lot of dudes that, like the woman that came up, if it would have been certain panels, she would have got like all of this niggas got to dump off and empty the clip on them, and then she would have been mad because you know, you see what I'm saying. So you didn't even you wouldn't even got into like the heart of what somebody really thinks. And I always say, look, man, at the end of the day, if people say stupid shit, you can always make a video about it if you really wanna do that. But a lot of times we need to be very clear on where these people are and let them say what they're gonna say. Now I get it. You got women like Goldie where you let them talk, and all they saying is a bunch of bullshit. And then yeah, I get that. But a lot of people want to do that at the front door, and it was actually, at least from what I heard, a lot of agreement there. That's why I asked that question. You know, do you think all women are 10s? No, because most women don't believe that. That bullshit these women are saying on YouTube, they know that's a lie when they say it, because they usually the main ones talking about this bitch is ugly. What the fuck is the bitch think she is? They the main ones if they see a chick that ain't pretty enough to be with a certain dude. Let a chick, like, you see what
even if they pretty, they say it.
yeah, shit. Let a chick not be attractive and be married to a dude. Guess what? Oh, I'm fucking him. You're on some Nicole Murphy shit. You notice how you never hear women. You notice how you never hear women call out other women for home wrecking. You got women that are only sexually attracted to dudes that are married. Yet women want to always try to say it's the man's fault and get on code. Well, at the end of the day, this is why you got women like Megan Thee Stallion fucking her friends' dudes, which a lot of women are starting to speak up on that. As far, you know, like there's certain things that women know that go on that I've heard it, and that they like choose when it's men versus women, they choose to get on code when they know what
they
the fuck we
glorify
saying is
that
accurate.
shit, Ed. They glorify that shit, Ed. Like women like Gabrielle Union. You know what I'm saying? She's glorified for breaking up homeboy first marriage, but they don't talk about that shit. They just sweep it under the rug.
What's her name? Alicia Keys did that same shit.
Yes, it's a bunch of them. You ain't lying.
Gabrielle Union's a weirdo though. I don't really fuck with her like that.
Well, and you know, she got with the right one. She got with Dwayne Wade, who's a fucking weirdo, and she brought the weirdo out of him that wanted to come out. So you know what? They a match made in heaven. So good luck to them, because that's on Dwayne Wade. Dwayne
Can
Wade
you guys hear me?
sacrificed his son.
Motherfucker Dwayne
Yeah, we
looking
can
like
hear
his
you
son
now.
right now though.
Listen, so I do want to ask, so what is the big issue with the game conversation? Why is everybody so anti-game?
I'm not anti.
Here's the thing.
People are anti game because you got niggas that don't know what the fuck they talking about when it comes to game pushing game. And I'm not just saying talk about the dating coaches, but you got a lot of dating acolytes, like dudes that really they just want to push around the idea of pussy and being a man without on some like macho
Could be in the
gynocentric shit, but
way.
they not really giving no real like tangible fucking information. It's more like they
They on
talking
some
about it.
cheating shit. They on some cheating shit, man. That's what
Yeah,
it is.
like,
Game
yeah.
cheating shit.
It's a gang
You know
or
what I mean?
game? Game.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, okay, so I peeped that because I've seen a lot of dudes, and you ain't no need to say no names, but a lot of dudes who be on that. I travel, I got a passport, and they just go to other countries tricking, but they pretend like they didn't got to another country, stepped off the plane, and they game went to 10,000 overload. They can just look at a chicken pulling a
But
panty.
see,
that's
game is a subsection of influence, which is a pretty well developed school of thought. So it is legit, but I mean, brothers always are looking for a shortcut, and that's what.
Well, and another
you get
thing
pushback
is
on it.
game is projected to be the gynocracy don't fucking exist. Game. Like game can override fucking feminism. That's really where when you start to see the wars pop off or the rockets go back and forth, that's really where it is. Cause these niggas, well, you niggas ain't a man, you can make these women do what the fuck. I'm like, nigga, fuck you. You with white bitches. Shut up. Talking about you can get these black women do what the fuck you want. Then why you with a white bitch and you married to a white bitch? So clearly you've made a choice. So why are white women? This is how I got for niggas like that. Why are white women better? If you can get black women to do what the fuck you want them to do, then why did you still choose a white one? They don't got no to say. Now, as far as Donnie, what you said about the passport, the issue with the passport stuff is most dudes that are in the passport groups, because there's really two sections. There's a general traveling section, which is more greater, and then there's the stuff that's like in the manosphere. The dudes in the manosphere are not really bragging about what they're saying that they got some results there. They're not even talking about their game dudes. They're basically saying women in America are what they own. I'm going overseas so I can get some femininity. Now people can agree with that or not agree with that, but the biggest issue,
Are they paying for pussy?
some of them are, some of them aren't.
It's a small percentage of them are. They glorifying it too, and Donnie is right.
Yeah, but that's not true. No. I want somebody. This is what I want. I want somebody to provide me videos, blog posts, some screenshots of that, because what happens? Yeah, exactly. Because what happens is, and hold on, because what happens is the way this shit started is game dudes basically said if you travel, you a bitch ass nigga, because they wanted people to spend money on what the fuck they coaching is. That's where it started. It did not start, and when people started really emptying the clip on their ass, they started making up this bullshit about, oh man, well I'm mad because these dudes overseas, they keep on bragging about pussy they getting this. They may brag about it, but they don't be saying that, oh, they got this game and this game works overseas, but it just don't work in America. Most of them are anti-game straight up anyway. And that stuff goes all the way back to frustrated. And they start making it. And then this is where this shit went crazy, where motherfuckers started saying, oh, well, y'all fucking young people over there. And there was them game niggas that projected that. Because remember, the people, and I'm not saying you ain't got nothing, Donnie, but I'm going to tell you a lot of that stuff is overblown. The dudes that travel overseas, they got nothing to sell you. The dudes that be promoting game, they got something to sell you. So who has the more incentive to lie like that? And again, Glendon Cameron is my favorite dude to talk about game. I like Alan Roger Curry. So I can tell you people, and in fact, I got some white boys I can tell you about too. Because I go all the way back to internet marketing when it comes to David D'Angelo and all of that. So I know what works and what doesn't. I know the difference between direct and indirect. I've bought the products. I got stuff that is really good. It's taught me about overall social skills. So I'm not against game. But them niggas, they be the ones that be trying to protect their bottom line, so they try to shame black men.
Well, I see it on both ends. I haven't seen the game dudes say, don't going overseas. That's something new to me.
Are you serious? Jab says it. Steve the Dean. They just said it. They just said it like 2-3 weeks ago. They did videos on it.
So I'll say
If
this.
you try,
I
go
don't
ahead.
watch.
My bad.
I
What's
don't.
wrong
I
with
don't
having
watch
a
Jap.
passport?
I don't watch Jap. Steve the Dean don't do nothing he don't say.
Lucario.
Lucario
Oh my
had a
God,
tweet
Lucario.
that
Oh man.
Lucario just be. I'll believe Lucario said that extra. I even believe Stephen the Dean said that shit because they say some shit that's just not reality, right? But I've also seen, the passport bros selling guides on how to go and meet these women overseas, and how to pick a wife, and how to do this and how to do that. And then, even if they're not doing that, they're selling their channel, right? So
Mhm.
I see the dynamic with it in both mindsets.
Okay,
But
feel for. I'm just saying, I would like to see that. And you're in the Telegram. I want to see
yeah,
that because I don't know if those dudes are like. Are
If you
these
did,
like manosphere dudes, or are these dudes that are kind of like outside the sphere?
he's not on the registry. That's what I will say.
If you had 10 stacks, Donnie, which route do you think would bring you more success? The game route or the passport bros route?
So game is more than just picking up women, right? So it's a dynamic overall to where you understand what this woman is doing, all that shit. I've gone overseas every year for the past year and prior to this COVID shit and really just been out here. So I've seen the dynamic there. I don't fuck with foreign women in their country because I just don't like it. It's too many, white women backpacking from Sweden, all that shit. But the dynamic between the two is I had game well before I ever got on the passport. And when I got on my passport, it put me waves ahead of everybody else because I could peep what was going on. So that's how I look at it. I look at it as you most people who say that they want to learn the game, they show up for one or two classes, they get their white belt in karate, and then they go try and get in a street fight. Well, you wasn't prepared. That's why you was fucked up and why you feel like game ain't gonna help you.
Well, if you're not willing, here's the thing, man. If you're not willing to approach people, game ain't gonna help you. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end, it's just like sales. If you're not willing at the end of the day to make the contacts, like I'm not gonna go long winded on the sales thing, but there's a base. See, people don't bring it down to the basics. Game, like they have the way of doing this with game too. But I'm gonna say with sales, you contact people. Now, however you do that is however you do that. You could pay for the contact. You could do whatever. Contact, communicate, get them into communication, qualify. You then invite, present, follow up, and basically answer questions and close them. Same, and then with game, you approach, you break the ice, in transition. Build. I forget because it's so embedded in my head. But you build
So,
up,
so
rapport or chemistry.
that's the PUA
Hold on.
method.
Yeah, yes. Hold on. I know that. Then you have the direct approach too, which is what I usually do. I don't. The PUA method works to a certain extent in more bigger social settings, but like but the direct approach is really what you should be doing most of the time. And the problem is, just like in sales, people fear the direct. In fact, in the day when the PUA days was its heyday, the direct approach was actually shunned because here's the problem: when you sell PUA stuff, you can always create an opportunity to sell something else. With direct approach, it either works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't work, then people aren't going to keep on buying from it. And what happened was people kept on focus. This is why people like Alan Roger Curry got depressed. Like as far as his school of thought, not depressed like emotionally, but his school of thought. And then white boys, what they did was they pretty much made it all PUA and it never worked. And then the women basically caught on to the fakeness of that shit. And then this is how you pave the way for MGTOW shit like that. And then you have a new cycle of a lot of these niggas basically doing that shit again with PUA. Understand something. A lot of these game dudes, what's going on is dudes are living vicariously through them. Now that's not their fault. You got a lot of people that at the end of the day ain't gonna do shit, but they buy shit from them, give them clout and stuff like that, because at
Vicarious
the end of the day
failure,
they
what I
don't got
call
the
it.
nuts to really do it. Now that's not the content creator's fault, but what happens is when they start fucking up is when they start trying to shame dudes from getting passports. I am not for black men getting passports for the only purpose of getting pussy. Now I'm not against sex tourism at all, but I will tell you to get your ass a passport, even if I know you ain't getting no pussy. Because
Yeah,
for
just
black
go
men,
That's
travel.
right, 'cause I
Exactly.
got mine.
Yeah,
yeah.
go
So what
travel, man. Get
happens
out there.
is they start shaming that shit too, and that's when I have a problem.
Mm. Who said they have theirs? Who said that they had?
I
So
mean, I
I
have
I, I
mine.
travel. Yeah, I travel.
Marfinino.
I'm on the third passport right now.
What
So
country?
I travel.
What countries have y'all brothers been to?
I've been to 108 countries. So
Oh, well, I'm not on that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to name at this point, but most of South and Central America, Asia, Europe. Yeah, I've been around the block. Shit.
I've been to
I've never
I've
been.
been to Asia because I had to set up call center. So I would start going
Oh,
overseas initially because of my job. So I was in Hong Kong, I was in the Philippines, and Japan for a hot second. I was in the Philippines for like 7 months at a single time.
Well, see,
So, but I was mainly in Asia.
well, see, I've never been overseas, but I can see some benefit because if you go over, somewhere and you experience some femininity and everything, and you kind of get a sense of how fucked up it is here, I do think you could come back with an attitude like, man, it's these hoes ain't on
It,
shit, and that'll translate into you having more confidence. Like, I don't need these hoes,
but
Yeah, but
it's
it's so
not
much
just
more though.
fuck the women. It ain't just like that's something that's gonna happen just by you interacting with
No, I
people.
That's
But
feel
right.
you. I'm
it's
just
the
saying it can build
overall
confidence.
thing. Yeah,
That's
no, you're
right.
right. But the thing about it is, dudes
Business,
need to
money,
start
everything.
traveling outside of the female
outside
shit. To be honest with
outside of
you.
it, period. Yeah, because I tell you for one, like my dad, he's a reverend or whatever. He got a couple of nonprofit businesses, but
Mhm.
outside of me, like not being linked with him, like due to my past years and stuff, and me just linking back up with him, is like getting under his fold and learning stuff. That's the first thing like he put me back onto is like this real game outside of what I've been used to as start as far as traveling and stuff. So me getting the passport, working with him, I have, I had the experience to go to Jamaica, not overseas yet, but my pops would say that he been to 7 countries in Africa, 7 different countries in Africa, alone. So, when COVID hit, it kind of slowed a lot of things up. But I'm glad I'm already been in position already, and like Ed said, we're not even talking about the women. We just talking about experience to be able to go and network.
Let me ask Donnie a question.
yeah,
Donnie, would you be open? I don't know if you got a channel, right?
yeah, I do. You ain't
Okay.
shit to
Would
watch
you
it.
be open to doing something on your channel to show all the brothers the places to go and
Um,
with your experiences and all of that?
so I did a show probably either in Cambodia or in Thailand, like maybe 2 years ago. Realistically, I don't really even talk like with the traveling like that much. I probably should. I've been told by Kev. I've pretty much been yelled at by Roger for not doing this shit. But I'm up for it. A lot of people don't know what traveling is, and that's why I'm so like pro game, because game has really saved me in a lot of spots, because it's kind of taught me what the fuck is working with these women, because these women are the same in every country. So don't believe that these motherfuckers are that much different from what American women are. They run the little hustles, they run the little games, they try to do some extra shit because they know that you're not getting it. But I've been able to peep shit and been in situations that have benefited me greatly, or at least gotten out of situation. Hell, I've been okey doke more than a few times too. Um, but I love traveling. That's what I do. My
Uh,
girl is from the UK. She's been around, so yeah, no, I'm very open to having these conversations. It's just a matter of really having them.
you
Wow. So your
know,
woman is from the UK?
Yeah, she just left
Wow.
another room. She's from
I,
London.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna get off. One of the reasons the conversation is always seen as pro game and anti game. Here's the fucking problem with you niggas. You niggas gotta stop acting like pussy is the be all end all for your lives. And when I hear pro game, I know Donnie, you don't mean that, but for most black men, what that means is you create. It's
Always
kind of
like the
like looking
vagina.
at a 2D character, and I'm looking at it in 4 dimensions. Pussy, we know we're in a gynocracy. So we got to understand game. See, when people try to say game is about life, I know that's not what you niggas are talking about. Because if I start saying social skills and stuff like that, then all of a sudden you start to see it always come back to getting hoes. And dudes will waste their entire 20s and half their 30s just chasing women, and they'll wake up and then realize, oh, I need to be an adult. So game is about solving a problem
Mm,
that a lot of these guys are incentivized to not solve because they're looking at lifetime value. You're a lifetime pole for them to lick financially. And
yeah,
dudes
that
and so I get what Donnie's saying, but at the end of the but most dudes are not Donnie. Most
it's a
dudes
perfect
are
encapsulation of what because most dudes never move past that brown belt game, that 18, 19-year-old level of game, because it's all about getting
And then
bricks.
you have
But the
those two
moment
that
pussy
say,
gets old, You like, fuck it. Where can I use these skills at? All right, I'm gonna game my boss up and get this overtime. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I need a new PlayStation 5. So let me talk this chick into. I might have to dig it down, but I'm gonna get this new PlayStation 5. And you start escalating, and you start using the game to elevate yourself for something more than just having sex. Most people don't. Yeah, most people do not
Well,
move
and
past
I'll
the
say it
sex
straight
fucking
up.
game.
A lot of dudes that talk about game, if you start talking sales, they bitch up. Now it's the white man, and that's how I also know a lot of these people full of shit. If you can talk a bitch, and a lot of these dudes have never got to the point where they can get to the point where they could talk a bitch out of their draws, but they damn sure can't talk a white dude out of $1. And so it's very focused because I understand they're coming from a gynocracy. When black men are taught to be Ken dolls and see that as an ideal, they look for the women to tell them who they are. And by definition, that is wrong. So you see that come up in every area of activity. This is why when me and Steve Boogie got into it about self-improvement, he was talking about, yeah, man, you should self-improve in order to be a better looking nigga for a bitch. Well, here's the problem with that. All it takes is one bitch to pop that balloon, because it don't matter if you have self-improved. If you a nigga, let's say you a dark-skinned nigga and you done self-improve and got all your shit together, did the Thai bow, did the bow or P90X, and you talk to a light-skinned chick and she don't like you because you dark. Well, guess what? None of that shit matters in your mind. That shit you will regress instantly because you still looking for her to validate your ass, and that bitch could be just a stupid ass bitch. My point my point is, I'm not saying to not deal with game, but you have to understand what it is for and how to use it. And a lot of dudes never do that. So they get into this, I want to sit at the feet of masters. I don't have no issue with Lucario. I'm just saying they want to sit at the feet of these quote unquote masters because they're showing you some social media shit about they got a bitch here or there. Like dudes it's just like the thing with dudes be talking about blood sacrifice and conspiracy. Black men fall into these like fucking psychological whirlpools that they never fucking get out of. And I've seen it way too many times, man. Oh, by the way, if you ain't getting your money up at the end of the day, man, if you worried about some game and you broke, shout out to Kevin. You need to be working 60 hours a week unless you got money already. Shout out to Love Dorsey. She said if you ain't got your basics right, meaning you got your own car, your own apartment, and your own job and situation straight, the fuck you in the dating market in the first place. And you got a lot of dudes that they use game to en route that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
You're
mix a
right.
lot
And
of
a
it
lot of
up.
guys use their looks. So you're right, Edwin, on that. It's just so much more out here for us to look forward to. Getting pussy is natural. Finding a woman is natural. You could do that. But if you're doing all that shit, like getting a passport just to go, I got a cousin like that right in San Francisco, and he came back with a baby. It was just all kind of shit.
Well, some dudes go on vacations, and I mean, if you a truck driver and you getting your paper, I mean, take your vacation. I'm not judging that, but if you a dude where it's like you ain't, because traveling is expensive. Now, like traveling consistently is expensive. And I don't care what nobody say about it. Ain't you can't be no broke nigga and do it. Now you may be able to be more efficient with your money, and I got resources. I mean, shout out to Passport Heavy. There's a lot Minority Nomad. There's a lot of good channels out there. But if you can't be no broke nigga traveling,
he
so
got
the
game.
first thing,
His girl worked at the fucking airport. So
well, we talk okay, yeah, that's an exception. We talk about most people, and I'm aware of the airport shit.
Well,
And quite frankly, honestly, they starting to crack down on that. That ain't always they starting to get smarter about that. But
So
even still, because just like New York, Northeast has a direct pathway to Dominican. They get cheap flights there. That's why a lot of them niggas be trying to ball and splurge over it because they got direct flights there that's cheap. So it depends. But what
gotta
I'm
start
saying
looking
is,
into like hidden city fares. There, a lot of the airlines have fuck up fares. So if you pay
Yeah.
attention, there's a bunch of websites and links, especially on Facebook, to where you can get a flight to Spain. It'll cost you $300 because they don't fuck up
I'm
with their
aware.
fare.
We definitely there's game even on that. Absolutely. Like there's a website called I only fly firstclass.com where they convert points in the first class ticket. So you can get cheaper first. So I'm not gonna say I know everything, but I definitely shit. Let's talk about points when it comes to credit. I've been privy to those white boys in them channels when it comes to getting credit cards,
Boy,
get
them
points and shit.
motherfuckers be
Obviously
slick,
COVID's
ain't they?
COVID. But
Because
what
I know
I'm
they're doing it
saying
with the
is
hotels too.
Yeah, they do that too. What I'm saying though is, see, think about it. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do as black men is we're trying to in route shit rather because it can't be, well, nigga, you need to just make some more money. No, we find a way to try to get around shit. And the thing about it is, the white boys that I learned this from, they make buku money, but they still learn how to do it that way so they can then make it cheaper. But they don't try to make it cheaper to still do it without having to make the money. And we got to stop doing that as black men. At the end of the day, you should have your basics together before you start trying to consistently travel like that. For the most part, there's exceptions to every rule, but you got too many dudes that's trying to do other shit and then try to cobble some shit together on some hood shit rather than actually doing the thing that people don't want to do, which is get their economics under control, not to spend it on a bitch, but to have your wiggle room. And I'll say this, and I'm coming off. What a lot of dudes do is this: they have their money right, but they also use the kind of stuff we were just talking about with the points and stuff in order to create a bigger divide in stuff. They don't just get the money and just start overspending on shit that they could get stuff for less. Like, for instance, I know people that they got money, but they still shop at the Goodwill. Why do they shop at the Goodwill? Because they got Kevin style. I know dudes that I have business mentors, black dudes, that these women have commented, multiple black women have commented on how they dress. And they go to the Goodwill. Why? Because they go where the white motherfuckers are, and they got style like Kevin does. So they know how to get shit tailored, how to get this, how to get the brands, the type of fabrics. Because they go to the shit. If you live in a major city, everywhere has like these white areas where they just throw that shit away just to get rid of it.
I'm glad you brought that up because me being in the fashion industry, yeah, it's all about, you know, how you wear your clothes to fit, all of that. Now, I'm guilty of hanging out in those same thrift stores and shit and different places.
Ain't nothing to be guilty about. You smart.
I just got me a badass blazer from the thrift store the other day.
But what I'm saying is I got too much shit already. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But the thing is, when I do go, I always try to go. Like, say, if you've been to Atlanta, if I go to a Goodwill, it'll be somewhere like out near Lenox, because those white people, man, they throw away shit that they don't even know that they have. And it's like some real authentic shit.
A lot of people use that to flip clothes. Likewise as a kept, if you get stuff, you go on eBay and stuff like that, and you real smart about it, because a lot of times too, they'll have electronics in those same places. Man, I was mad as fuck, man. There was a Boost speaker set, and I mean that shit looked brand new. I've gotten tripods. I mean, shit be extra cheap. So it's a lot of stuff if you know what you want. Hell, even when it comes to furnishing an apartment, motherfuckers, I actually get motherfuckers to sit there and try to go, yeah, man, I'm going to rooms to go. I'm like, for what? Like, what the fuck are you going to rooms to go for? You just need this, and my younger brother, you need this, and that. You about to spend all that money on what? Some bullshit you gonna tear up anyway. And the thing about it is, it's not about looking ghetto. It's about making it look good. This is what these fucking immigrants be doing.
You know what? And speaking of game, you ain't no motherfucker that got game if your motherfucking apartment. I don't care how good looking you think you is, nigga. If your apartment empty and you sleeping on the motherfucking floor, hey, I'm sorry.
And maybe I like the bare necessity. But no, you know what?
A lot of them dirty dick Rodneys love to use that air mattress. Them bitches will fuck you. They want to fuck you. Hey, if they want to fuck you, they don't care. That's another thing. It's a difference between game and being pre-qualified too. And a lot of that, remember, when you look at them niggas that be looking like the Migos and shit, that's another thing. It's called message market matching marketing. But if you go to an area where you know you kind of fit the pre-qualified area, like if you like a lot of Latins, not all of them, but a lot of them be on that light skin tip. If you go to that market, then you're gonna say it's game, but it's a different situation. If you even if you're somebody a certain type of way, like I said, them niggas that look like Migos, a lot of these black women be wanting to fuck a dude that look like a rapper in real life. Now, the other thing too about going overseas is it's not so much that niggas be tricking and then trying to sell that as game, because I'm gonna tell you, if I catch that, I'm gonna call them a liar too. But what it really is you have to understand, in America, the reason why we talk about game so much as black men is because black women start off having having deep-seated issues about with us. So you automatically start off at like a -4 unless she's sexually attracted to you, and then you're like a
Yeah,
+2 or 3. And
yeah,
then
you
when
got
she
the
stops being sexually attracted to you, then you start being another nigga that ain't shit. That novelty
you got
wears
folks
off
that be
unless
happy.
you know how to really put it down. When you go overseas, a lot of times, and I'm not gonna say tricking doesn't happen because it does, you're being looked at a neutral. And dudes are not used to that. So for them, it's seen as a boost. And that's where they come in
It's
and they start
I,
bragging.
I wouldn't even say it's a neutral. It's a plus more often than not. However, I have seen these dudes go to these countries and fuck it off because they don't know how to talk to women, or they're very awkward,
Yeah.
or there's some things. So I've seen women have the interest in them and they fucked it off immediately because they can't get over their own selves, right? I'm not saying that it's not easier when you go over to these other places, because it definitely is. But a lot of these dudes bypass that, or they fuck up and then they go right to the prostitutes.
Well, yeah, and that's another thing too. Those are a lot of those dudes are extra awkward, and I know people that they did both. Like at the end of the day, they did the prostitute thing first. Like even when I went over to the Philippines, that's what the white dude that was there. He introduced me to the first weekend, and then I said, okay, fuck this. Let me see what's up this damn street. And then you
Hmm.
saw the clubs further up there in Manila, and then these are women that want to. These are women that don't. They not full time doing that. I wouldn't even say they part. Well, shit, bitches here part time do that shit. But my point is, they were they're just partying like you would out here, and then you
Yeah.
realize, oh, well, they just want to have fun, and even so, why the fuck am I going over there? So I went over there sometimes when it came to getting a drink or something, but for the most part, I went to the other clubs because those are more upscale and stuff like that anyway.
Yeah,
So
that's what it is. You mess with the upscale women, the rich women, because they don't have a need to do that shit. You can tell who they are because they look completely different from what the local women look like. It's just it's a huge difference. And then in addition to that, it's always women backpacking or traveling or trying to see the world and do some shit. I had a breakup. I'm trying. Oh, well, easy pickings. That's why I always said in Amsterdam, the Doors, the Swedes, easy fucking picking.
yeah, but say what you want to. There was some chicks in that in some of them damn brothels that I literally know that they're in the. I've seen their Instagram. They're in the United States, married to white men. So some of them do
Mm-hmm.
be looking good depending on what area
Oh
you
no,
go into.
no,
Plus
no.
the
I'm
brothel.
not saying they don't look good. I'm saying that that you can tell the difference between them, like in the way that they dress and they move and they do everything else. Like it's the difference between a rich person and a person who's getting money from tricks.
Well, no, absolutely, and there's things in between as well. So it just depends, and so again, it becomes this thing where, and again, a lot of these dudes that talk shit about traveling, they haven't traveled, so they're talking about shit they don't know,
Yeah.
and some of these motherfuckers don't even leave their city like that. They think going to Miami is traveling. So that's another thing too. It's like, how the fuck can you tell me something you don't know? And then let's be clear here, and I know I've said this twice, but this is the last thing I'm gonna say. These bitches be doing that shit too. Like Dominican, you got Cabaretti, you got the whole cruises, Urban Escapes, Mocha Fest, all them fucking old bitch cruises with Tom Jordan them used to promote, and all them other cruises that, if you know where they are on Instagram, they go to these fucking Jamaican islands. You
Oh yeah,
got
they got their
O'Shea
own
was
one.
just talking about Gambia. You got a lot of black women. You got the interracial tour, the white zaddy
Mm-hmm.
tour when it come in. So this idea, nobody says shit. Black women got more passports than black men, by the
Yeah, that's
way.
because the
And
black
no,
men are scared. They scared of these
yeah.
women,
No,
man. You got
So
to get out and
so
travel. Cut that
these
shit out.
niggas hit beach
but they
cities that
scared to travel.
they hit beach cities and they do the shit that Ed's talking about. They're not really out here. Like yeah, I've seen them in other places, but they're not really out here. Like you ain't never just gonna see a whole bunch of black women just kicking it in Sri Lanka. Like bitch, what you doing here?
No,
Uh,
you right. But my point is this idea that when women bitch about this, because you'll hear them talk about, like, think about it. What they used to say is, they used to say, "Oh, y'all just dealing with these third world women because they ain't got nothing. They
Yep.
can't. You the best they can do it." Guess what? What are these bitches doing with OnlyFans? And they want to
mhm.
call them sex workers on some endearing shit. Like at the end, and these women live in the first world now with all the privilege that comes along with that in feminism. It's not just the first world; it's feminism on top of that. And look at how quick they were when some get in their ass to start selling some pussy.
And
Like the point is, and then you got dudes that say this shit, and they act like women don't be fucking traveling. A lot of these women do be doing that shit, going to the beach shit, just like Donnie said, doing fucking all this. And why would they do that? They got a pussy. All they gotta do is open their fucking
Mm-hmm.
legs. But see,
Exactly.
so once again, it's dick policing.
Yeah.
So when you understand the
Mhm.
context of everything, you really see how full of shit a lot of these people are. But and some of these people, a lot of these dudes don't know that shit when they're running their fucking mouths. And
Screaming
most dudes,
colorism and
honestly,
all this bullshit.
and most dudes travel because they had a business thing that brought them into it, or maybe it was a job, or maybe it was the military. Most dudes, unless you're dealing with like the Dominican tour, where they're going from New York to them, are not really just going overseas just to be getting some pussy like that. Not in the numbers that people like to act like it is, but what it is they don't want dudes to even start, because that's yet another vector that women are gonna have to compete against.
Most of the men that have a problem with it are either ex-cons that can't get passports, or they broke.
With child support.
Child support, yeah.
Let me tell you the worst thing that I've ever seen. This shit made me cringe, and I still think about this shit to this day. Being in Rome, right? So in Rome, you have a whole bunch of these older cats who are like maybe 35, 36, and this is so fucking embarrassing. They will see black women, and black women, I don't know why, when they travel they have like these braids. When they, you can tell when they're from America, they always had them little braids running down their head, shit, so they can get in water. I don't know what it is, but they always got them braids. These motherfuckers was grabbing their dick and talking profane to these women, and these women was blushing. And I just remember looking, going, "What the fuck is going on?" And then these women would go up talking to these dudes, and then they would flirt, and I would see them later on eating dinner with these motherfuckers. And I know they was fucking. And I asked a homeboy who's from Italy, and he ended up telling me, he said that a lot of these dudes, they just go out and pick up women, and they live with their mama, and they fuck these women, and then they don't see them anymore. So black women are going out here to get dick down by some old rusty Italian dudes that they would talk about if it was a black man. And then they come back and act like nothing happened.
Fucking Carrie Champion just did that shit. She literally just did that shit. And O'Shea did a video on that shit. Because again, for them, a lot of these women, non-black men validate their femininity. And that's, again, that goes back to that self-hatred that they project on the black men because they're black. And a lot of black men have no understanding or clue that that's really what the fuck is going on. They assume a lot of black men operate from this bullshit black male guilt, and they hear all these women chirping, bitching, and they assume it must be something to what these hoes, what these chicks are talking about. So what they do is they start projecting a self-loathing, and they start projecting that on the other black men, because let them tell it, all these bitches done got their teeth knocked out, they done got abused, they done got raped via the Players Club and shit. This didn't happen. Like the way they tell the story, that's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I want to ask.
Anyway.
I want to go back to what you said, Donnie, about the passport issue. A lot of brothers can't do the passport thing because they feel that they've been to prison and they don't have what you call it, like they have a felony. You still can get a passport if you
can.
free.
Some countries won't let you in, like Canada, Japan. Them is the only two that I really know of, but I know motherfuckers with felonies who go to other countries all the time. So there's some places that won't let you in.
Well, I think if you have, maybe it's back child support. It's something like that.
Child support
where you can't leave the country.
Will keep you from getting a passport, but you can have a passport and be back due. Now, when it comes to renew that passport, I don't know. I've never heard. I've never had that conversation. But you have a passport. You have a passport. It's on already. Now, when it's come time to renew that motherfucker, you might be stuck. So I don't know.
Yeah, I have one for land and sea.
You mean the little passport card?
Yeah.
Okay.
So is child support will fuck your shit up.
Yeah, you can't get a passport. They'll see it. But I've also heard people who say that if they go in with the paperwork to get one of those like the same day passports, they don't usually catch it. So I don't know.
Well, any nigga that's avoiding child support is probably broke anyway and probably can't do much.
But to be honest with you, like I've gone overseas. Like I've spent maybe a month in Southeast Asia, and I'm moving like P Diddy in this, or in my mind anyway. I'm moving like P Diddy. I probably spent $900 for the whole month, and that's between 2 or 3 countries. This was drinking every day, going out to eat every day, buying illicit products.
What country was that?
So typically, I go for Songkran, and you can go from uh, Thailand to Cambodia and celebrate the Songkran, and then you go up to the Vang Vieng River in Laos, and you ride the river up and down. So that's what I did for that year. So that's
Let me
between
ask you something though.
airfare, travel, planes, buses, etc.
Let me ask you something though. So I've never been to Mexico. Now, I've had a passport all my life. It's crazy, but I'm going to Mexico because I'm going to get some extra shit that I
I
want to
don't
get
think you need
done.
a passport. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well it depends. Like you right
If you go by plane, yeah, you need one. But if you drive into that motherfucker, you can get away with it.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I got the card, and all that. You go through Los Algodones, right?
What'd you say?
You go through Los Algodones. I mean, like Arizona to get to Los Algodones. Algodona.
I don't know Los Economas. I live in Arizona. You mean we go to Rocky Point? Uh, Nogales? Is that what you're talking about when you cross over in Nogales? I don't.
Well, it's whatever is up by Arizona where you go through. Because I know not down by Tijuana. That's further down by San Diego, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. But you don't go there, huh?
To Tijuana?
No, I'm just saying, just to Mexico. Period.
Yeah, no, I go to Mexico. Well, it's been a while, but I used to go to Mexico all the time. I like driving across. I've been to like Cancun and Mexico City recently, but driving across it's been a couple of years since I actually really legitimately drove across.
Damn, but driving across, was it safe driving across?
So when you drive across, depending on where you go and how long you're going, like if you do it in Mexico and you're planning to go deep into Mexico, they want you to get the Mexican insurance because if they pull you over, they can fuck with you. But in all reality, you can really just pay them some money and they leave you the fuck alone.
Like how much?
$40 probably.
Hello?
We got
Yeah.
Black Hindu is on.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, your volume is low. I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. I probably should just speak up.
Right.
Um,
Yo, we can hear you, love. Go
Can
for
hear
it.
you.
I was just having I was just kind of like confused about y'all saying that black men are scared to get passports or like scared to travel.
No, we were talking about okay, in the black manosphere, there's like a game. There's a group of men that preaching game, basically, talking to women here in the states, and then you
Mm-hmm.
have another group of brothers that are talking about SYSBN, which is also they do a lot of traveling overseas. So you have these two groups that are going back and forth with each other. It's
But
like
it's about game. Both of them are talking about game.
In a basically in a manner of speaking, it just depends on the side of the coin.
That don't make no sense because you still dealing with women. I
right, but
don't understand.
the passport brothers. Well, I guess I shouldn't say passport brother because that's actually a small subgroup. But the
I
brothers
call
that
them
are
the passport bros, but
okay,
yeah.
passport bros. Okay, so those guys are basically saying that if you go overseas, you don't really need game. So
What?
they're saying that game is really
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
well. This is what they're saying. I've never been overseas, but they're saying that when you go overseas, maybe you don't need game to the same extent as you need game here in the states.
Mm,
Maybe that's what they're
I
trying
see
to
that. I see
You
that
don't.
because like I haven't gone to Japan yet, but like I got study abroad set up and everything.
say.
And I had just been because being black, like in a place where it's not a lot of black people around, I was like, okay, well, let me see what I'm getting into. And
Where were you going to study abroad?
it's this university called Sophia University. It's in Tokyo. It's like
Okay.
in southern Tokyo.
Hmm.
Yo, so it's in Tokyo. Okay, you're gonna be riding that JR train, huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What
And
does the
this is
black
like
Hindu mean? What is a Hindu part of your
because
name?
I'm Hindu.
Oh, you're Hindu. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
go ahead,
Um.
tell
that's
us
what's up.
about this
Yeah.
school.
So I was like going on YouTube and stuff, trying to see like, okay, what is it like being black in Japan? Because I don't want nobody trying to do no crazy stuff
Yeah,
to me,
well,
you know. And so I remember there was this one because they did a whole series. There's this one black man. He said that he had got a job and he felt like he had got it just cause he was black. He did like graphic design or whatever, and
Mhm.
that's like real big over there. And he was just like, honestly feel like they just chose me because I'm black. And he was like dark skinned, like I think he was African. I don't think he was he was either from Africa or he was from the UK, but he wasn't American. But I can definitely see how like maybe being black in a place where it's not a lot of black people, you don't really have to try that hard to date somebody. But the question is like if your goal is just to sleep with that person, or is your goal to like have a long-term relationship? Well, we talking about game, so I feel like people who focusing on game, they're not thinking about nothing long term. So yeah, I think that has some truth that you don't have to. It's easier in other
If
countries.
if a guy here, so you're in the States right now, right?
Yeah, I'm at home. Yeah,
What part of the country are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in the South.
The South. Okay. So if a brother approached you with with no game, how would you treat him compared to if a brother approached you with game and his game
I
was
don't.
tight, his mouthpiece was tight?
Man, everybody got an angle, and you don't always know what that is. So I can't say that. I can't really answer your question because I'm not. I'm not a man. Like I
So
don't
you
know.
don't value brothers that know how to talk to women. That to you doesn't have any value.
I
The
feel like
communication is better. You know you're gonna go with that dude.
what?
I said if the communication is better, you know you're gonna go with dude. You're not gonna come up to a dude who's talking to you like, "Hey, do you watch anime? In this
Yeah,
one
he gonna be
season,
talking to you
you know,
about
I'm like, get the fuck out of here."
See,
But if the
but that,
What
dude
they
hits
call
but
all
it?
the
see,
right
but see,
buttons,
that's the
Weeaboo?
difference. But see, women don't even have to worry about that aspect. Only thing they got to do is, get themselves together and walk outside.
Well, I
Okay,
would
if a man
say
asks you to say, he say,
okay.
"Let's go snowboarding." What would you let him? Would you go on a date with him?
Snowboarding, that sounds fun as hell. Why not?
Okay.
But I
Okay.
mean, to answer the first man's question, like how would I treat a guy with game as opposed to a guy with no game? Like, yeah, like okay, if the communication is going smoothly, of course that guy's gonna have an advantage. Cause if we vibe, we vibe. But again, like you talking about the weeaboo nerdy geek, I like anime too. So I mean, sometimes you just gotta see people for like their personality and everything. But you may be, as a woman, you may be kind of confused. Like, is this dude trying to talk to me, or like they just being, you know, geeky or whatever?
Well, I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
tell you, if a man approaches you in public, he's trying to talk to you. If the conversation goes more than 15 seconds, he's trying to talk to you. That's
Yeah, yeah,
from me to
yeah,
you.
yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like any man that's got enough confidence, to me, is the fact that you came up and you started talking to me. Like,
Do you help him? Do you help him? Like if he starts stumbling and fumbling with his words, would you bail him out and try to keep the
yeah,
conversation? Oh, you
because
do?
you didn't ask for
I
the check
stutter
already.
sometimes. I stutter sometimes too. We all human. We all sometimes we say stupid stuff if we like, just starstruck by somebody.
But you
So
sound hesitant a little bit when you said, "I don't know if he's trying to be my friend or do my hair, or if he's trying to talk to me." I'm just
why
using
you
how
got?
you sound.
I ain't say that.
I know that, but I'm
But
just
I'm trying to say like with people who got like awkward personalities, you may not understand, like specifically men that got like awkward personalities or
Mm.
whatever, you may not catch on immediately that like, oh, they trying to talk to you.
because
Oh,
a lot
come
of
on.
women in the South, don't understand men who live in California. It's totally different from, for them, they're used to the dope boys, the real street,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Because it's a different culture out here.
I ain't been to California, so I don't know about that.
What state are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
Real quick, real quick, real quick. I got a super chat. Twister grenade sucker. Thank you. Game is a crutch, he says. All right.
Are we supposed to talk about that? I don't understand how
No,
that
we
works.
don't. I mean, that's a
No, no, no.
super
If
chat is
someone,
somebody that contribute.
super chat is someone that contributes a donation, and it is proper etiquette to read the statement that is in the
Oh,
super chat.
oh, okay.
She's pretty. I can tell she's pretty new to all of this, so she has to be educated on certain things. So
I'm
Mhm.
sorry, y'all. I
No, no,
didn't.
no, no, no,
No,
no, no,
you
no,
cool.
Uh,
You
no, no,
cool.
no,
You
no,
cool.
no,
It's
no,
all
no,
good.
no.
yeah.
Like if it's something you don't know, we your gentlemen will be more than happy to explain it. That's all.
Okay. Well, I'm in Texas to answer your question.
Oh, me too. What part?
Like Dallas, like
Damn,
well,
everybody in Dallas. I'm in Dallas, Fort Worth too.
I'm like
Anyway,
Love
like
connect.
Supporting True
way up
Kitchen.
no,
north.
I'm married, bro. I'm off the market.
I'm just
No, yeah, I'm not supporting True Kitchen though. True
So yeah,
Kitchen though.
Black Hindu, what was your thoughts on that about the Truth Kitchen incident?
Well, I have mixed feelings about that, but it's obvious that because like I'm from Dallas, so I know I've been knowing about that restaurant, or I don't know if it's a restaurant or a club. I don't know what it is because I ain't never been, but I saw the promotion for it or whatever.
Hmm.
But people
Is
act
a
like
restaurant.
fools. People act like straight up fools, black, white, whatever, man,
Well, let me tell you
woman.
like this. Let me step in for a second. Because I was a restaurant worker, restaurant manager, and such. When you are in a restaurant that is predominantly black, you're going to have a black crowd, meaning
Mhm.
that if it's a if it's a two lot level $1 million uh $1 million building, $1 million structure, you're going to do everything you can to protect it and to also make the environment conducive to your clientele. I mean, just for field purposes. That doesn't mean when you hear what was that song that played? What was the song they played to make to say to girls like, "Oh, we just lost our minds and started twerking."
Oh, the
They
Megan Thee
said it was
Stallion
throw
joint.
that ass in a circle, but they was
Yeah,
playing Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
and like first, and then he's seen on video uh, trying to get everyone to calm down and saying it in a nice professional tone. Now,
Yeah.
I'm a grown ass man. I don't like to ask people more than once to not to do something.
Nobody does. Nobody likes that.
Yeah.
He
So
shouldn't have had to do that. He should have
now,
just kicked them out.
and I mean, a lot of people say that he should have just kicked them out if they were going to be disruptive. But it did seem like once he did ask nicely that they made their way into rebelling against what he was saying. Well, because one thing that I did say is people think that they can bring like a little $5, $10, $15 into any place, and then all of a sudden they can act any way
Mm.
they want to act. They can treat
Yeah.
people any way they want to treat people,
Yeah.
and that's just not the case. I mean, if you have $1 million establishment, and like I said, you don't want people standing on top of it, standing on top of the furniture twerking.
Mm-mm.
That's not it, and that's not going to fly in anyone's $1 million establishment. Now, people talk
Mhm.
about the way you should have handled it. Like I said, if I had to ask you something 2 or 3 times, yeah, I might come with a
Yeah.
couple of
You gonna
expletives.
come with a different
And
energy.
people need to stop acting like that they ain't never heard curse words before. Like everybody, like everybody act like they live in some kind of G-rated, sensitive,
But can,
softer than wet tissue society. You have heard curse words before.
can I say what I think about it?
Go ahead.
It might be a little bit unpopular, but I try to look at it as objectively as possible. And if I'm being like real honest, I we all know that the lady was wrong, and I guess she was drunk. I don't know, but there's no excuse for twerking in a restaurant, especially after you've been told not to.
There was a group of women that were all involved with that.
The whole back section.
One lady that
Yeah, yeah.
one lady that looked like she has kids that are at least preteens was leaning up against the glass with both hands twerking. Now it's a safety issue.
You say she looked like she got kids. You mean?
I mean, well, she like all the women look like they just got out of church. Like personally,
Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean because they was all dressed up and everything.
and one
But
lady was leaning up against a
I
glass
saw that. Like, what the hell are you doing?
and
I
then
saw that.
it was being really loud. Now, see, for that wasn't now for those like 2 or 3 tables, they weren't the only people in that restaurant. There were actually
Mhm.
people in that restaurant that were trying to have a meal. And when you're
Yeah.
being all loud
Yeah.
and twerking and shit. Like,
So what I have to say about that is the business owner, or whatever his name is, I forgot his name, but he was completely right, and there was really no wrong way. There's not really, we can scrutinize him because he's in a position of power, but there's really no wrong way that he dealt with that.
let me
But
tell
at
you
the same
something.
time,
Let me tell you
okay.
something real quick.
Uh-huh.
Like, I had a broadcast a couple weeks ago. Actually, it was my biggest broadcast on this channel. In the title, I said this: "There's no correct way to say it. It really isn't.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
going to be scrutinized when you say something."
Yeah.
Uh,
But I'm honestly felt some type of way when he made his like PSA. It kind of sounded like he was saying more, like it felt like he was speaking like it. I felt like he just kind of generalized all of us like in a group, and then he had that little bit about like respect or whatever, and like I don't like in Dallas people get drunk all the time, and he
That was
got
his
men.
establishment. He had a right to say what he wanted.
let me put it to you like this: as far as the generalization, are you saying he generalized when he said something like he did it for the culture? Where exactly was the generalization? Where did it come in?
Yeah, yeah, that like
But
okay,
what
because
are
like
your
if they weren't black, like I feel like he wouldn't have said the exact things that he said. He still would have been upset.
do you
He
stigmatize
got,
white? Let me ask you a question: do you stigmatize white people with twerking?
do I stigmatize white people?
Yes, do you stigmatize white people with twerking? I'm trying to get to a point here.
Like, do I not like seeing them twerk?
I mean, like, because we always say it, we always bring in this other group shit. It's like at the end of the day, it's his establishment, and it doesn't matter whether they were black, white, Hispanic, Asian.
Exactly. It doesn't matter.
If they were standing on top of his furniture, it doesn't matter if you were black, white, or Hispanic. But at
It
the same
doesn't
time,
matter.
when he doing it for the culture, he also followed that up with saying, "I wanted to do something nice for black people." Now, what is wrong with saying I wanted to do something nice for black
I
people?
felt like
And all over it.
okay, so nothing is wrong with that. I'm not saying that. Please don't go like attacking me.
No, you're not being attacked.
Like what I'm trying to say is, and I'm trying to finish out what I'm saying. I haven't got a chance to finish out what I'm trying to say. So like he is right with what he said, but I feel like he kind of connected twerking to like made it sound like it's a black female issue.
It
It
is.
is.
I
It
don't
is.
I don't know about that
That's
because
like saying salsa dancing is not a Latin issue. Like, come on, it could
when
be
I look
real.
around, y'all, when I
Where did twerking
first
start?
off, I don't twerk, and
Come
especially in
on,
public,
Black Hindu.
especially in public.
Oh,
But
look. You said you don't twerk, especially in public. Why is that? I want to answer to that question.
because you already know that, like, okay,
Don't put it on black men.
no, I ain't about to say nothing about no black man.
Let's not blame the music.
No, I'm saying that as a black
Because they sure
woman,
blamed it on the music.
as a black woman, our bodies are more heavily scrutinized than any other woman. So a white girl can twerk all she wants.
I
And
disagree.
No, I don't.
I'm talking from my experience, y'all. Like, this is what I seen in Deep Ellum in Dallas. White girls can get white girl wasted. They can dance on tables and shit. And it's wrong. They shouldn't be doing that. Nobody should be doing that. They
When
should be
Mhm.
kicked the
when
fuck out.
when I
Excuse
hear
my language.
when I hear stuff like that, it's usually used as a deflection. Nobody is like, we don't absolve white women. It's
No, I'm not
it's
saying
talk.
that. My point is not about white women, y'all.
Brought them up.
My point is that twerking is no longer a black female thing. It's a
Culturally,
everybody thing. Everybody done took that trend and ran with it.
Right, but
regardless.
here's the thing: is twerking is connected, has been identified as something that black women do. So if you're a black woman, then what the problem I have is I don't think black people, especially black women, appreciate their reputation, their cultural reputation enough. They don't. It's like that's the last thing you should be doing out in public. And matter of fact, all of the other black women at that restaurant should have checked her ass. That
And
that
they did.
restaurant, no,
One woman called her out. One woman and her husband was trying to talk to them, which they should not have been doing because that's dangerous. Why would you try to check some strangers?
what I'm saying is black women need to
You right
check.
about that.
What I'm saying is there's no reason at all why you should be out in public at a restaurant standing on top of anything shaking your ass. There is
And
no
I
excuse for that.
agree, but like I feel like you to say that this is a black female issue is completely unrealistic.
No. Let me stop you right there. Why did the incident go viral in the first place?
I don't know. You tell me.
No.
Can you name
The incident went viral in the
white
first
women were doing this?
I don't know why it went viral in the first place. I really don't.
It went viral in the first place because of what he said to those women. I mean, they tried to make it like he was wrong for establishing some ground in his restaurant. And number two, to say that twerking is a black female thing, I mean, it culturally it belongs to black women.
But if we talk about individual black women, like if I think about, okay, how many black women do I know that's gonna be out there and be twerking?
Like,
you go to Africa, they do it a lot.
Hey, I got this. Hey, like that's just like saying that all black men are deadbeat dads. Although I know that 95% of all the black men I know are present fathers.
Exactly.
And I'm saying is, well, you can't talk about black deadbeat dads since I know like all of these present dads. Yes,
I ain't saying that though. That's not what I'm saying.
But you can't.
I ain't saying it's one way or the other. I'm not saying that there's not black women who twerk. There's black women who twerk in public. We just saw that in the video. But what you're not seeing is the black women who don't twerk. And then what you also not seeing is women, period, twerking in Dallas. Like Deep Ellum is it has a ratchet culture. People, it don't matter who they are. They be acting ratchet.
They weren't in Deep Ellum.
They'll get drunk as hell. They get drunk and stupid. So I don't understand why this drunk incident got to be tied to the whole of black.
They were in a high end restaurant in uptown Dallas. They weren't in Deep Ellum. They weren't in. They were. I don't know how much it costs a plate at that restaurant. But
what's the zip code of Dallas they was in?
I don't. Let's stop this right here. I think the issue is that it's not that we're lumping black women into the same thing and into the same group. It's just that whenever any small group of black women, I don't care, it could be from 1 to 100. Whenever you do something like whenever a group of black women make a fool of themselves, there's always these long-winded campaigns to try to clear the name of the black woman as a group. You got a few guys out there that will run with these incidences and gone crazy. But the reason why this incident went viral in the first place is because of what he said to those women. People acted like he did not have a right to establish ground in his establishment. And you can say this doesn't happen. I mean, this doesn't happen with all black. Nobody ever says all. Where do y'all get this all from? What we're saying is in that particular incident, on that particular day, that happened. Now, all the scrutiny for black women comes from the fact that there were so many black women that pushed against Kevin Kelly and defended those women, even going as far as to try to paint black men with this brush. That we're just, the same usual bullshit.
Yeah, so that's not right.
If you just look at that incident and that incident right there, it exposes the fact that black women just simply do not like being told what to do by black
I feel like what it is I feel like we're too critical of each other. Like we're most critical of our own. And I feel like people don't like
the fact of the matter is that things have gotten to this point because we haven't been critical enough of each other. And then when people start saying stuff about this, stuff that we're not used to hearing, they always come up with this, we don't need to be so critical toward each other. We need to be so much more positive toward each other. But, and this is probably a beaten horse, but I'm going to beat the shit out of it again. But when black women were given the floor on other platforms, especially nationally televised programs, they did not hold back on black men. Period. No one was saying any of that shit. No one. No one
Well,
was saying. No
I'm
one was
not one of
saying
I'm
like we
not
don't need
them.
to be talking
I'm
about
not
each
talking to
other.
them right now though.
No.
Right,
I'm
but
saying though.
this ratchet behavior needs to be driven out of the black culture. We I don't care what that man said when those women got on that man's chairs and his couch and started dancing, they lost all they lost any rights that they had. They lost it at that point. So if he would have got up there and just cussed their ass out for 10 minutes straight, that's what they deserve. They acted like complete whores, and so
Ooh,
why shouldn't they get
horse.
talked to
It
like
is
that?
what it is.
Ouch,
He's
man.
right.
That's
He's right. Black Hindu.
disgusting.
Look where they get it
What do you
from.
mean?
I
That's
mean,
disgusting,
That's
bro.
they watch
I'm
shows like
disgusting.
Love and
A
Hip
I'm
whore
Hop
is
disgusting.
somebody
and
that
things
sleeps
like that.
around.
That's where they get it from.
A whore is somebody who sleeps around with men.
Or
Listen,
someone who
That's
acts
what a whore is.
they were
unladylike.
dancing up
Okay,
on
well
the
that's his.
table like they
Let's
were
say that's his
stripping.
opinion. Okay, well it's not a fact.
Man,
Okay,
that's like borderline like hate speech, bruh. Like I would
No, it's
never.
not hate
Uh,
speech.
Why
I
you?
care enough
But why
about
we
black
gotta use all these derogatory words
because
for
that's what
women?
they act like. They should not. There is
They
no
acted like
reason.
drunk people.
they
They
acted
acted
What?
like
like drunk
Love and Hip
people.
Hop women, like
I've
what
been
they
drunk on
watch. That's
many
what they was
occasions.
doing,
I've never had to twerk.
and
I
that
don't
nobody
watch Love
can
and Hip
talk to them
Hop,
and tell them
man.
how to conduct themselves in public. That's how they were acting. They
If
wasn't
Why?
They were
acting like
listen
acting.
they
Hold,
wasn't
listen
hold on,
acting
fellas.
like
If
Hold on.
young
they
Hold
ladies.
on,
They wasn't
fellas.
hold
acting
Hold
like
on,
on.
they
Hold
have.
on.
hold
if they
on.
were
If that
not women, if they were not
hold on,
if
Hey,
they were
one at
men,
a
would you be
time.
calling them whores?
listen. If they were Arab women and they were in an Arab restaurant and they got up on the they were dancing and twerking like that, what do you think would have happened to them?
What I'm saying is if they were men, they would be just as wrong. You shouldn't be calling them whores because
If
if they were men, they would be just as
Stop
wrong.
acting like it. Stop doing
Men
things
are
that
not
whores
around here
do.
twerking.
if
But let
Act
me
like
ask you
a
this: Why?
lady.
Hold
What do
on,
you call
ma'am.
a man that
Married
that's doing
women
that
don't
Black
go
shit?
to the
Hindu, I have a
restaurant and
question
twerk.
for you.
one at a
Married
time,
women don't go to
one
the
at a
restaurant
Hold
and
time.
twerk.
on,
I'm
Black Hindu.
sorry.
Why is it
Sorry
that
about
you do not twerk in public?
What'd you say?
Why is it that you do not twerk in public? You said earlier you don't twerk in public. That's not something you go around doing. Why is that?
Because it's dangerous to do so as a black woman.
It's
Because I
dangerous.
understand that if I twerk, I'm gonna be called a whore. And that's
You
not
shouldn't be.
right,
You
but
shouldn't
that's the
want to twerk
reality.
in
So
public.
you just proved our point.
What the
It's not
hell?
from a behavioral standpoint. You're telling me it's
So
not from a
so
behavioral standpoint. So basically, what you're telling me is your twerking should be looked at as okay behavior if you decide to do it. Correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, okay, then why are you not chalking this up?
There's words for everything. But a woman twerking does not
so
deserve the label of whore.
What
We
do you
all are
let me
call
like
it then?
explain
What
something
should
to
it be
you
called?
because she's from the South. So this is what you have to understand. There's certain behaviors that are not ladylike that are considered ratchet. That are just
exactly.
that are ridiculous, right? So you know that when the old folks spoke about these behaviors, they would call it whore behavior or you're acting like a
No,
whore.
no,
So hold on, hold
no
on,
older
hold on, hold
people.
on. Let me
My
finish
people
my
did not
statement.
use those
Ho-
kind of
uh,
words with me.
I don't believe you, but that's fine. But let me finish my statement. So what I'm saying to you is, do you think that bending over and wiggling your butt cheeks is anything other than a sexual dance?
It's a okay. Do you want to know how many dances are
No, no,
sexual?
no,
Come
no, no,
on,
no,
black
no, no,
woman.
no. I didn't
Nah,
ask
come
you
on,
that. Do
girl. You
you
know, come
think
Like
on,
that
what
sis.
about
You can't
bending
answer the
over
question.
Behavior.
and wiggling your ass is anything other than something sexual?
yeah, it's a sexual
So
dance.
it is a sexual dance.
But
So
that
what do
don't make a
whores
woman
do?
a
No,
whore
no, no,
though.
no, no. What do whores do? They have sex with men. They do things
But she
provocative
didn't
in
have
order
sex.
to
Did you see
entice
her
men.
have sex in
They
there?
they, they do things in
Did you
order
see
to
her have
entice
sex in
men,
there?
and they do provocative things. Therefore, these women were doing a dance that is
Beyonce do
similar to put
provocative things on the stage. Is she a
And
whore?
she shouldn't be doing it either.
again. This is a high scale restaurant in the middle of the day. These women are getting up on tables, twerking ass like strippers in
Okay,
the
but you
club.
can say that that's ratchet. You can even call
Okay,
it
so
loose. You can
but it's
call it
being
loose.
it's being like it's
But you
behaving in
can't
the manner
call a
of a
woman
whore.
a whore. That's just
No,
straight up like
it no,
rhetorical
you
violence.
don't find it nice, but in actuality, that's the behavior of a
I
whore.
would
What does a
never.
whore do? Have
I
you
would
been
So
to a
is
never.
whorehouse?
ratchet behavior
Have
a
you seen
better
these
term?
whores on the
I
corner?
would
That's
never.
what they
I would
do.
never.
Is ratchet a better term?
But this is why I don't twerk in public, and this is why.
You
Just
shouldn't want to twerk in public, even if it was, even if you wouldn't be called out on it. You shouldn't want to
excuse
demean
me.
yourself like
Excuse
that.
me. This is one of the reasons why I don't do many things among of them, which is twerking in public. This is
You
Because
should,
know
you
what
one
this
of
shouldn't
the
want to
behavior
reasons.
do it.
represents.
This is, and
Because
no,
you
I
know
don't
what
want to
this
do it, and I don't
behavior
have to.
represents.
I'm light
If
skinned and
you
got a
ever,
nice body.
if you've
I ain't
ever
gotta
been
move.
to a red light district, if you've ever seen prostitutes walking around, these are the behaviors that they exhibit. So why is it unfair to say that it's whore? That's behaving like a whore.
Man, I just don't agree with that language. That's it. And we never gonna see eye to eye on that. So let's skip over
Yeah,
that because we don't have to agree on that to acknowledge the fact
that's fine.
that
But
she
it's
was
just what
she
whores
was
do.
wrong for twerking in public in that man's restaurant. We both
Yeah, she's
agree on that.
behaving in a
She
manner
hurt
that
you.
whores do.
Listen, this sister hurt. She hurt you as a black woman because you all's reputation is being beaten and battered right now because you have women like this that are killing your reputation. It's killing you. It's gonna
Yeah,
make it.
that's what I want to know.
It's gonna make it harder for you to do anything, get a job, to get married, to whatever, because you have women out here that are just they don't care about your reputation. They
It's
they are
always
they are hurting
Here's
you
what's
in the
problematic.
long term.
it's
Here's
always
what's,
been like that. And you
here's
gotta
what's
understand.
problematic. Here's what's problematic right here. When, like I said, when that little video went viral, the reaction from a large majority of females, like there's this and like I told, like I said this on a couple social media platforms. You're exposing yourselves as non-marriage material.
Yep.
I
Other
ain't exposing
men,
myself as
men.
non-marriage material.
Listen, it's not about you. Your reputation. That's like anything. For example, let me give an example. When
But
I
you see what my point in saying that is, like, y'all can't point out the bad behaviors in black women and say all black women are fucked.
Your
Why you
reputation
saying
is that
all?
of a black woman. You're a black woman. So if you see something like that go viral, you should be mad at that woman, not at the store owner.
And I
She
was. I was,
you
sir.
shouldn't have any smoke
I
for the
was.
store owner.
I don't
That's
have
so
no smoke for the owner. How did
okay.
y'all
All
construe that
right.
I had smoke for the owner?
You said you had a problem with what
I
he
said
said.
what he said made me feel a type of way because I felt like, unfortunately, like he was kind of generalizing all of us, and he addressed like all the women in all the black women in his restaurant. Like he was talking about black women,
Your
and like he was.
But you
your
don't condone
reputation as a
twerking in the
black woman. Oh,
restaurant.
I
hold on.
understand that. I agree with
Your
y'all.
reputation as a black woman took a hit because of what those women did, and you're
I
not upset
agree.
at them.
I am upset at them. I was upset at them, and I expressed that multiple times since I've been here. I
So why are
said
you even
multiple
talking about
times.
the store on it at all? Why is he even part of this? He didn't hurt
I
your
wasn't blaming
reputation.
the
They
store
did.
the
The
store
women
owner
did.
for anything. I said I felt some type of way about what he said. I didn't
Why?
say he was wrong,
Why did you feel some
because
type of way about it?
anytime you called out and you know that, okay, somebody who isn't you, they not who you are, you know that you're not somebody that's gonna be twerking in public, but yet you lumped up in a category with them, yeah, you gonna feel some type of way
You were
about
lumped
it.
up in a category because y'all defended the hell out of that
What?
shit. Maybe not you
I didn't do
personally.
it.
Maybe
No,
not you.
not you per se, but a lot of black women in general.
Okay, well, that's them, and you see,
They went as far as to even go on that on his Facebook pages and stuff like that, Yelp, just down criticize, his restaurant, and they haven't even been there. Just off
yeah,
watching the video that they don't agree with because they don't identify that twerking behavior as either whorish or ratchet behavior. It's one of the
it's
two.
ratchet. It's
Okay,
ratchet as hell.
I appreciate your answer on that.
And I
And
feel
that's why
like
when you
all
and
black
that's
women
what
should be
hold on,
mad
and
about that.
that's why when you go to Japan, you're gonna you I ain't gonna say first of all, sister, I hope you don't have any problems when you go overseas to Japan. I hope that you don't have any issues at all.
I speak enough Japanese.
But what I'm but my but what
Be
I'm but my
careful of
point
them, man.
is that when you go to Japan, that all of that woman, what that woman did at that restaurant, and all the other ratchet behaviors that these black women do are gonna go with you. That's going along with you
I
in your
understand that. And guess what else
suitcase.
is going with me?
What's that?
Everything else that people think about black people.
Right.
Everything else that whatever story has been told to Japanese people about black people,
I don't give a
both
fuck
men
about
and
them.
women.
Let me
I'm
go into
carrying that.
no. I don't give a fuck about any of them. Like shit. Like why should I care about what another race thinks about black people? Oh, like
No,
why? Why? Because
she's
they're
bringing
my
it up. She's bringing it up because she's moving to Japan, so she's going to be in that environment in that
So
country.
I
They're
understand
going
what
to
y'all are
have a
saying by
different
like
dynamic with her.
we always have a somebody
Before
who
y'all boot her, I want to
represent.
ask a question. Before y'all boot her, I want to ask a question.
Doing that, fam.
Ain't nobody
We're
booting
not
nobody.
we're
Yeah,
not
giving
rude
her
that
the
way.
credit to be a
Can
gentleman,
we
man.
not talk like we're connecting all our sentences together, please? Like, come on.
I got off because I was trying to ask a question. I came back. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
One simple. Black Hindu. I just want to know your occupation. Are you a school teacher?
No, sir.
Damn.
Can may we know your occupation?
Well, I'm in school now, but I'm a day trader.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I'm a day trader too, actually.
Forex, that's it.
I don't deal with Forex. Anyway,
I,
that shit is scary.
Yo, I just got one
Anyway.
question, and I'm a dip. Just one question. Would you please tell us what qualifies as whole behavior to black women amongst themselves?
Me?
You're a black woman, so I'm pretty sure you in the
But I'm
sisterhood.
just
Nobody's
one
saying you're gonna
black
host
woman.
shit, but
I
you
can't
know,
speak for all black women.
y'all not connected like that, real talk. But the shit is so far and wide, so it got to be some kind of connection.
She's not gonna break that wall for the sisterhood, is what she's telling you.
I can't speak for all black women, but I can tell you what I think. First off, like I feel like down here in the South, we call it being loose, being loosey goosey. It could be something as small as how you take care of your stuff, the kind of people you
You
surround
do
yourself
realize
with.
most of the people on this panel are from the South or have family from the South, right?
Dallas
What'd
right
you say?
here.
We
Never
talking
mind. Go
about
ahead.
women that were shaking their ass at a high-end restaurant in Dallas. We're not talking about somebody not taking care of their stuff.
But that's what it leads to. Okay, that is all connected. Because if you really cared about yourself and your self-image, you wouldn't let that happen. You wouldn't do that in public. Do you see what I'm saying? So that is like loose behavior.
No,
But it's not
so
about
when did it become a badge of honor to do it though? It wasn't always a badge of honor, even in
Loose
Dallas.
behavior is horse behavior.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Ask because I don't see me and my friends when we go out, we know it's a thing. We don't twerk.
Nah, I mean, yo, how old you is? Sis? How old you is?
I'm 19.
You
Okay,
said you
well,
was 22 a second
you
ago.
Just a
you
kid,
young,
baby.
You
yeah.
said you were
So yeah,
22 a
you don't
second
get that
ago.
far.
Hey, I'm calling bullshit. You said you were 22 a second ago.
Well, I thought y'all was
The
gonna boot
fuck?
me out if I wasn't old enough or whatever. I'm sorry, y'all.
I
I'm
mean,
No,
like,
sorry.
this isn't a bar. This is
we're not giving you
StreamYard.
drugs or anything, but
But
let me
we also see why you're
hold up.
giving it the pass too. You know, you're kind of
Yeah, we can.
young,
You
and
are young.
yeah, you
Yeah.
ain't worried about how the world view you yet.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I
Well,
ain't
she
worried
worried
about
about
how the world view me. I'm
how
worried
she worried
about how
about
the
how
world view
Asians
me
view.
every day.
Hey, let me read the super chat though. Let me read the super chat. The Sneak 2008. Thank you for supporting the channel, fellas. Unattractive BW can't compete. Beautiful women, the only way to draw attention is to be loud and make themselves sexually available. Being naked too, remove this behavior and they are ignored by men.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree because sisters, in my opinion, if the top the best sister, the most fit sister, is smashing all of the groups, all of the ethnic groups, in my opinion. But the problem is most of them aren't very fit. Most of them aren't at their peak condition here in the states.
But that's
I
what he
ain't no
said.
mulatto.
Unattractive sisters. What are you talking about? The attractive ones.
This man went full Cosby.
I kind of
No.
I feel like sometimes if you know a girl, she next to another girl that look better than hers, more attractive, she gonna try to like do something to compensate for it. But again, I can't really speak to that because I ain't had that experience. But I can see where there may be some kind of truth in that. How being unattractive can lead you to, or feeling
Right.
insecure about yourself can lead you to do outlandish stuff.
Like whore behavior.
Like what?
Let me
Twerk
tell you
gate.
something. I'm from the South. I'm from the South. Yeah, I'll tell you how southern I am right now. I'm from Montgomery, Alabama.
Oh my
Which
God. I was
I've
down
heard
there last month.
loose,
Alabama.
loose. I've heard
Oh
loose.
shit.
I've heard fast.
Fast hell.
Yes, yes. I've heard floozy. I heard all this stuff, but all of it is tied. Like you can sugarcoat it all you want. All that stuff is tied to whore behavior.
But we
Sorry.
don't that kind of language is damaging to young girls. You can't just be like,
So it's loose and fast.
What?
So you
no,
telling
not
me? So
loose and fast.
you telling
Loose and
me?
fast
You
is the
telling me
same
that?
thing.
You telling me the activity that is, let's just say, fast but if somebody calls it
We're
out,
not
them
arguing
calling it
about
out
the
is more
language.
damaging than the
We
actual
don't.
activity.
Okay, so what we disagreeing about is the language that we use to describe the same thing. We're not gonna agree with that. It seemed like we're not gonna agree with that. So let's just move on.
Well, I control this conversation,
Right,
young
but what I'm
lady.
saying is, if
What the hell are you talking about?
yeah, calling out an activity. So we reached a point. We reached a point in the black community where calling out an activity is more damaging than the activity itself. That's where we
No,
are
it's
right now.
how
Yep,
how
yep,
you call
absolutely.
That's crazy.
how
Absolutely,
you call
sir.
it out.
What?
How
What
you
did she
call it
say?
out matters.
I'm calling it out for what it is.
How
It's
you
horse
call it out
What
behavior.
matters.
the
Are you
hell?
kidding me? Well, you know what? She's 19, so
Like,
you got to give her a little
I guess
leeway for
y'all don't
that.
understand.
She don't have most of the common sense that we do at this age. She's still young, so she's still in,
Nah.
in, in the
Oh no, I
mindset
try to
of you got to
belittle my
sugarcoat
intellect.
stuff. So it's just a different era. But she's not aware that they started saying loose and fast because the old folks used to be like, you acting like a hoe, and they just smacked you in the face. So the next generation tried to sugarcoat a little bit and make it sound a little bit easier, but it's the same damn
Yeah,
thing.
and you don't need to. That other language ain't needed because
But you know what though? This is not a
It's the
platform where
same thing.
you have to have immature you have immature ears. You know, well, is it amateur? What
well,
what
if you wanna call your daughters whores and hoes and stuff,
No, I don't want our daughters doing that shit to begin with. That's what you're
Hold
missing.
on, hold on, baby. You
That's the
finna go to
problem.
Japan, right?
what?
You finna go to Japan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gonna be there for about 3 months. Your mind's gonna get blown because they don't
Three
play that
months.
shit.
I'm sorry. What you say about my mama?
Your
I
No,
said
she
you
said
mind,
gonna
your
be
your
mind.
your
mind is going to get
mind is
blown.
gonna get blown because they don't play that shit at all.
They don't play what shit?
They don't play any of this. Oh, you out here in the streets, and I'm not saying that you do that, but they are real quick to call you whores and tell you that you act in a
Well,
certain
dude,
way.
I'm gonna
She'll
be.
accept it from them though.
I'm gonna be in an academic setting, so
What does that mean? Does that mean you live in a bubble?
even here, like I don't get that kind of language from nobody. Nobody
Oh
said
no,
it.
you listen. So you might
So
need to
you've
sit
been
down and
out
talk with your
twerking then.
mama and your daddy. But you going to a foreign country, a country to where you don't live at, and Japan doesn't play by the rules of America. And another thing with Japan is if you get in any sort of trouble, the police come. There's no kind of questions. They have a 99% conviction rate. So that means that even if they feel like you sort of did something, they gonna spank you on the ass for it.
What does that have to do with what we talking about?
That has to do with
It does
when you get to
everything. It has
Japan
everything to do
and
with
they
what we're
call you
talking about.
a whore for doing things that you wouldn't consider a whore in the US, you're gonna have to eat that. So just be aware of that.
Any kind of
Nah.
defiant behavior, all that stuff y'all used to out here, it don't rock nowhere
Okay,
else.
why are you lumping me in the category? Why are you saying
I'm I'm I
y'all are
Not
talking
I
to
you,
me?
not
no
you, not
Hold on,
but
you,
we
not
don't.
But
We
you.
you
hope.
I'm
talking
just
to
saying,
me.
women in
You talking to
general.
nobody else
Hold
but
on.
me.
Hold on. Hold on. I
everybody
think
is trying to speak for
hold
me.
on,
What I'm
Black Hindu.
saying to you is that what you're caping for the word whore right now, correct?
No,
Wh-
that's not what I'm doing.
So you didn't just tell us that we shouldn't be using the word whore?
Okay, I guess I don't understand what caping means. I thought caping means I'm defending it.
You
No, what
defending.
I'm doing is I'm saying that I personally don't like using
So,
that language.
so you're delusional.
That's fine.
That's what you're
And
saying.
what I'm telling you is once you get to Japan, these motherfuckers is ruthless. So like you can't go to work out and you have a tattoo. No, you better cover that up. What the fuck are you doing around here?
It actually might be good. It might be good for her to go to Japan because maybe she needs a reality check so she can maybe adjust
Yeah,
her
but
Ain't nothing
trajectory
like it.
in life.
who
Because
raised
Them
who?
Asian
Wait,
races
wait,
ain't
wait, wait,
nothing
wait,
like
wait,
it.
wait. So y'all saying that because I don't like using the word whore and stuff that I got a problem and
No,
No,
my
I mean,
opinions need to be
women
adjusted.
in general, women your age and older in general. Don't you know? If y'all don't, you looking at it like that, we got to
so
call
What
it.
so
what
so I
I'm
see.
saying is,
So hold
if
on,
it
I
blows your
see.
mind that we used it, you finna have your mind really blown
Mhm.
when you get to Japan.
So
But
let's
I
say
don't think I'm ever gonna hear. I don't think I'm ever gonna hear the word whore in
but
Japan.
Good luck
let's
to
say
you
I
with
uh,
that,
see
then.
let's say I hold on. Let's say I see Donnie, smoking crack, and I say, well, that's crackhead behavior. I mean, that's what it is. It is what it is. You can't. And no offense, Donnie, that wasn't a shot at
That's
you, brother.
hilarious.
But
I
the
All
mean,
right,
point I'm
you
trying to
let me
make
put my
is
drink out.
the behavior is what it is. If
Okay,
it's
you
not
got
horse behavior, then what is it? You tell us what it is.
I already said what I thought it was,
That's
and
just
it was
another word for it. It's the same thing. You
okay.
just
But
have a problem with that
we're two
particular
different
word.
people. We're two different people who have two different choices of words. How about this? I didn't like the choice of words that you use, but hey, I'm not gonna stop you from saying it. Just like you're not gonna stop me from not. You're not gonna make me start saying it.
How
I
about the
think
word
I think
tool?
I think the Japanese use the word. I think it's like bushin or some shit like that. It basically means for
How about the
uh
word tool?
or streetwalker, I think, but same difference.
nah, man. This woman is delusional.
How
Why are
about the
y'all
word
calling me
tool?
delusional? All I did
That's
was say I
See,
don't like the
this is
word.
the cultural
How?
conditioning, man. This is the black America, the current black culture in this country tells women like her that this is okay to do this stuff, and if you challenge her
What?
or call it out, then they're gonna fight you on it. This is a
What?
So,
conditioning.
I,
so
yeah.
I,
what about
I
the word
multiple times
tool?
said that the women were wrong for twerking. I said twerking
Man,
is
Pip
ratchet
G.
in public. That's
I,
ratchet
I'm, I'm,
behavior.
Okay.
I'm
So what
trying to
are
get a
y'all
All right,
word
saying?
in.
all right, yeah, yeah. Like you
You
can
mad
get your word
I
in,
don't want to
Gerald.
use the
Gerald,
word whore? You
Gerald.
mad because you can't make
Black,
me
black
Hey,
use the
Hindu,
word
black
whore?
Hindu, black
how
Hindu,
about this?
black Hindu. We can use any word we want, so it ain't
Yeah,
can't is not
use
the
the
issue.
word
No,
So
wrong.
let me read this super chat.
Don't be mad because I don't like it.
Blah 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 blah
Nah.
blah blah. Life isn't fair, violin shit. Um, listen, super duper. Thanks for the super chat. This chicks is playing games and going in circles and flip flopping. She needs to go now. SMH.
Nah, she don't need to go, but she's definitely delusional. So
so
let me ask you a question.
let me throw this curve.
Why?
How
Wait.
about the word?
Why am I delusional?
Because
Okay,
you wait,
wait. I can let me help you with that. Let me help you with that word delusional. Now that I've found out that child support is global, you're nothing more than a tool. I want you to enjoy this conversation with these brothers because in the future, men are going to ignore you because one thing that makes the world go round is economics. You've been extorted and you're young, so you don't have any children, but you've been extorted. So the powers that be have already written, we don't even need humans no more. So basically, women before you have extorted and transferred wealth. So enjoy the word hoe and prostitute because the real word is tool. You all are nothing more than just a tool. Wait a minute. Did I just hear you
You
say
all
my
as in
mama
what
was
are you trying
black?
to
Well,
say?
guess what? God damn it, who was that calling me? Stop.
Wait,
Well,
so
guess
this
what?
all started
She was,
because I don't like the word whore. Y'all are
and
having
I
let
get
me
it. And
because
I
I don't
get it,
like
but let me finish. Let me finish. Because the biggest pimps on the world is the government. And to the government, you are nothing more than that.
it. What does that have to do
Now,
with me
I'm
not
not
liking
calling you that.
whore?
I'm just saying maybe you should step out of the box and look at the manipulation of the box. Like Donnie says all the time, one thing about G, he gonna keep it real. If I was around you, we was playing baseball, I would basically throw the ball at you. Women
Okay,
have helped, aided the
girl,
destruction
I don't
of
understand.
manhood.
I don't
You
understand how
understand me?
I don't understand how any of this has anything to do with me not liking the word whore.
And
It's
you
just a
All,
are
personal
respectfully
preference.
right.
all,
But
all, all
what
I
I'm
did
saying to
was
you
like
is,
this.
It's a
you're
personal
right.
preference.
You're right. You're right.
It's
But you
not about
must
being
look at
right.
you're right about your process of not saying I don't like the word.
And I get it. But what I'm telling you, this is what the system has done to you. You wasn't born a whore. You was born a gorgeous baby girl. As you got older in life, you developed certain ways. Hell, I heard you say about would you call your daughter that. I think Kevin Hart just stated his daughter has thought whorish tendencies. Of course, guess who spoke out? Vivica Fox and that same backwards crew that went against Ice Cube and said, no, we're not part of Black America. I'm just saying this. White women are the most overrated women on the planet. My sisters are the most delusional on the planet. You piece
That's
that together, you can
that's right.
rule the world. Because one thing all gonna do, you're gonna spin and you're gonna chase what they have. You're gonna put weave and you're gonna do what they do. On the other hand, white women are gonna try to get tans and try to look brown and try to get within this. The real question is, what do y'all bring to the table besides flesh? That's what I would
Gerald,
like to know.
Gerald, what does this have to do with me not liking the word whore? Are we
Listen,
just
And I
completely
hold on,
changing the
basically
subject?
said,
hold on. Let
you
me just
have
jump in
that
here.
right. You're
Jared,
absolutely right.
Jared, let me jump in here. The only reason I brought it up was because I knew where you told me you was going to Japan. I just wanted you to be ready for the culture shock that you're finna come across when you
But
don't like a
ain't
word
nobody
like that.
about to be saying nothing to me about no horror, no streetwalker, nothing, because I'm going to school, man. I ain't going to no club. I'm going to
But that
Wait,
school.
but that's what you fail to realize. You're going to another country. You're not going to be in a small hole in the ground. Where do you think you're going?
What does that have
You,
to do with the conversation at
I just
hand about
answered
the
it.
whole horror
I just
word?
answered it.
You don't have to be at a club to hear those words. I'm serious. You're gonna have to wear some damn, earmuffs or
Do
something.
y'all know how like Japanese people like conduct themselves
Yes, I
in
have.
academic
Yes.
settings?
Would you like to see the pictures of me
hey, they're
there?
gonna look down on you, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nigga.
Well, hold on. I don't, sister. I hope you go over there and you don't have any problems at all. I
Me
hope
too.
Yeah, why y'all
you
like
excel
negative
She
over
stuff
there.
said
to
she
me?
won't have any
I want
problems
the
because she light
success.
skinned. She said she
Well, we
light
just
skinned.
giving you
So,
some advice. That's all.
What?
So let me break this down for you. Do you plan on living on campus in a bubble that you'll only be around American students,
I
American
can't hear
teachers?
you. Somebody making a clicking noise. Can
I
they
said,
stop?
do you only plan on being in an American bubble where you have American students with American teachers and an American setting? Do you not plan around being any Japanese people?
This is gonna be an international setting.
I know where you're going.
Most of my no,
But
I'm answering
I
your
asked you a question.
I'm answering your question, dude. Just
Okay.
chill.
hmm
So this is going to be an international setting. That means that the students and the teachers, not all of them are going to be Japanese. Actually, very few of them are going to be like Japanese. It'll be like maybe like 70-30, the 30% being Japanese students because it's an international school. And a lot of people from different countries go to that school. So now, as far as like, am I going to be living on campus or I'm going to be living with a homestay? I'm most likely going to be living with a homestay. So, and
So you'll be in Japanese culture, going to an international school with Japanese people and people from other different dynamics. As in, you'll run across this,
yeah,
and
their
I'm
school is
telling
very
you,
similar to my school that I go to,
yeah,
which is also international,
that's
where
most
most of
international
our
schools.
students are Asian or African or
Mhm.
something like that.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna get over there and have your mind blown, thinking that you were just gonna be going back and forth to school. But when you go to get lunch, or when you just want to cool your head, or hell, probably when you're in the house, certain things are gonna be a different dynamic, and you should be prepared for that mentally.
Yeah, I know that. That's
Okay,
why I've
so
studied Japan for years up
okay,
until
well
this
I've
point.
been. So I'm telling you, like these, you could be walking down the street, motherfuckers, and say some shit to you. They'll look at you crazy. I've been on the subway. I've been on the JR line, and a motherfucker had a rape man comic, and I'm going, what the fuck is this rape man comic about?
Yeah, it's people be doing their own stuff, but in general,
Mhm.
Japanese people, they're not gonna, especially in Tokyo, like they're not gonna speak to you out of the blue, especially on the train, man. Not on the
I don't know
train.
about that.
Nobody's gonna be speaking to me on the
I don't know
train.
about that. Good luck
But
with
What are you
I know
taking up? What are you
if I
taking
got
up?
my natural hair out, if I got my natural hair out though, man, a whole bunch of people gonna talk to me, and they're gonna be trying to put their hands in my hair and stuff, just from what I've heard from
So,
other black
so,
people
so
living
they're
there.
not gonna talk to you, but they're gonna talk to you if you have your natural hair out. That's different. Okay.
Do
Well,
you got
whatever
a problem with what I said?
whatever you do over there,
I'm just
sister,
pointing out.
just be safe, you know, and understand
Please,
that you are
please.
in a foreign country. You are a foreigner.
Yes.
And don't, you know, the behaviors that you could get away with here in America is probably be better if you dress very conservatively and follow their culture, and that way you don't end up in a bad situation. That's all we're
Bruh,
trying
Yeah.
to tell you. That's all.
bruh.
Yeah. Be safe.
Y'all talk like y'all know a bitch.
We
But
don't know you. You're a sister, so we care that much about you.
Did she just say y'all act like y'all know a bitch? Did she say that?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
broke
Damn,
she
sure
broke
she
did.
frame
said
on that
she
one.
said
Okay.
Yeah.
whore
yeah,
is a
Okay.
I
problem.
have
I'm
no
Okay.
pointing out.
problems with that word, personal preference.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
So this whole thing with you was just personal, right? It wasn't factual.
Wow.
Personal.
Does
So as
every
Roger would say,
okay,
it's so
wait.
that they can reserve
This
the
is
right
we
to be
all
able to
talking
let it on.
opinions. Nothing we talking about is like factual. We talking
It's
about
all good,
opinions.
man.
We were talking about the true kitchen plus cocktails,
Yeah,
and
opinions.
it was
Opinions, bro.
no. It was very factual. The fact of the matter is that yes, those women were twerking in that restaurant. Fact. He asked them several times before he went on his rant. Fact. It went viral. Fact. Many black women took up for those women in that restaurant. Just like
Hmm.
yeah, and
Yeah,
those
but
are all
how
facts.
what we think about all of those facts are opinions.
What?
What we think about all of those facts
what are
are
you
Okay.
opinions.
studying over
The
there?
fuck is what?
She basically
What's your
said that
major?
to
What's your
invalidate
major?
herself. She said
International
that.
political economy. I'm a very
She
rational,
said that
logically
to.
Okay,
sound
so
person.
your
She said
major
that
is
to
Really?
invalidate
economics?
herself. She
Talking like
told
that?
y'all that saying the word whore was too much, but
Oh my
again,
god.
that's your opinion.
And she called herself
You
a
say
bitch.
our opinion.
She
No
called
problem.
herself a bitch.
She says hers is no
God damn
problem.
it, dog.
This all runs back to when a black man having no rights for a black woman to respect. Period. Point blank. Just go with that. Let her say what the fuck she wanna say, and we can move on at
Man,
this
y'all
point.
got a real
Kevin,
hostile
this was a real
attitude
good
Hey,
towards
teaching
yo,
me.
that's the same thing
point.
that
This
the
was a good
lady
teaching
called
point.
herself a
Sat back
five.
and I sat back and listened because this was a good teaching point for a lot of us. Because I know y'all was gonna let her put her foot in her mouth.
That nigga
I
said,
didn't put my foot in my mouth.
"Don't say whore. It's terrible." Well, this is
Times.
all opinions.
Boy, they
All
won't.
right, guys. All right, look. I'm going into final statements. Like right now. All
Okay,
right.
I call
Whoever
y'all.
wants to go first.
And this is an opinion piece. We talking about how we feel and what we think about
Great.
facts.
So there's nothing wrong with saying whore. Glad we cleared
There's
that up.
nothing wrong with you saying it, but there's something wrong with me saying it
So that
because I
lady
don't
was a
like
whore.
saying it and I
Anyway,
don't
so
want to say it.
who's got their final statement next?
Hey man, great show, guys. Once again, I think everybody was on point, as always, and made some good incentives, you know, to look forward to in the future. And I also think, yes, man, to answer the topic of the show, some black men, yes, they out there, they scared of the black woman, man, and we need to keep this space relevant so some people can start coming out the hole, man. Shouts out to everybody on the show, man. Kev, black men being brutally honest. Shouts out to the habitual line steppers. And I'm out, man. Peace.
All right, Absalom Payonke, and go check his channel out as well. He is also a content creator. He's just starting out, but you know, he's gonna gain that momentum sooner or later. I believe in the guy. But the Sneak 2008, he had a super chat. I don't think I've read yet. Said, ask her how do women compete for a man in the open market at a club, mixer, hangout, etc. And if the woman is losing, how does she outshine the next woman?
Yeah, thank you for letting me be up here today tonight. It was a good show. Although I had to fight like hell to get a word in because this was something I really want to talk about. But real good content, real good topic, and I think we all get the point of the different type of men that are on the platform and not being, how can I put it, not being told what to do on your platform.
Okay.
It's your opinion, sir.
Okay, all right. Next, who got next
I'll,
final
I'll
word?
go. I'll go next. Well, shout out to you, Kevin, for putting on a good show. I found your show through Roger Report. I normally come on this panel pretty regularly, and just to let you know how I found your show. Um, so we had two very interesting guests on the panel today, two sisters, and as far as black men being afraid of black women, I mean, I'm starting to think that maybe these sisters are intimidating some of these brothers because we heard some very interesting comments from these sisters, and I think a lot of brothers that aren't up on game like we are and are red pill like we are probably be shook dealing with these black women these days. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and say that I'm gonna have to switch my position and say I do think a lot of black men these days are afraid of black women. So I'm gonna leave
Mhm.
it at that. And
Well,
y'all have
I'll
a
be
good
sure.
one.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miracle, and thank you for finding the channel as well. And I'm gonna have to refer Roger back to this timestamp. You know, yeah, but
Okay.
he'll be on the air as usual tomorrow. So thank you for coming by. You're always welcome, and you have great input, especially like keeping everybody on task with the super chats as well. That is much appreciated.
For sure, for sure.
All
All
right,
right, bros.
all right, thank you. All right.
Yeah, it's a beautiful situation. Y'all check me out. You ain't shit for watching. I'm Donnie. We did a show talking about some of the women, or I did a show about 5 minutes, vicarious failures. Pretty much encapsulate a lot of the conversation, the talking points that these women were using. So yeah, check me out. You ain't shit for watching. Long live the habitual line steppers. Shout out to Kev. You a real one, my nigga.
All right. Appreciate that. Long live the habitual line steppers. And yeah, Donnie's videos, I put them in my community tab whenever he drops them. So go check out my community tab, and there's a plethora of things like there's a plethora of content creators that I post, and also I ran a poll, but as soon as Black Hindu gets in her last word, I'll go ahead and tell y'all about that poll.
Oh, well, y'all show is interesting. I guess it's about just black men in general. I haven't checked out any of the other videos. I just saw this live was going on and y'all was talking about, well, I missed that part when y'all was talking about black men being scared of black women. I wish I had heard that bit, or because that's why I had come on here. But y'all asked me some interesting questions. I shared what I thought. And I know some of your followers, they are like calling me like delusional and stuff and all this stuff. But hey, it's what I think, and that's that. So I feel like we can always have a discussion, and talk about how we feel and what we think about certain things. We don't always have to agree. And just because something don't make sense to us don't mean it's delusional.
Well, I'm gonna put it to you this way: if you have a difference of opinion with someone, you're going to be called all kinds of things, and I can tell you that from my personal experience. And we just have to learn to deal with them accordingly. So, although we did not agree on everything, I do appreciate the fact that you were able to step up on this platform and hold your own. And is whether we agree or not. I just like for you to think. I like to thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thank you for sharing. You know,
And come back and give me those views at any time. So I
y'all back
don't mind it.
and I'll tell y'all how that go.
Say what?
This upcoming semester, I'll probably let y'all know, what's going on in Japan.
Okay, all right, cool. That'll be great. We'd appreciate that. So, well, once again,
Make sure
thank
you
you for
get your
coming.
ass to Yo Yogi Park on a Sunday. My favorite time going there with them greasers over there dancing, looking crazy.
All right. So, okay. So it's time for my final word, and yeah, I'll try to keep it somewhat short, or 5 or 10 minutes. Just first of all, I ran a poll on my community tab this weekend, and it had a good response for the way my community tab is responded to. So let me show y'all real quick what I am referring to. And I just want to highlight y'all for a second. And I am going to want some feedback because I do feel like that. Let me see, where is it? I do feel like that you guys' inputs are important. That's why I would run a poll in the first place. And the question that I asked is, should Kev start doing interviews? Comment on why or why not. Now, asking the comment on why or why not, with the subs and the followers that follow this page, I would never expect them to just jump out and say some negative ass shit. Although, I do have some people that do hate watch. I mean, if you see some of the comment sections in my videos, but it's the overwhelmingly 82% of the 72 votes said yes, I should start doing interviews. 18%, nah, man, I put sour face mode. I always try to add something to spice up the poll so it just won't be a straight up yes and a no. And just because you voted no, that doesn't mean that you had a sour face in voting no. You might have. I can see you when you press the button, but this will probably start happening. I will probably give it a good 6 weeks to 2 months. That way, it will give me time to line up some interviews. I will open these interview sessions to any content creator, any, whether I like them or not. I want to create a different style interview environment, especially for this space, because anything new and innovative is needed in the Black manosphere at this time. I do appreciate the certain evolutions. Like I noticed that the PhD class was mentioned in the broadcast earlier by Renzo. Renzo was very excited to have discovered the Black manosphere, and he was saying like, "How you think I found this channel?" Guys like Tia Son Johnson, Tommy Curry. See, those are some of the guys that we do need to highlight with this Black manosphere. Those guys that can break it, these kinds of things down to a science. And you know what? And during these interviews and stuff, I like to interview each and every one of them one day. It's just that. But what I'm going to do is these kinds of, like I said, these kinds of interviews are going to be different, and it really depends on the guest at the tone of the interview itself. But these will be brutally honest interviews, so that is something to look forward to in the future. Since I did get this response on this poll, yes, in the near future, I will be starting interviews on this channel. As for it, for the interviews being a part of the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday programs, I'm probably going to do a separate interview show altogether. So just some things that I have to get together on this end. Maybe my production value will increase. And yes, this is a value production. I feel like the habitual line steppers are value productions, and and the way that we understand and realize this is because of you guys who tune into our channels and support us on a day-to-day basis as we continue on this journey, which has been very exciting for us. And this journey for me, has been since February 2018. So from beginning to now, I mean, I just get more and more excited about where this channel could end up. When it reaches its peak, when it reaches its summit. So it's more than I could have imagined. So check out the community tab. I'm always putting interesting stuff there, posting memes, posting other content creators, and just just support this Black manosphere. It is becoming something that is going to be great. Is going to be talked about for years to come, and in the far future, like Roger said, they are going to be referencing these kinds of things as studies, behavioral studies. So, we want this stuff to look. We want a good look. So as far as my critique, I do have somewhat of a critique of the broadcast, and most of the critique will be on myself. I have to start really honestly creating a format that keeps us more on the topic, even though there are subject matters that do relate to the topic or kind of tie in with it. Sometimes your audience can't see it, and we do have a couple people every now and again to say, hey, you know what, this change the subject, this is dragging too long. And I did say something earlier, is like whatever intention for whatever female comes up here, or whatever guy for that matter, if the intention is disruptive, we probably don't need to give too much energy to those people in particular, because they are there to disrupt the conversation. That's their only purpose. But, for some of those folks, they can be used to the end of educating the public and educating our community. And social media is what's really going on with the psyche of these people, especially these women. Now, for Mr. Miracle to come in and say that he thinks that this is conditioning and not fear, and by the end of this broadcast, change his position, gives validity to the topic itself. I did come up with this topic to be extremely snide toward the people who do this black manosphere hate shit, and it's really rooted from how you perceive and feel about your overall viewpoint of black men. There's this thing that's going on in our community that is trying to shame us into silence. And as long as I'm here, and I could speak for the habitual line steppers, and I do know these guys because I talk to them enough. As long as they're here, that shit isn't gonna fly either. So for all of you hating ass dudes out there, and for all of you bitters out there that want to see movements such as the Black Manosphere be shut down and shamed into non-existence, you're wasting your goddamn time. Especially with someone like me that will, I can easily become the antagonist, but the end will be to the benefit of the Black Manosphere. I do feel sort of passionate about that. The opportunity that we have as black men to turn this thing around. And, it doesn't happen out of fear. It won't happen from fear. I'm not afraid to say anything to anyone that is doing anything wrong or having a negative impact, and you should not either. Or you will have, if you will walk that fine line of being complicit in all of it, and you don't want to be that person. So anyway, thank you for all the super chats, all the chat engagement. It's been fun, and I look forward to seeing you guys next weekend. And as always, Officer Faulkner, yo, thanks for showing up. But yeah, shit. Hey, yeah, I want to holler at you for a second. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, but I'm gonna cut this broadcast off. But yeah. But anyway, just thank you for tuning in. I will see you guys next weekend. Like, share, subscribe. Long live the habitual line steppers, and Kev we trust. Goodbye.